Акула опасна не только в воде.
А сколько пирожных дадут за бриллиант?
Ну, покажем зубы, белки!
Так что, провернем дельце?
Для тебя это поле боя, для меня сокровищница.
Ты покойник.
Где вся твоя гармония? В чем дело?
Обратиться против вас.
Наука река, бесконечная, неостановимая.
Да, надо было только посерединке, наверное, поставить. Серьезно?
Не уступлю вам ни одной пяди, мерзавцы!
Через неделю в это же время, понятно?
Только у меня лучший лук парей.
Так, допустим, это ход на 8. 8. 32. 35 статов, да? Это ему надо набрать будет 10, 15. 15. 2 у него есть, 13. Дуба не хватает, этот самый Барнабас 6. 10. Давай попробуем.
Товар первый сорт. Мой фиштах чистый, как слеза.
Привет, Слав. Привет, чат. Да вроде ты первый. Ну, странно, он как-то играет немножко, если честно. Вообще ни одной гармонии не влепил. Вот это поставил только на прошлый ход. Типа, если ты собирался прям давить меня, ставь сразу, Павка. Как жизнь? Да, ничего нового. Ни хорошо, ни плохо. Турувель.
Блюдо дыны.
Блин, ну я буду пасовать, я не знаю. Типа вроде как я... Ну, Филиппа отдал. Ну, он, конечно, меня может обыграть, типа, 2 воды, если отдаст следующий раунд. Ну, 2-0 может сделать, по идее. Сегодня, да, сегодня Open первый в этом сезоне. Первый Open. Сегодня вроде как четвертьфиналы будут. Завтра, по-моему, заканчивается. То есть 2 дня он будет идти. ФВ.
Госпожа Элитна запрещает.
Коловый Форест. То есть у него здесь, наверное, вода. Я так понимаю. Сегодня первый Open от СНГ, по сути, только Ник Эр участвует в нем, да? Вот. Там призовой фонд на Open что-то около 10 тысяч долларов, по-моему. Или евро, в чем он там. В общем, 10 тысяч чего-то. Не рублей. Но это не за первое место, в смысле общий призовой фонд, то есть он там как-то распределяется между победителем, финалистом, полуфиналистами. Вообще, вроде как, каждый гарантированно получает какую-то сумму, точно. То есть даже в четвертьфинале ты вот проигрываешь, если первую игру, то все равно, как за участие, ты что-то там получаешь. Я не помню, какая там сумма, ну, что-то такое, там, 500 долларов, что ли, что-то такое. Да уж. Забавно. Что мне на дрейпасе отдавать, если он сейчас пасует? Все равно клево. Клево, да, прикольно. Не, прикольно. Он так-то вообще должен проходить, типа, как лан-турнир оффлайн. Но из-за коронавируса его вот откладывали, и в итоге онлайн проведут. Ну, там интересные пары такие. Я не знаю, сегодня как они там вообще это будут, всех показывать или не всех, то есть... Ну, не, ну, скорее всего, всех, типа... Я просто не знаю, сколько это там все длится будет, как они это организуют все, типа, с онлайном это все сложнее, конечно, становится. Ну, Никер играет с Вангидом, по-моему, Tailbot... Вот Tailbot Demarcation, это интересно, Demarcation, несколько сезонов топ-1.
Это я? Правда?
Да, забавная история. Что мне делать? Типа так надо пассифлору бы ставить, конечно. Но и в то же время надо через барсоли убивать.
Есть что-нибудь на совести?
Ну, я буду сейчас пассифлору ставить, у меня выбора нет. Он может до упора играть. Не, ну с другой стороны, как нет? Я, конечно, могу сыграть Градена, в принципе. Почему бы и нет, да? Потому что если я оставлю пассифлору, он пасует просто. И я все равно отлетаю именно с карту. Ну, давай попробуем пассифлору сохранить.
Знание. Великая сила.
Потратить 5 монет. Да не буду, я сейчас прокручу как раз. 9 монет будет. Как бы плюс карту сохраняем. Окей, то есть он этого и хотел, да, наверное? Ну, навряд ли у него бомбер есть. Но у него по-прежнему остались Дуб, Барнабас, то есть... Может, конечно, он их не найдет, он Колве Форест отдал. Что-то сомневаюсь. Ну, в принципе, более-менее рука. Можно достать девчонку. Вот эту. Спендер есть, в конце его поставить.
Это я? Правда?
Так, он меня никак не накажет, если я в ряд буду выстраиваться, да? По-моему. Ну, теоретически, конечно, может и не играть. Ладно, давай на всякий случай вот так.
Спи, дорогой, спи.
Мы тут приобретениями делимся. Никакого насилия.
Спасти эту свинью? А, нет, он все равно убить может, если что, да? То есть, если он ставит Малену, она бафается до 3, он не убивает просто свиньей. Ну, дубом убить может. Ну, дубом он и так или иначе вот это может убить, без разницы.
У нас у эльфов свои тропинки. Не беспокойся за меня.
Ну, теперь можно дать сюда щит тогда и сыграть банк. О! Даже не знаю. Ну да, наверное, и в голду, да? Чтобы 9 монет было. Или еще одну девчонку поставить. Она сыграет на 5-6. Сауля ставит с 5 монетами. Так себе. Давай так. И...
Позволь показать тебе пару запрещенных.
тройку еще прокрутим, окей. Ну, у него Барнабас и Дуб остались, по-любому. Я не понял, зачем он Малену назад поставил. А, смотри-ка, не нашел.
Ну, кто первый?
Если кольцо слезать не хочет, надо отрезать палец.
По-моему, я выиграл. Барнабас.
Если обжегся, найди знахаря или целительницу. У нищих тоже есть ножи.
Ну, это какая МЛ Горилла. Так, пока особо народу нет, я сейчас за водичкой схожу, забыл все водички взять. Можно с тобой сыграть? Привет, Денис. Ну сейчас сыграю эту игру. Добавь меня пока в друзья, давай сыграем, в принципе. Или сейчас, подожди, ближе, знаешь, давай ближе к 5. Когда там уже будет, типа, стрим начинаться.
Не для людей.
Там уже ладеры не буду запускать, потому что вдруг, если что, стрим, то... Привет, Андрей. Ну, в смысле, я имею в виду турнир уже, я буду дальше смотреть, поэтому ближе к 5. Где-то без 15, вот так вот как-нибудь. По Москве, имеется в виду.
Хей-хо. Работать нелегко.
Но он хочет поставить, наверное, этого, да, хмыря. Блин, честно говоря, я не знаю, как я тут буду забирать раунд. Раз, два, три, может. Или пытаться через Сауля его все-таки поддавить. Давай попробуем. Да, то у меня уже 6 час. Ну вот, да. Но у меня сейчас 4:15. Короче, через полчасика где-то, Денис. Тут будет. Можно будет поиграть. Можешь пока добавить меня вот ник.
И эти чудеса приятно радуют и дразнят глаз.
Был у тебя когда-нибудь перелом колена?
Уговоры, уговоры, всюду уговоры.
Хочешь псануть или что? Хочет псануть. Так, мне же хватает вот этого,
У
правильно?
них сокровищ столько, вот пусть и делятся.
Ну и что мне с ним делать? Идти в длинный? Я просто... я не знаю, если честно. Как бы по идее у меня Тинбой и Пассифлора. Это все мне говорит о том, что мне надо идти в длинный вроде как. Единственное, что Тинбой я пока не вижу. Но я думаю, я его найду. Я на это надеюсь. И рассчитываю. Ясно. Ясно.
Раз, два, три, пошли!
Вот это тоже скину. Максимальный кровеверс себе организую.
Танец погибели! Ха! Ха!
Минус пюрифай. Сойдет.
Майор Виталий!
Это сценарий, может быть, да? Что не очень понимаю, зачем здесь тогда вот этот дворф, например, а вот этот, в принципе, дворф. Но этот, ладно, еще вот этот, может быть, лишний. Ну, Раде, типа, все, не знаю. Но у меня есть защитник, которого не проходит сразу за один ход. То есть Пассифлора поработает некоторое время точно. Ну, в смысле, как именно? Главу одну я успею разыграть, наверное. Раз, два, может и две даже. Нет, одну, по идее, да? Угу. Вот тебе и Тинбой. О, ну это, скорее всего, будет Тинбой. Но, судя по всему, без трибют, да? Просто в один ряд. То есть, чтобы он был через трибют, мне надо, чтобы он лежал в первых двух картах. Но это очень маловероятно. Даже если я в начале Градена сыграю. Ну, урон уже Верносиль не будет играть, это хорошо.
Мы отобьем еще все города, что вы у нас украли.
Да ладно, еще лакерни сейчас
Йорвит за нас отомстит.
сойдет. Ну да, это Радея 100%. Стопроцентная Радея. Градон у меня в Радею, значит, пойдет, судя по всему.
Ты покойник.
Вернем себе то, что у нас украдено!
А после всего люблю почитать.
Вроде чем-то пахнет.
Эй, золотце, не хочешь подзаработать?
Иди за мной, сюда.
Ну я особо не собираюсь тратить спортсоди монет.
Поможем друг другу.
Блин, хреново, что не ставит Радею. Я бы уже сыграл Градена на монеты, у меня не бафается вот эта девчонка. Может там нет? Нет, в смысле, она должна быть, иначе зачем вы? Яд у него может быть тоже, да? Блин. Не придется все равно так.
Извини, я задумался.
Да, ему ошибка.
Смерть Тхойне! Это эльфская земля Тхойне. Таких, как вы, здесь ждет смерть.
Ничего себе. А дуб? Куда? Офигеть, в самом низу. Ладно.
Наилучшие пожелания от короля нищих.
Все равно все, это максимальная value стенбоя, больше не будет. Не было бы, в смысле, вообще. Ну блин, ну я думал, ну хотя бы в середине, ну. Чтобы хоть 4 монеты-то поосталось. Тут, скорее всего, морал и дуб, да? Мне надо сейчас тогда монеты получать, по-любому. Чтобы украсть моралы потом. Ну да.
Знание. Великая сила.
А. Ну ладно.
Я питаю слабость к рогатым бабам.
Значит, дуб сейчас пойдет в конце, ну окей.
Для тебя это поле боя, для меня сокровищница.
Если честно, я как-то неправильно тогда все рассчитал. А, не будет дуба вообще.
Хороший человек.
Ну, я выиграл, все равно
Мертвый
это
человек.
сильно играет. А то если был бы дуб, то красиво сыграл, конечно, или самоубийство. О, нож. Здравствуй, нож.
Кто пират? Я пиратка!
Опять первый ход. Заколебали. Так. Типа раз, два, три, четыре. Как-то так, что ли. Сойдет.
Не промахнитесь! Цельте между
Не
ног!
знаю, будет там дворф или нет. Ту-ту-ту-ру-ту-ту, не будет.
Ты мне надоел.
Для тебя это поле боя, для меня сокровищница.
Блин, тоже неправильно поставил. Надо было отыгрывать вот этой... Как ее? Который по 2 урона по краям.
Не
Надо
хватит
средний, короче,
возможностей.
ставить.
Триунцы оптимаматор, как простора ртути.
Вообще можно сыграть Барсоди, да? В принципе. Так, если он сейчас будет ставить яд, еще один, что я делаю? Ну, давай так. Само собой.
Убить ведь можно и не проливая кровь.
Кто бы сомневался. Круто. Нет защитника.
Все это частная коллекция.
Вот и поиграли.
И только лишь моя.
Ты хоть бы внизу лежал бы, я не знаю.
Ну, покажем зубы, белки!
Охрененная игра. Надо было через Барсоди убивать тогда морала и надеяться, что у него нет еще одного яда. Говнюк.
оружие. Тогда поговорим.
Айтфаэль Моэнхири Таймверде.
Ворон, ворону глаз не выйдет.
Да играй, играй, придурок.
Ничто меня так не заводит, как чужие секреты.
Даже Тинбой не пришел. Да что за говно-то? Ну елки-палки. Можно хоть что-то нормальное?
Не серчай, мой рыцарь.
Спендер, Тинбой, типа, блин. Офигенно.
Эй,
Простите, ромашки на трупах коня.
Я верну то, что у меня украли.
Пять. А, зачем смысл тратить какой?
Лучше так, чем налоги.
Дальше поставлю пацанов вот этих. 9 монет, тройка прокрутится хотя бы.
А сколько пирожных дадут за бриллиант?
Я, наверное, сворую, да?
Я питаю слабость к рогатым бабам.
Вернем себе то, что у нас
Как Тинбой бы
украдено.
сейчас зашел? Просто шикарно. Ну это, блин, такое говно. Или Градена сейчас сюда сыграть. Не, наверное, Градена сыграю. Я не думаю, что больше 6 что-то будет. Он дуб последний сыграет все равно. Давай Градена. Так, я трачу 5 монет, получаю 6, да?
Августа от Августа.
Хойны.
Круто. Зингрим, что ли? А, дух. Ну, я, значит, дуб ворую, да? Ну, да.
Я больше не дам засадить себя в клетку.
Ну, бессмысленно вообще. Это же так разница колоссальная в поинтах. Что несколько говно осталось. Тинбой. Зашел бы Тинбой вместо какой-нибудь бронзы, победа была бы. Так, там стрим не пропустить. С чем? Одну игру играю, потом с тобой. И да, Слав, да не говори, кошмар просто вообще.
Кто пират? Я
Просто
пиратка.
Кошмар. Опять первый ход, да. Сегодня не буду играть. Ты, кстати, добавил меня уже, Денис? Отправил запрос, нет? Как мне тут вообще убежать? Офигею.
Не промахнитесь! Цельте между ног!
А, отправил. Да-да-да, увидел уже. Ну, дальше пойдет скалопендра, да, вот это вот все. Все вот это вот, как мы любим.
Мочиться против ветра не самая хорошая идея.
Ёпт.
Хороша ли моя коллекция?
Не, ну это надо пасовать, типа я... У него каждый ход будет дальше плюс 5, это вообще дичь. Просто дичь. Конечно, очень дорого это, я прям для себя все сделал, но у меня нет выбора. Не было, вернее, с первым ходом, типа, любой слабый по темпу ход, и он меня вот так вот нагоняет просто моментально. И я в минус карте. Пришлось так. Да, блин. О, забавно, давай так сделаем. Ну ладно, не получилось. Что мне делать? Мне отдавать, наверное, надо ставить сценарий, да? Блин, я не знаю, что мне делать. Он просто посанет, скорее всего. Играть лидера сюда рано еще пока. Давай так, я не знаю. Мне особо, наверное, убивать его нечего будет. Прокрутим тролль.
Я верну то, что у меня украли.
Пасанет я добираю вот через Сиджекова. Ну, это беда, конечно.
А?
Вернись. Вернись.
Давай тройку ты украдешь. Тройку. Сойдет. Черт. Теперь мне нет смысла играть Градена вообще никакого. Неприятно. Пусть кушает этот чем-нибудь. Ой, что за люди.
Для тебя это поле боя, для меня сокровищница.
Не знаю, если Граден очень слабо сейчас играет. На 20 поинтов. Граден играет на 20 поинтов. 27. Мне все равно придется чем-то добирать. Не знаю, как долго он собирается со мной играть. Привет, Оксан. А че я не потратил монетки, никто не знает. Дурак, наверное, потому что...
Знание. Великая сила.
Я потерял... Сколько я потерял? 3 силы.
Спи, дорогой, спи.
Так, ну Тинбой мне добирает же, правильно? 10, 14, ну да, добирает.
Какие-то сомнения?
А не найдется ли для меня бриллиантик?
Да. Я не знаю, что у него там осталось. Типа он отдал такие бегиты все свои. Лидер отдал полностью. Какой шанс есть? Я без лидера, конечно, то... О, это норм. Главное спендер найти. Ну, типа, ладно, пусть будет так. Спендер буду вытаскивать через банк в конце, да, как-то так.
Ничто меня так не заводит, как чужие секреты.
Не слишком опоздал? Не-не-не, так я начал в 4 часа где-то. Еще даже часа стрим не идет. Сейчас в 5 часов будем смотреть Open. Сейчас сыграем с Денисом. Молодец, молодец, ты очень крутой. Очень крутой, молодец.
Моя цель — дуть фишки каждый день.
Спи, дорогой, спи.
Такие переговоры, я
Что
понимаю.
ты играешь?
Танцуй со мной, любимый.
Ну все, мне теперь сверху найти. В принципе, 3 спендера есть. Шансы большие, что я найду что-то. У меня 5 монет, то есть, ну вот это здесь теряется монетка. Ну, по идее, лучший вариант найти вот либо этот, либо этот. Я все монеты потрачу максимально. Максимальное value получу, так сказать. Потрясающе. Ну вот, сойдет.
Я только кую.
Что-то казнь, мне кажется. Так, давай, Денис, ты здесь? Давай сыграем. И будем смотреть. О, Дейли выполнился. Я буду первым ходить даже, Денис. Через 10 минут там, кстати, да, уже запустили таймер. Начнется стрим, так что... С кем играть будешь? А на ютубе Денис вот пишет. Ладно, кинь сам тогда. И будем смотреть Open. Турнирная сетка можно открыть пока. Сегодня будут, получается, четвертьфиналы только. Я так понимаю, первым будет Калимон играть с китайцем, потом Вангит, Никер, наверное. Demarcation Tailbot, конечно, вообще интересный матч будет. Попробовать хочу все-таки там. Мы кого будем смотреть всех? Так это, ну, это официальный турнир от CDPR, то есть вот этот Open, на который я пытался попасть, грубо говоря. Квалификацию, на которой я вот и играл тогда, в прошлом месяце.
У нас осталась
Или
лишь
когда это
наша
было, в прошлом
гордость.
месяце. Короче говоря. И там его будет транслировать именно канал CD Projekt'ов, то есть стримеры сами по себе его не будут стримить. Этого им нельзя делать. Поэтому они будут показывать, скорее всего, все матчи, я так думаю. Там призовые 10 тысяч долларов, как-никак. Там такой серьезный турнирчик. Не самый серьезный в Гвинте. Ну, то есть он вообще, вот этот турнир, который сегодня будет, он вообще должен проходить оффлайн. То есть на него должны люди ехать в Польшу, он в Польше проходит всегда, раньше проходил, грубо говоря, такие турниры. И там они прям вот друг напротив друга, сидя за компьютерами, играют. Но из-за коронавируса его откладывали, и вот решили провести онлайн.
Ничто меня так не заводит, как чужие секреты. Знать бы, что за чудо ты прячешь в шароварах.
Интересно было бы, если бы на оффлайн турнире играли. Но это было бы очень сложно реализовать. Ну, не то, что прям очень сложно, но усложняло бы задачу. Красиво. Нет, согласен. Согласен. То, что красиво, это, конечно, согласен.
Угнетение? Да ладно.
Ой, надо было щит купить. А, нет, нельзя было мне щит покупать. Мне бы это бафаться перестало. Я мог бы лидера одного добавить, конечно. Романка. Романка.
Да, сейчас бы партиечку в Gwent.
Почему он? А, я только хотел спросить, почему он не использует. Ясно. Привет, грешник.
Снимите с него капюшон, да уши отрежьте!
К сожалению, не получится мне его задавить, скорее всего. Вот эта карта лишняя. Да и, в принципе, Валак можно было бы на что-нибудь другое. Вот Игни бы мне сейчас не помешал. Ну, какие-то вот, или даже вот эти, что-то из этого. Ну, кстати, сойдет, ладно, я потрачу. То есть, в принципе, вот это уже можно сыграть. На 12 поинтов. Ну, лидера еще раз мне добавить. Ну, либо на 10 можно поставить.
Смерть Хойне!
Не мы начали эту войну.
Почему сюда?
Вернем себе то, что у нас
Не, надо на
украдено.
12 играть.
Лебеда тоже страдал.
Не знаю, если я сейчас забираю через Валака, сыграю Валак, окей. Ой, Игни-то шикарный был бы сейчас. На 14, на 16 поинтов. Так, Денис, давай быстрее. Там уже стрим начинается. Заставочка пошла уже, Денис, соображай. Договорные матчи просто со зрителем играем. Сойдет.
Мы вверяемся тебе, вечный огонь.
Хотя можно было начать отсюда, на самом деле. Монетки уже капали.
There are 3 tiers of official Gwent tournaments. Gwent online qualifiers are the entry tier tournaments happening twice a
Там
month.
объясняю
during
сейчас
the
пока
Gwent
систему
Masters
турниров
competitive
на
season.
стриме уже.
Top 16 and top 64 players in the pro rank leaderboard of the previous month will compete.
Это эльфская земля, Хойне. Таких, как вы, здесь ждет смерть.
Сюда попади. Сюда. Сюда.
Бросай оружие.
Да, снайпер! Несправедливо.
Нужен еще формуляр А6ЦВ 1265.
В общем, читать, переводить, да, буду. Но там будут, то есть там, я не знаю, как они будут сейчас, если честно, проходить. То есть раньше как было, ведущие сидят там в этом зале, комментируют это все дело. Как сейчас это будет показывать, просто я не знаю. Посмотрим сейчас. Нет, не стрим разрабов, турнир. Турнир. Официальный ежеквартальный турнир с призовым
Ты покойник.
довольно большими.
Да, ты! Где Я твоя жертва.
Два яда у него осталось или что?
Лес обратится против вас.
Забудем ссоры мы. На время.
Ну смотрим, да. Сейчас заканчиваем и смотрим. Вот там начинаются уже там зрителя какие-то, ведущие. Четвертый плейк. Вот это бы лучше мне зашло. Вместо вот этой.
Уговоры. Всюду уговоры.
Работать нелегко.
У меня на 9 осталось. Нет, на 11. Ход на 11. 21 у меня будет. Чего он 13?
Мне хватит одной стрелы.
Вот это 5 плюс 4. Почему 15? 5? А, это у тебя шуточки пошли, господи ты боже, все, ладно.
Несомненно, беден.
Спасибо за игру, Ленис. Тебя слышишь? А, блин. Спасибо, Денис, за игру большое. Так, все. Это я выключаю. Мы идем на стрим.
And to all of you, just in case you don't know, if you link your GOG account and your Twitch account, you have the opportunity to win all sorts of goodies.
Так, ну очень громко они вообще идут,
not just dust, but if you watch us for 4 hours over the
Нормально?
weekend,
Или можно
and I
громче
do invite
сделать?
you to watch the entire thing.
Может мне себя
But if you
убрать,
watch for
типа
at least 4
пока?
hours, you get a nifty new unique Pavko Gale avatar, and you can get that in game following the tournament. So pretty cool stuff. But I don't think that's all we have this
Так, ну вот они, кстати, рассказывают, я тоже вам хочу сказать, ребят, если хотите получить дропсы... Ладно, сейчас вернусь, я просто, ну когда матч начнется, наверное, себя уберу, сейчас пока верну, окей. Значит, вот официальный канал CD Projekt Red. Вы можете смотреть стрим здесь, на этом канале. С тебя как-то не так-то. У них просто увеличенные подарки сейчас идут за дроп, ну вот за просмотры дропсы, короче, на их канале, если вот у них смотреть стрим, будут больше призовые. Короче, ну как, там бочки можно получить. В общем, за 4 часа просмотра в сумме, вот на их канале, вы получите аватарку Павка. Аватарку Павка. А, ну вот, все четвертьфиналисты по $500 получают сразу. Я не очень понимаю, что вот это означает по 2900.
yeah, some players that we've been
Не
following
очень
for a
понимаю,
while
что
making their
означает это
first
по 2
Gwent
900.
Masters.
Не думаю, что не по 2 900 сразу получают все четвертьфиналисты. Все, кто вот в четвертьфинале играет, по 500 баксов получают сразу автоматом. Неважно, ты вылетел с турнира, все, 500 баксов, все есть. И проходишь дальше, за полуфинал еще что-то получаешь. Проходишь финал, за финал еще что-то получаешь. Выигрываешь в финале, еще дополнительно получаешь какую-то сумму. Короче, финалист, наверное, там что-то около каких-нибудь 3000-4000, наверное, получает. Я думаю. Как-то так. Победитель, вернее. Вот, но стрим может, даже если, например, я не знаю, если не хотите его смотреть, этот стрим все равно, можете просто на второй вкладке открыть себе, приглушить, вот так. Пусть стрим идет, но вам оттуда могут выпасть дропсы. Просто на второй вкладке еще откройте вот этот канал и приглушите там звук. Но пусть стрим идет, то есть за 4 полных часа просмотра, причем не обязательно подряд, а именно там надо, чтобы в сумме набралось 4 часа за сегодня и за завтра, за 2 дня, чтобы в сумме набралось 4 часа, вы получите аватарку.
This means a lot of different things. You're not just queuing up for the ladder. You are queuing up for a very specific matchup. You know when you want to go first or second. You know what you want to remove from the opponent's lineup. So it's very, very high level stuff. And regulation, it just takes it that further. So we will be taking a look at the graphic. We'll be taking a look at the brackets a little bit later. Yeah, these are the matchups in order as you'll see it. There's the graphic right there. There's the bracket. So we will have, so Flake and I will
Один фиг месяцами ничего не падает. Нет, вот эти, которые с какой-то вероятностью падают, они могут и здесь не упасть. Там, да, там какие-то более такие большие призы, то есть какие-то бочки могут упасть, но это все может. Но вот аватарка точно упадет. То есть 4 часа смотришь подряд, ну, не подряд, что я говорю, не подряд, в сумме 4 часа посмотришь вот стрим на их канале, аватарка 100% тебе придет. Ссылку в чат. Ну, ребята, ну вы что? Давно пора зафоловать. Я хотел сейчас сюда в чат эту ссылку кинуть.
You know, but again, all of this is it just means nothing right now because we haven't played any games. But we do want to tell you, if all of this is just sounding like complete Klingon to you because you're brand new to the game, we want to make sure that you guys can go ahead and play the game as well. Go to
в России никого, я понимаю, в Украине только есть. Ну, из СНГ, у нас обычно всегда СНГ просто берут, то есть неделя, грубо говоря, Украина, Россия, Беларусь. Ну да, только не Кэр. Но я не знаю, кстати, откуда он, если честно. Наверное. Вроде он из Крыма, насколько я знаю. По-моему, я не знаю точно, короче говоря. Вот, но просто я знаю, что у CDPR иногда вот это флаги отображения очень странные. То есть тот же Макпай у них Россия отмечается, хотя он не из России, он из Молдавии, насколько я знаю. То есть, ну вот, да, флаг это как бы еще не факт все. С тем же Энди они как-то там косячили, вот с Энди. Я не помню, то ли они сейчас уже исправили на Бразилию, по-моему, сейчас правильно отображается, а до этого был какой-то другой флаг неправильный. Я помню просто, что писали в комментариях, что Энди вообще никак не связан со страной, в которой был флаг. То есть без понятия, как они откуда берут там инфу, когда на ладере. Может, здесь как бы они все корректно? Я не знаю, честно. Не знаю. Ну, то, что Калимон Германия, это вот Польша, Санта Финляндия, а вот эти 3 китайцы, это я знаю на 100%. Ну, на следующем опене, кстати, на следующем опене у нас 2 человека будут от СНГ. И оба из России точно. Это получается Неверхуд, по-моему. Он из Калининграда вроде. И этот, Илюха, что ли?
We do have a spectator mode set up, and we'll make sure that the viewing experience is perfect. And on our side here, we're going to make sure the cast.
Ну, вкратце, вот они в начале стрима объясняли, я могу объяснить.
About this first match, like let's get into some Gwent here and see what people think about this first matchup.
Что
That's right.
фотошоп?
We had a Twitter poll up yesterday, so you guys chimed in real quick. And
То есть
again,
система турниров, да, как вообще в Гвенте происходит это все? То есть есть сезоны, то есть каждый месяц вот эти вот сезоны, да? По итогам сезона лучшие 64 человека в рейтинге проходят квалификацию. Это то, что вот каждый месяц проходит. Квалификация. Квалификацию они проходят, чтобы попасть на вот этот Open, вот который сейчас проходит. Open проводится 4 раза в год, то есть раз в 3 месяца, их вообще 4 в год будет таких турниров Open. Вот по 2 человека 3 месяца отбираются, получается, и выходят, грубо говоря, на этот Open. Потом победители, вот я, кстати, точно не знаю, победители только или... По-моему, да, по-моему, только победители Open на ежегодный турнир Мастерс, который будет называться. Вот, они выходят на Мастерсе, это 4 человека получают. Наверное, да, наверное, победители Open плюс лучшие по коронам в рейтинге. Там есть такие короны, которые копятся за места в ладере ежемесячно. Тебе еще плюсуются короны. По-моему, оттуда будут брать еще. Калимон. Калимон, вот в этом сезоне, вот, получается, сезон Волка, сезон Любви. Сыграл 559 матчей, 376 побед, 163 поражения, 20 ничьих, 67% винрейт, ничего себе. Это вот за 2 сезона.
I don't do anything special to stay focused. I just put on headphones and make sure there are no distractions. In general, I'm pretty good at keeping my focus up thanks to the practice of thousands of ladder games. I think it certainly is possible to make top 60 in less than 274 games. It would require some good luck from a strong player and some good timing though. I think in general it's easier to climb fast at the end of a season, so if somebody really wanted to break that record, they could try to only play for the last 1 or 2 weeks of the season, and then with a strong win rate, they could probably get there.
Ну вот он сейчас рассказывал, он сейчас рассказывал секреты. Так, это я не знаю, Слав, это ты переводи. А, вот переводит. Все, все, Слав, не надо, он там переводит. Буду брать закрепиться, победит китайцев, их трое. Короче, Калимон сказал, что, типа, главное оставаться сфокусированным. Я, говорит, обычно надеваю наушники, чтобы меня ничего не отвлекало. Ну, в принципе, говорит, у меня уже большой опыт, практика. Это не он, говорит, до этого Калимон говорил. Поэтому у меня получается оставаться фокусированным. И вообще я предпочитаю играть, говорит, в конце сезона, последнюю неделю или 2. Типа, хорошему игроку и при хорошей удаче этого достаточно, чтобы попасть даже в топ-16. Где-то 200-300 игр, он сказал, этого будет достаточно. Главное оставаться человеком, да. Не, ну вот, пожалуйста, смотрите. Ну, человек сыграл 1500 игр за 2 сезона. Калимон 600. Не, ну понятно, что чем выше количество сыгранных игр, тем ниже будет по итогу винрейт. То есть, чем меньше игр, тем проще держать высокий винрейт. Это понятно. Потому что тем как бы ближе он будет к 50% все равно опускаться. Но любимая карта у него 3 телекинез, Оксана. Болеешь, все, ты за этого китайца болеешь? У него 3 любимые карты. Вот здесь, если что, если, ну, не все, наверное, английский-то знают, я так полагаю. Вот это самая играющая... Короче, фракция, за которую он больше всего играл за вот эти 2 сезона. Здесь его любимая карта, а здесь любимая фракция. Его зовут Юан Фэй Йон. Что-то у меня как-то с французским каким-то акцентом получилось, ну ладно. Пусть будет так. Ян Фэй, в общем, его зовут. Вот написано. Ян Фэй Янг. Очевидно же. Что-то Янг на робота похож. Я так понимаю, мы их будем смотреть сейчас, первый матч. То есть раз нам показывают Калимона и его интервью.
For instance, by using spies, seas, or locks. So when talking about my own experience, I think these decks are the most fun to play.
Он говорит, фана получает много от Нильфгарда. Но почему здесь Скайтели? В чем проблема?
Well, we have a lot of continents represented in the world, and also in this game, all 6 factions will see represented as well in this tournament.
Ой, я как будто в комнате у
So let's take a look at the
Макбирда,
decks
да?
that these players are bringing, Flake.
На
We've got
стене.
Coleman, who
Я,
has done
видите, он
obviously
мой
a lot of
постер
prep
повесил
with Team
сюда,
Aretuza, and
на
of course
стену.
with his friends Demorcus and probably a number of
О,
other
тейки.
people. So these decks are probably going to be pretty amazing things. And here we go. Coleman is bringing the second win scenario deck.
Климон, короче, то есть Best of 3 будет. До 3 побед они играют.
Mystic Echo.
Ой, Best of 3, почему? Best of 5 получается, 5 игр. Типа, до 3 побед это Best of 5, да.
It's all good, man. We're excited about this. That's what's the...
Короче, он взял себе сценарий.
Just getting my words caught up here. Scoia'tael being one of the
Интересно,
strongest
без
decks in
матки,
the game.
кстати,
Mystic Echo
опять.
just focusing on a lot of riskless play. Very hard to bleed
Рискует сценарий не
by
находить.
being able to set up multiple engines and having the poison package.
Ну, в принципе, он такой же дек, по-моему, брал на квалы. Но единственное, что у него вроде бы был мечник раньше. Калиман доволен? Ну да.
Also a super dealist, making use of Radia's engineering solution and Ansei's for a killer combo right there. That's like yeah.
No, these decks are looking pretty solid, and again,
О, тоже сценарий, только с мечами. Да, Эмбуш,
in any Gwent Masters tournament, so that's pretty fantastic. But looking
сценарий
at
с
Sumo now,
Радеей,
this
да?
is a great thing. Again,
А вот Нильфгард без сценария, забавно.
and a lot of the usual suspects of Morkvarg, Wildboar of the Sea, Hemdall's going to be in there. Deadeye Ambush is the
И монстр. Ну, китайцы все, я думаю, монстров возьмут. Вообще, монстров, я думаю, мы видим только у китайцев. Они вот любят их брать.
Procs off of that scenario right off the bat, so that there's, protecting that value, getting it right, rolling right away. Imperial formation with Damien de la Tour, getting a second round.
Вампиры, я думаю, будут у всех китайцев.
Bloodset monsters getting a little bit of vampire representation.
Причем именно вот эти вампиры, скорее
Oriana,
всего.
great engine piece with the defender as well, protecting it. A lot of big boys, Egerd. You have the
Скорее всего, 99%, я прям думаю,
delete wave.
там будут вампиры. Если монстры будут, это будут вампиры.
Nice, clean and clear delete button.
It's true. It's true. Yeah, monsters showing up. The Chinese players, I do like to bring these monster lists, and I'm excited to see them clash here.
Двоих эти
Let's
китайцев,
take a look
любят.
at the ban screen. Let's see what the players
Но выиграет
are
Колян.
going to be looking at these
Не, ну
lineups
как,
right
за
now.
Коляна надо
And,
болеть,
which
Оксана.
deck do you think? Oh, here we go. And,
вот,
no
нам показывают.
Flake. I mean, it does
Интересно,
seem,
а это уже
I
будет
would say
запись,
this
или
seems
они
like,
прям играть
Scoia'tael
будут?
is the
Вот
strongest
прям
deck, and it looks
даже
like both of
интересно,
these
как
players
это
are
они все
respecting
смогут
that. What do you think
реализовать.
about this ban
Это
here?
сложновато все
It's
будет так.
worth noting in
Типа,
this
чтобы
case that, I
онлайн,
believe
и
there's
включать эти
might be a little
трансляции,
scenarios,
тут
Bloodset
ведущие,
should be
там эти
represented
игроки
instead,
договорят. Блин, вообще, кстати, интересно будет посмотреть Open онлайн, потому что не исключен вариант какого-то разрыва соединений, да? То есть в офлайне это все решается проблема, понятно. Там такого не будет. Но здесь это прям даже забавно. Что-то случилось у кого-то с компом где-то, интернет пропал, или просто с серваками что-то. Просто сразу поражение придали. Там вроде запись при этом. Не знаю, я начало стрима немножко прослушал, наверное, говорили об этом. Скорее всего, наверное, все-таки запись, я так думаю. Так типа проще для трансляции. Они, наверное, сыграли там как-то вот на днях все. Так, ну в общем, Нильфгард. И сценарий Калимон забанил Янгу. А Янг, ой, Нильфгард, говорю, господи. Гармония, гармония.
They're getting settled in very comfortably in their own chairs in front of their own computers. So
this
is a unique one, Dave, because I think everybody gets home field advantage in this case. Like, it's just
exactly
they're playing from their home court, so it's going to be pretty interesting when you don't necessarily have to be in that studio. The lights are not necessarily shining on you as brightly. You don't have a dozen people hooking you up to this or that. It's literally just sit down in your gym shorts and enjoy yourself.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people don't know this. Like, the players are very involved in the entire situation. They get makeup just like us, and it's they got the big lights, right? You got the cameras in the face, and now the hot seat is your own seat, really ever. The hot seat. It's usually the most comfortable place in the house, I think. And we're just waiting for the players. Everything.
Они сейчас обсуждают, что игрокам дома намного проще и комфортнее будет играть. Аватарку Бужи? Так ты включила стрим, Илон?
Official CD Projekt
О, официально, вот этот.
as we get Sumo connected to
Потому что если за мой стрим тебе аватарку не дадут. Сразу предупреждаю.
I'm just curious, you know, asking you, Dane, in this case, what between the decks that are left over between both players, what do you feel is going to be the most intriguing matchup that you'd want to see? I just want to see lockdown occur. Like, I just want to see that happen, which is interesting because
они обсуждали, что игрокам дома в общем комфортнее, чем в студии, когда офлайн это все проводится. Ну да, там, конечно, напряжная вся эта ситуация, все камеры, закиты, все эти дела. Людей куча. Соперник тебе вот так в лицо смотрит.
Just in general, not seeing Scoia'tael, I think, was something that we were discussed prior, that was something that was probably going to be fairly prevalent throughout the entire tournament's ban situations. But I mean, based on what's left, you know, McBee, what do you feel? What do you want to see out of these two players right now?
Yeah, we have a little time right now as the players are getting all connected. Everything's getting synced up for our client that we get to watch, a little spectator. But let's talk about, I think Lockdown, it's interesting. The Lockdown play we're going to see from Koloman, it's really about making sure that you are always in like a favorable position and there's no burst leader or leader combo to really play around. It requires more precise play. And specifically Lockdown versus Imperial Formation, a lot of times for Nilfgaard, when you go against Lockdown, you can feel confident that you just have a better deck. They have Nilfgaard, but they have far less provisions and combos that, you know, honestly, you'll probably just be able to utilize the same cards in a lot of occasions.
Так подождите.
Things like Imperial Formation will do very well.
Так призовые, кстати, не 10 тысяч, призовые 29 200.
Cards of Radia and Shoop to amplify Lockdown.
Там, по-моему, так у них было, типа...
But he definitely has a plan for it.
Призовые, да. Там у них была система такая, 10 тысяч, по-моему, это базовые призовые, которые CDPR, типа, вот, носят, типа. А все остальное, там, они же продавали в игре скины, там что-то еще. Короче, были, по-моему, не все подряд, но какие-то отдельные наборы, которые продавались, там прям было указано, что все деньги пойдут на призовые дополнительные. И то, что зрители, грубо говоря, не зрители, а, скажем так, игроки в игре насобирали для призовых, вот все плюсом пошло сюда. То есть, по сути, плюсом еще 19 200. Это вот от нас всех. От нашего стола вашего. Ну, тех, кто тратил в игре что-то покупал. 30% на призовые? Не знаю, слушай, не помню. Может быть 30, может быть тогда так. Но какая-то, в общем, тоже что-то сумма там была, что они собирали.
Get these things going and making sure that their senses are sharp, because usually when you fly to Warsaw to get prepared for these tournaments, you have no outside distractions besides, I guess, you and I just badgering them constantly, but you're essentially you're either at the studio preparing and rehearsing and getting all that done, or you're back at the hotel where they are pretty much practicing nonstop within in a very isolated atmosphere of people who want to talk about Gwent, who want to focus and help them prepare. Now you're at home. Like, I know that back when I was in school and whatever, I needed to leave the house where there's internet, where there's, my Switch, where there's the computer, where there's God knows what else, and baseball on TV. Like, I needed to get away from that. So preparation for these tournaments are going to be very unique for these players who are, I think they're just getting set again. This is the first time we're doing this.
Ну, в общем, они, продолжают обсуждать всю необычность этого турнира, что он, типа, из-за коронавируса проходит вот так, как он проходит, и особенности подготовки какие-то для игроков и прочее, и пятое и десятое. Не знаю, в чем там, правда, эта особенность заключается, в подготовке.
I believe Sumo is just getting himself hooked up and ready to go.
It's all good. It's all good. We can chat a little bit. I mean, this is the first Open in a long time, and there's a lot to consider with the differences here. Me personally, I miss the fact that we can't really easily just sort of like bump into the players in the hallway and be like, hey, I just wanted to ask you this quick question about your deck. I just, we're thinking about it, talking to other players.
Вот он сейчас говорит о том, что, типа, это, первый Open за долгое время, и вот он, опять же таки, то, что он проходит онлайн, типа, говорит, мне не хватает то, что я не могу, идя где-нибудь вот по коридору, когда это все в офлайне проходило несколько дней, это вся тусовка большая, наткнуться на какого-нибудь игрока, типа, И что-нибудь, говорит, спросить у него про колоду или там про игру и в целом потрещать. Короче, общения ему не хватает.
Right, and it is also worth noting, ladies and gentlemen, that usually the way that this works is that the deck lists are fairly secretive and not given to the players in advance on day one, and on day two, obviously, you know, the cat's out of the bag, and they'll have all that information. For this tournament, all players have agreed that all deck lists are open to them. So yes. They had, yeah, that is definitely, or at least something
their opponent's deck lists are open to them. I'm not sure if they know everything about everything, but they definitely know what their opponents are playing.
Correct. So basically,
that's very new.
That's right. Which is something that is only really reserved for day two. However, in day one, this is something that was proposed to the players and discussed amongst the players and CDPR, and it was agreed upon unanimously between everybody.
Вот любимая карта Бомбер, да, он что-то писал по этому поводу.
On day one, no secrets in this case. So,
you know,
depending on how you look at it,
сейчас они типа да обсуждают, что деки сейчас открыты только соперникам, хотя по идее они могут посмотреть этот стрим и увидеть деки остальные. Но я так понимаю, на завтрашний день они смогут деки поменять или не смогут? Вот это я не знаю, кстати.
Naверное, situation back in the day that could have been a complete home run, but it was essentially,
типа конкретно насчет этого финала было так. Ты знаешь деки своего соперника, да, он тебе заранее их высылает, но только он. Всех остальных деки ты не знаешь. То есть ты можешь готовиться конкретно к своему сопернику.
You know, what we thought at the time might have been an obscure card selection choice, but it was a very unique one. At that point, we're just waiting for that moment where that card hit the board and just seeing the reaction of like, wow, okay, like that's a bold play. It worked out or it didn't. In this case, you know, the deck lists are well known between all players, so there is going to be none of those surprises, which could make for a lot sharper, a lot cleaner, a lot less risk-taking Gwent, I suppose, in certain cases. But nonetheless, I mean, you have the top 8 players in the world, all qualified via the pro rank in the qualifiers, to be here right now. With,
он откуда мог быть? Что-то вот это, вот, если я не ошибаюсь, очень напоминает мне немецкий герб какой-то. Наверное, это какая-нибудь ерундовина, да?
There is something able to spectate at the moment here, but we're just gonna entertain. Look at this. This little impromptu Gwent talk show right here.
I'm telling you, I will say this.
Talk show. This is the talk before the rock right now. We are making sure that you are extra appetized for this match. So I do want to talk a little
так
bit
долго
about
трещим,
the
чтобы
monstrous list that we are
убедиться
going to
в
be
том,
seeing coming from
что
Sumo.
вы прям очень изголодались
I think that it's
по
really interesting that the
качественным
meta
играм
in
типа
China,
того.
or at least around. I think that it's known more of a Chinese deck, this Chinese monsters deck, and I think that that's very interesting. That it's been a while, I feel like, since a region has dictated.
Не, ну если они правда будут постольку трещать перед каждым матчем, то мы будем очень долго смотреть этот турнир. Сколько у нас? 4? Ну да, сейчас мы будем смотреть Калимона и Янга вот этого. Все, понятно. Первый четвертьфинал. Всего 4 пары. Минимум по 3 игры каждая из них играет, а вообще, наверное, будет, вообще, наверное, будут все 5 игр. Ну, навряд ли прям все игры закончатся 3-2, но... В общем, по 3-5 игр нам смотреть, что-то они прям тянут.
9-point cards in Oriana and Azrael. So Mata is going to draw you a good card and is likely, you know, you're going to be happy with the draw and it's going to be better than the opponent's, but it's not hitting that money card like the Scenario or Oak you could see, or like Get In It, you can see that in the other list there. There isn't that super I need everything to draw. I need to draw this card in this match for my strategy to occur. Type of card that Mata tends to be in a lot of cases. She's there just to extend the game.
Забанили ему что? Забанил ему Калимон вот эту деку. То есть вот этой деки не будет.
But I find it such an interesting inclusion in this list.
Well, you usually want Mata to be fairly reliable in terms of drawing
Zачем
your best card.
It's often a card
that might lead off in round 3, wherein the value discrepancy of what you're drawing or what you're giving your opponent is just massive, right? So you're after all the mulligans occur, you know, typically your opponent will be tossing away their garbage, and in round 3, when you draw your best card, in this case, like, you know, looking at that blood scent list and Mata, a lot of the cards that they might draw, Eager and Karathi Heatwave, hopefully you're getting those early and you can have them in your hand. And frankly, all the 9-point cards are typically long round or finisher cards. Oswald, Oriana.
Интересно. У Калимона, по сути, нет бомбера только здесь.
To win conditions for a short or long round. So I don't think you're really missing that much with Mata. I do like Mata, and you know, if we
А у
switch
китайца,
over to
получается,
Coleman's
там
list,
осталось... А, нет, но у него остался только Гиденейт, да?
I
Да. Нильгард у него без
Radia
сценария и монстры, само собой, без сценария. В принципе, ну да. То есть китаец Гиденейт все равно планирует заход разыгрывать так, по-хорошему. Поэтому то, что здесь вот бомберы есть, это даже хорошо.
And I guess the trade-off in this case for those 13 provisions that Soup offers you. I meant Shoop, obviously.
Healthy
soup is delicious, absolutely. I love soup. So what Shoop can
Привет,
offer
Володь,
you
он сейчас
is,
оговорился, сказал суп вместо шуп.
As reliable, but the trade-off here would be probably Philippa, is you're not going to get that Philippa value, which is absent from that list.
Так, сейчас, секундочку,
But
мне
I mean, if you
звонили.
can roll a knight into a 4 damage, typically Philippa, which can start with that 4 damage, can still guarantee at least that 1 removal piece, as well as you know, a lock, an artifact removal. You know, you can even get a little bit crazy with a mage roll. So it's going to be fairly intriguing when that Shoop finally comes into play and is factoring into the board, because really Shoop relies on board state and not just, you know, the card itself in its static form. So,
so
other than that, I mean, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. Well, I mean, one other thing I wanted to talk about is the preparation for artifact removal here. Coleman has brought Bombheaver in 3 of his lists, and of course, Shoop helps with this as well. And Sumo has also brought Bombheaver in 2 of his lists as well. So, and with Squayatel banned, those are the lists that the players are less likely to be running any artifact removal in. So it seems like Getanith is likely. I mean, like, artifacts are being targeted here, but the thing about Getanith, as well as Feign Death for Sumo, is that you can activate these scenarios and progress them in 1 turn in some situations very easily, just with the leader, or with perhaps Radia's Saber that she can spawn, the stratagem for Squayatel. So the Bombheaver is really to catch an opponent perhaps off guard, but it may just whiff a lot of the time and just end up being kind of the worst, the 25th best card in the player's list if they aren't able to either play around the instantly evolving scenario with the multiple procs that these leaders can provide, or if they can't get through the defenders. Now, this is, believe it or not, the first Gwent Masters event in which defenders have been in the game. Last time we cast, I believe Iron Judgment wasn't even released at this point. Now, we've done some great stuff this year already. The Gwent World Cup, Cards for Humanity. We've seen players play with the latest expansion, but actually seeing these new poison lists, perhaps, these new scenario lists, this is a first in a lot of ways for an event of this caliber. And I think that's probably the most exciting part of it. We're going to see just a whole bunch of different tournament decks that we've never seen before.
Yeah, again, the players are still getting locked and loaded. They're getting plugged into the matrix there as we figure this out. A little off-topic thing. Why don't we give you some Flake apartment trivia? What does Flake have in this mystery box? That is a record player. The record that is currently in there is Jackson 5 Greatest Hits. That is your
final record player.
That's correct, yes. It's a vinyl record player. The record in there is the Jackson 5
Господи, они все
Greatest
трещат.
So make sure that you write down all your Flake apartment trivia, because there will be a quiz at the end of the stream, and the prizes are out of this world. They're insane. So make sure that you write all that down. Don't do it. Don't waste your time. But I mean, what else can we say about these deck lists?
I don't think an open prize pool is contributing to the Flake apartment trivia that has now been imposed.
Они про призовые сейчас
absolutely not. I mean, we can go through some more apartment trivia a little later in the broadcast, but I mean, you've got a pretty sweet setup back there. I know that you're locked and loaded, and you're under the watchful eye of a Nilfgaardian royalty in the back there. Are you not?
You know, there's a story behind this little portrait of Emir Var Emrez right here. This was one of the very first pieces of swag that I got when Nilfgaard was actually a new faction released. We were invited to the CD Projekt Red Studios in this isn't the one with the year on the back. It was 2017, I think it was, January 2017. And it was the Nilfgaard release. Nilfgaard was finally getting added to the game at that stage of the beta, and they gave everybody a framed portrait of Emir. And also lots of players at this point.
Вот сейчас вспоминает те времена, когда Нильфгард еще только добавили как новую фракцию, это еще было бета-тестирование. Его куда-то там приглашали.
Actually on camera with that in the background. I wanted to make sure that we had the extra Gwent stuff going on. I'm wearing my my Lyria pin. Or is it the Lyria pin? Oh no, it's the Lyria pin.
Oh, called out. Yeah, you better make it.
Oh
just
no.
own it.
The red pins are the other one. I believe that these are. This is the Lyrian pin. Rivy is the other one, right?
Я не знаю, что они так
Thronebreaker
тянут.
factions.
So,
Stop talking, let's play, stop talking. Мы все пишут, хрен трещать.
As far back as that, I mean, like, let's just be honest here. The fact remains that this game has been progressing and evolving for that long, since, you know, Nilfgaard was a thing. And that's what a lot of the discussions I have with players who watch my stream is the fact that, you know, they might not remember a day when there were faction passives or 3 lanes. Gwent has come so far, and here we are today in its latest
О, у него тут tailbot.
its latest form, its greatest form.
Это, по-моему, tailbot.
Like you said, cards like Defender,
Все понятно.
being a factor as well. That
Все
was something we
куплено,
didn't have,
все
prior to that.
куплено.
And, you know, looking at these lists, these are great. Like, these are
Я так
really
понимаю,
great lists,
он
and,
из
I've
Канады,
seen
да?
all the lists, you and I have seen all
Этот
the
Мас
lists. We know
Демарко.
that all the factions are going to be
Потому
represented in a lot
что,
of different
если я
deck lists
ничего
are
не
going to be
путаю, это
shown.
Монреаль
So,
канадинский.
you
Это
know, start taking notes, friends. Like, the
монреальская
ladder
хоккейная
tomorrow is
команда.
going to be out of control.
Конечно, не исключено, что это какой-нибудь еще тоже похожий
Very
есть
intrigued to
какой-нибудь
see how they
американский
shake out
футбол.
up against each other. We're still kind of getting word
Скорее
here
всего, это
from
ну, очень напоминает Монреаль
the space
канадинский.
station telling us, you know, ground control is letting us know when the rocket's ready to launch. But
Да он на
apparently,
футболке. Ну, понятно,
we're still
тейлбота,
getting
значит. Топит за
the
тейлбота, один из
buckled in
ведущих.
and well fed.
Что тут
But,
написано? А, да, вот тут даже,
I mean,
по-моему, написано Канада, да?
what else there is there to say, my friends? Again, it is
А,
worth
и вот
noting that the prize pool here has
Монреаль,
been
да,
contributed by
Монреаль
you
канадец,
guys, and
точно.
that's pretty damn awesome.
Ну, может,
Are
он
you
просто
ready
за
for
них
some more
болеет, а
flavor
сам
from
вообще,
Trivia?
в принципе, из Афганистана.
Well,
Все может
it's
быть.
not really fair. I mean, is it just me? Am I the only contestant? I've happened to be there once, so
Absolutely. If
I
you'd
have
like to
insider
be.
knowledge.
Okay, here's another one. You do have, yeah, you have been here, so it's a different story. But this poster right here, if you can see it up there, that poster is for the movie Snakes on a Plane, starring Samuel L. Jackson.
The Monday to Friday Snakes.
Он рассказывает про вот этот постер.
Friday Plane, right?
Это постер к фильму Snake on a Plane. Это змеи на самолете. Не знаю, как он в русском был локализован. С Сэмюэлем Джексоном.
This, did you know, a little factoid about that is that I waited 2 hours in line to see this movie, and I was one of 5 other people in the theater on opening day. The other 5 people were my friends who I convinced to go because I convinced them that this was going to be a huge movie and we needed to go and get there early so that we can secure good seats.
You're talking like empty theater? Like
Он рассказывает, он смешной факт рассказал об этом.
This was at a time, ladies and gentlemen,
Motherfucking snakes on the motherfucking plane?
Actually go to the movie, and if you didn't want to sit,
У тебя очень хорошо получается изображать, пародировать Сэмюэля Джексона, если хочешь. Короче, он рассказал про этот смешной факт, был такой, что они заранее, чуть ли не за 2 часа пошли на этот фильм. В итоге ждали еще кинотеатра, пока откроются эти все двери. В итоге, говорит, на этот фильм пришли только 5 человек. 6 человек. Это был я и 5 моих друзей, которых я уговорил, говорит, пойти на этот фильм, потому что я сказал, что это будет супер крутой. Вообще, да, этот фильм, мне кажется, мало кто смотрел, если честно.
Long story short, as you can see, there's the Discord, ladies and gentlemen. Now there's me in various different ways.
Запарили, да не говори, запарили, блин, реально.
Yeah, I convinced my buddies that this was going to be like the biggest thing
Ну,
ever.
судя по всему, зная CDPR, какие-то, видимо, проблемы там с чем-то. Я не знаю. То ли, если в записи игры, то ли, может быть, с записью какая-то беда, то ли, может, там как-то это... Я не знаю, что... Ну, скорее всего, какие-то проблемы. И им, видимо, где-то в чатике там в каком-то приватном пишут: тяните время, ребята, мы не готовы.
I you know, it's funny. I will be.
So I think we're still figuring out a few things there.
Right there. We're just getting words and errors right now. I think right before the lockdown, I actually saw Parasite in the theater. It was one of the last things. I remember at the time. It was already kind of like getting weird out there, and I remember it was like right before we locked up, and I was saying
Стрим разрабов по Sims? Даже такое бывает? Ну хотя почему бы и нет. Блин, я так давно играл в Sims. Такая игра, блин, кажется, вроде... Она жутко залипательная. Я не знаю, кого как. Я, то есть, вообще, как бы, ну, нейтрально к ним отношусь, как бы, так, играл, бывало, иногда запущу там. Но ее запустишь и реально залипаешь. Вот прям залипаешь, и сидишь, играешь, сейчас кажется, ну еще один денечек, еще один денечек. В итоге, блин, смотришь, а уже утро.
That's my story about seeing a movie, as we are waiting for just an update on the players.
Скоро новое дополнение выходит?
As we are making sure that you are
Это сейчас какие? Четвертая часть, правильно? По-моему, или третья? Я что-то запутался.
We're licking our collective chops here trying to get in there. Now, again,
я знаю точно, что она у меня есть, потому что ее как-то раздавали бесплатно Electronic Arts, или кто там это делает, по-моему, Electronic Arts. Ну, короче, в Origin. Магазин Origin, это Electronic Arts, по-моему. Четверка, да. Ее раздавали бесплатно, и я ее взял тогда, я помню. Типа, ну, бесплатно давайте, что. И вот как раз запустил тогда поиграть, как-то залип, я помню, надолго прям. Сидел, играл, а потом залил. Это дело.
Not in a Gwent capacity, but I knew that Tailbot was going to be there, so I went ahead and made sure that I had this going.
Про экологию это что надо будет делать? Мусор убирать,
so I wanted to make sure that I had.
Или они добавили возможность намусорить, чтобы потом можно было это убирать?
Sensei thing going on, so I'm bringing in the Tailbot because I just wanted to make sure that I was ready.
Это у тебя еще нет времен года? Нет, у меня вообще никаких дополнений там нет, вообще никаких, просто ванильная игра. И все. Ну все, бицуху свою показывают. По-моему, ребята уже все исчерпали все темы для разговора. Но они хотя бы вдвоем.
So much alpha at that Gwent Challenger 5 after party.
It's like fishing stories, right? Like where they always get exaggerated, and like before long, it's like, yeah, they were.
Это он, наверное, тейлбота изображал, потому что у него вот тейлбот здесь тоже качок стоит.
Drinking, and all of a sudden these dudes start doing push-ups in the middle of the square. I have the video.
The videos do exist.
There's no exaggeration. I like to relax after a hard day.
Так, по-моему, тут надо отписываться, короче, от CD Projekt'ов.
Just the feet strength all day long. This Challenger 5, Challenger 4 was like that.
Надо запустить флешмоб сюда, или как это назвать правильно. Что отписываемся и уходим.
But for some reason there's a lot of alpha.
Пусть так ко мне на район подойдет и покажет. Нет, так подожди, у него будет футболка с тейлботом. Если футболка с тейлботом, все, можно в любом районе.
Squatting a Volvo on his back. You're like, what the hell's going on here? And he's got like a rum and coke in one hand, and and everybody's having a good time. But I figured like that was something that I wanted to make sure and bring in. I wanted my own little victory. So every day I was just sort of like doing the old the pumps for Tailbot, but unfortunately
фитнес-стрим
начинается. That never happened. So I only
Сейчас
have
нам
more
будут
time
показывать.
now to train for that, to get that.
Ну я понял. Он делает вид, что на самоизоляции он свою правую руку качал именно гантелей, поэтому она у него такая сильная. А не то, о чем вы могли подумать. О, начинается. Такой еще подарок славы, да. Сейчас отжиматься будут. Сейчас донатить начнем им сюда, короче, они будут отжиматься, танцевать там, ну вот это все. Что там еще делают? Сейчас сделаю вид, что я не смотрел стримов на Твиче, где донаты танцуют и отжимаются.
Coleman and Sumo being a hell of a headliner. You know when Coleman is the first player on the list, that it's going to be a spicy lineup.
А мы будем матч вот так смотреть. Короче, кто по эмоциям поймет, как матч проходит, пишите, пожалуйста.
He's recorded so many interview videos and such, but at the end of the day.
Все, следующее. Это была первая игра. Спасибо за просмотр. Выиграл Калимон. Теперь переходим к обсуждению. Отлично.
Has the fewest ladder games out of all 8 contestants and the highest win rate. He's got a 67.3% win rate.
Вот сейчас рассказывают про Калимона, в общем, ничего нового, все, что мы могли знать. О том, что это лучший игрок, ну, он в принципе, наверное, блин, Калимон лучший игрок, я так думаю, ну, мое мнение.
We are
Ой, а что
in the
это было?
game. We are actually seeing the players live choosing cards to mulligan and redraw. This is a really cool effect of the spectator mode. You can see
Это
the
нам
cards go in
показывает
and out.
спектейтор
This is
мод, вот этот,
awesome.
режим
We are officially
наблюдателя.
connected. Thanks for hanging in
Это
with us, my
соперники
friends.
сейчас
As the
мулиганятся, и
information
нам
comes in.
показан
Oh,
этот
the
процесс
Red
вот
Bull
так
R100
вот.
goes
Забавно,
out. I
забавно.
love this.
Короче, про
I
Калимона
love
сказали,
how we get to
что
see
по
this here.
итогам вот
So,
этих первых двух сезонов он лучше по винрейту, 67%.
We actually just need to let you know, my friends, that Sumo
Кто
is
пыльцы
the
получил?
top player
Молодец, Денис.
here, and
Поздравляю.
Koloman is the bottom player here. There's going to be a quick.
Супер, мне понравилась первая игра.
Okay, now the game
Это вот
perspective is
режим
actually fair.
наблюдателя, который в
What I
игру
said is not
обещают
true.
добавить
Now,
уже
but
давно.
now you're
Говорили
getting fired
на
on
прошлом
me.
стриме, что
Koloman
над ним уже
is-
почти
Koloman
работу
is,
заканчивают, его уже
however,
тестируют.
acting first
И
in
вот
this
нам его
game one,
показывают.
so he is not
В принципе,
really
такой должен
regret
будет быть
decision.
потом в
He is in
игре,
the
и
blue
можно
position
будет
and acting
смотреть.
first. That's the only thing we need to correct.
По идее,
As the
наверное.
Nausicaa charge
Ну только я не
trades
думаю,
with
что
the
будут
back
открыты
division,
вот
both
эти вот
engines leading off
деки
here. Nausicaa
в
started
самой
a pretty
игре,
good
когда ты
inclusion
будешь
when you are
у
running
своего
a
друга
shield
кого-то
list
смотреть,
specifically.
наверное, вот тут будет
And I do
закрыто
like that we
все.
actually end up getting to see
Скорее
the
всего.
Nilfgaard mirror we talked about earlier on.
Но в целом интересно, то есть мулиган был интересно сделан. У них проходил мулиган как обычно, а мы видели его именно так, что убирается дек, и я поначалу вообще не понял, что происходит. Я подумал, он ее играет, и она улетает в сброс из-за какого-нибудь бага очередного. Забавно.
Dropping in the easy soldier lock, you're getting another point off of the sergeant, and you're just shutting down the Magni division. Again, you are on blue coin here if you are Colamon, so you want to make sure that you don't want to fall too far behind, as the poison is easily deposited on that sergeant. So no real issue about worrying about that for later, because you always can follow it up with the other poison that you've got in deck. But as I mentioned earlier, McBee, I was very intrigued to see what the lockdown, how the lockdown would perform. And this is a matchup for the lockdown where on blue coin, sure, no problem. But if you are Sumo, you always have that Damien, and you do
Ну
have
вот,
the
Илон,
hand to protect it.
ты
So
хотел
you're
узнать,
not
как они
going
все
to
находят. Вот
shut
смотри
out
на
the
Калимона.
leader ability in this case because
Сейчас мы
Damien
откроем
will
этот секрет.
unlock it for you. So
Сейчас
it's
мы
not,
узнаем, как они
you know,
все находят.
completely wasted, completely you know, out of your reach to use. And there goes the crossbowman, again a great soldier piece, and that's going to drop 2 damage and go ahead and boost the sergeant as
О, а
the
чё они пропали?
genie is rubbed out of that lamp, and the final poison completes the
Блин, мне
package on
все-таки
that side.
интересно, это запись или
Yeah,
нет?
we're seeing a lot of bronzes get traded here, low commitments just to stay into this round, as now Colamon.
А Калимон не выделывается, с обычной рубашкой играет. А китаец, ну посмотрите.
That is always an option, I think, in any game.
А, он типа намекает, что, видите, я вложился в долю призовых, поэтому правильнее будет, если призовые заберу себе я.
What about that card back, Sumo? How did you get that? That was the Gwent Masters card back that never occurred. How did you get that card back?
That is a special card back.
Cool. It's probably for the Gwent Open. It's for the, you can.
Ну я так думаю, Калимон еще планирует сыграть
This
вот эту
feels like a
семерку.
good Swears, and you know, right on cue. That's a fantastic Swear, because it also comes in as the soldier goes ahead and gets the trigger on the crossbowman, and there's another crossbowman in hand again. So if we're talking about a little flipsy dipsy over here, okay. So
Нас поменяли местами.
all right, so everything is upside down.
Оно так и будет прыгать, типа, периодически?
We're back at it. So
Могли бы каким-нибудь переходом это типа оформить, а то просто что-то какой-то скачок, как будто моргнул.
This is how, of course, this is how the bracket does look.
Или надо было, знаете, так, типа, через 3, 2, 1 моргните. Так, моргаешь, оп, и все уже наоборот.
Making his decision on what to do next. Now, what I do like for Colomon's position.
Блин, ну вообще Калимон рискует отлететь в минус карту, если
for any sort of defender. He does have Yennefer's Invocation as well to remove anything else that might be in the way. So the options to deal with.
Хотя, не, ну просто я не думаю, я не знаю, насколько он вообще готов сыграть вот эти все карты.
Are there for Colamon as he's still going ahead and playing low provisions, big points. That Ardfane Tortoise comes down, and Damien now going for the squeeze here at the 5 cards. Now, this is important. Colamon needs to deal with removing this or concede the match here. Now, doing this, of course, it's a great pickup here. He can't do very much for it, but it's his only way of solving the problem with Damien.
Ну вот видите, поэтому я не Калимон.
Right, there's the pressure of either passing in that regard, if you're Colamon and you know.
Ну типа нет, но он забрал, конечно, 5 поинтов, но.
At that point, just stealing that card.
Ну, то есть это не 5 по факту. А подожди, а как он ее понятно. Это не 5 по факту, то есть он бы восстановил себе обилку, это 8 поинтов, плюс еще вот это 5 мог сохранить. Но просто я к тому, что теперь у Калимона эта карта мертвым грузом висит. Это будет просто 5. Еще Родрик может на нее, типа, мешать Родрику.
And I suppose you could say Morale might have been a good pickup as well. But honestly, that is probably the best target, like as far as just sheer removal that Coleman wants to take off.
С другой стороны, пасовать и соперник забирает раунд и получается с лидером теперь уже, да? Дальше идет. Это, блин, тоже стрёмно.
Coleman remains ahead, pushing deep here, now committing for the entire round. Very good lead here, forcing Sumo after this crossbowman.
Ты имеешь в виду обилку? Ну, нет, он хорош, он появляется, когда он появляется в ладере, сразу как только появляется какая-то очень сильная колода, которая, скажем так, в значительной мере привязана к обилке лидера. В каком-то смысле сундук, например, да, в прошлом сезоне. Хотя он, в принципе, мог и... Ну, сложно было вот с этим. Ну, вообще, в целом, да, я с тобой согласен. Главная проблема, что мало провизии.
This is the big red coin energy right here. Nothing to really protect. Nothing to I mean, he does have Royal Decree, so he's looking for... Let me just double check here. He is looking for something like Morale, perhaps, or Hefty Helga to protect on the back row. There is no skeleton to protect, which was the first thing I thought of when I saw the ranged Fion. But this is only getting ahead by a point, but just forcing Coleman, just saying, you must keep playing. You must keep playing. But when Coleman can play Albrecht and stay in this, also setting up the unit that's on top for Roderick, the option here, Coleman still has some good pushing power as well as
Я 2 раза попадался на липе, 1 раз выиграл, 1 раз проиграл.
Right, and worth noting, Coleman does have Lacerate in his deck, so it's possible.
И то второй раз я проиграл, потому что, кстати, против Мэгпая я попался. Но потому что это Мэгпай, ему, видимо, дико просто везет. Короче, мы вышли в 3-й раунд с ним, я с ним играл 2-й раунд. Мы вышли в 3-й раунд, у меня остался Липпи, но он мне не зашел в руку. Хотя карт было, по-моему, 6 или что-то такое. Но зато указ пришел, то есть все было нормально. Я с указа доставал бы Липпи, Липпи играл бы на, сколько там получается, на 15 поинтов, и я бы выиграл 3-й короткий раунд, я бы у него выиграл точно, потому что он отдал все во втором. Но этот чел первым ходом ставит, короче, Мэгпай карту у Нильфгарда, которая 5 силы, по-моему, 4 силы, которая меняет верхние карты у себя и оппонента из колоды. И верхние карты оказывается Липпи, и он забирает Липпи себе, а мне дает какую-то другую, тоже 4, и в итоге все, у меня просто указ на 4 или 5 играл. Из-за этого я проиграл. Ну вот, на равных картах я отлетел. Я не знаю, сколько это было правильно. Ну, блин, с другой стороны, да, все равно оставлять вот эту карту было сопернику, он забирает раунд и лидера получает. Скорее всего, это тоже поражение, да?
Draw. And now we are actually seeing the mulligans in real time again. If you're not used to seeing this, you can see what the opponents are choosing to keep and throw away in real time. I think this is really cool. The Damien's not going to do too much for Coleman.
Не, ну забавно выглядит Муллиган, карта как будто исчезает. Могла бы типа как-то... Ну хотя, с другой стороны, она же не замешивается, да? Она вначале где-то находится, непонятно.
Pay the toll into round 3, dropping the body on your way and off to round 3, and Coleman's in a little bit of a tight squeeze here. He does have Radia, he does have Triss Telekinesis. The Roderick's going to go ahead and find him a good option here. The Purify possibly. There is Razor Ramon, and he's got some soldiers to back him up there, but is that, you know, you're going to have to sort of look for something a little bit better than that.
So Coleman is in a pretty rough position. We talked earlier on, if you're locked down, sometimes you're just playing the worst.
Ну вот это, наверное, надо гонить. Солдата нет больше. Блин, жалко не посмотреть.
This is going to be a pure value situation in which Sumo arguably in round 1 when the pass occurred, he had a better hand to begin with. So we still have the mulligans occurring here. They fly in and out of the hands. A pikeman showing
Когда
up.
он на
Lots
1
of
или 2 поинта
interesting
шел пустой
bronzes in
дрессировщик
Super
зверя.
Real
А,
lists.
у меня было 2
Because
пустых
you do have to
дрессировщика.
go singleton.
Вот
And
в
it looks
этой
like
игре, где я
Coleman
рассказал, у
does
меня было
have
2
a couple
пустых
of engines
дрессировщика.
and decent
Хотя
units
они
for
бы
a
оба
bullet if
сыграли
he
на
does play on the
7,
melee
если
row
бы я
here.
разыграл Липпи.
In the long round, you don't mind having
Но
Triss
Липпи у меня
last
оказался
rate, and
верхним в
perhaps
колоде,
the
и он
turning
его
jest
забрал
might be
себе.
required
Все.
if the Royal Decree is used for Hefty Helga.
I think that's
А так у меня играл бы Липпи на 15 поинтов, дрессировщик получается на 7-1, на 7 другой.
In this case, I feel like that pikeman, if the opponent, if Sumo wants to go ahead and commit to the front row, that is, you know, something fairly, I don't want to say game-changing to a massive degree, but it might keep him in this if Sumo wants to go ahead and actually commit to that front row. But this is an issue now for Coleman because he has to play first, and as you can see, Sumo just go ahead and deleting that unit, deleting the Magni division, and now he's back on a proactive
Калимон,
play.
смотри, изучает деку
Potentially, but again,
соперник
Radia
сидит стопудово,
oftentimes
не?
is a play you want to have and find an answer for, perhaps by playing it on the
Ну,
range,
Радеев
having a myriad of
вперед,
options
что ли?
versus putting it in the
Нет,
front
решил
row
поставить.
with the lock. And
Ну хотя, не, ну китаец все равно бы вперед ничего не поставил, да? Он же знает, что у него
Sumo from
Пайкмен.
playing to the front row, but again, that could
Ну
actually come
единственное
back in
только вот
spades because if he
это...
goes ahead and stacks the back row, Triss can find that lacerate and get some extra value.
That is a good point, but of course you do have to play on melee right away.
А почему он сыграл его?
Poisoning, which looks like Sumo is not even interested in doing. He just wants to make sure that he has an engine on the board for his assimilate, which is
для ассимиляции, да,
not going to be it's not going to be proccing very much. I think we have a little bit of bribery, but.
Ну, в принципе, не, я просто к тому, что если вот он сыграет морала, есть ощущение, да? Но он вел, видимо, через указ, есть еще один яд в колоде, я так понимаю.
Assassinate, lead off. That just means that Coleman has to play proactively and continue to play
Зачем он
proactively.
поставил?
And here comes Razor.
Почему нельзя было на прошлый...
You started it now.
Просто чтобы сюда один поинт получить от Рамона?
He's the bad guy, I know.
Ну, может быть. Но теперь он ядом просто не убьет. Скорее всего. Ну и скорее всего, точно не убьет.
Because the armor is such a pain for Lacerate to get value, especially when you're just running out of cards like Coleman. Painted into a corner, perhaps.
Хотя, если типа вынудит...
Such a great target for Razor Ramon there to clone and start dropping those out because without.
Нет, почему? Все нормально. Калимон же отлетел типа на минус карту, да, то есть у китайца 2 последних хода. Он спокойно ставит морала предпоследней картой и все. Китайцы 2 последних хода. Нет, тут все. Тут все.
Again, there was no royal decree left for Sumo. That poison, he's just kind of banking by playing the cupbearer in the back row and putting all his eggs in Moral's basket to complete the poison. Coleman still has that purify, so that Moral, which has a deploy effective, give a poison, and an order effective, also poison a unit. He himself can go ahead and complete that 2 poison sequence, but with that, without a third poison to perhaps back it up, Coleman's purify might come into play here and maybe protect some very important units, but he hasn't really committed anything to tolerate that.
Well, the unfortunate story here is Sumo's double last say. Moral can be played, Coleman forced to pass. Moral can just trigger, I think. I think that it's almost a sure thing that Moral actually resolves right now. It's just the sequence of the other 3 cards is all Sumo has to think about. Coleman also has to have has the diviner to hold on to, but if the poison is never applied until after that play is made, looks like there's the diviner right there, trying to get it maybe a little bit of extra value from Triss's play and Radia's play, or Triss's play specifically.
О, прикольно нам показывает.
I think just going straight up points with the
all
crossbow.
bronzes. It's interesting. Bribery does roll lower against Shoop Radia lists, as Bribery does not look at duplicates. So that means that because it doesn't look at duplicates, it's going to be looking at every possible bronze and gold, as opposed to perhaps half the amount of bronzes. So you're less likely to roll a gold against Shoop Radia.
Брайбери получился на 5, 6,
And just take a look at
7,
that back
на
row
7
now,
сыграл.
Talking
На
about
8,
avoiding
на 8
pikeman
поинтов,
pings
да,
by
Брайбери
just staying into the range row
Но в целом.
opens you up to a potentially
Со всеми
devastating
дополнительными
lacerate. But
еще
with all that
прыжками.
armor, they've got they're well
сам по
equipped
себе.
to deal with that scratchy in the back row.
Ну, против Радея всегда сложно Брайбери сильно
Triss
принимать.
Scratchy,
Потому что нет повторок.
too. I was sitting on that one, and I was like, Triss Scratchy. All right,
По сути, из всех карт у нас
with all that
смотрит
armor in the back row,
по
it just
большому
makes
счету.
it so bad. Where you're probably going to get a scenario where Triss is probably going to go ahead and opt for something like Assassinate or Tourney Joust versus the Lacerate.
There, Coleman going for Radia, just finding the lamp and just taking that 13 points she's known for in some situations, and it looks like Triss coming down. The best you're going to get from her, I think, is 4.
И попало-то
an
оба раза сюда вообще. Не по броне.
On the cup bearer. But the Lacerate just gets 4. And I believe the Tourney Joust does not have a Helga to take advantage of here as well.
Yeah. Worth noting as well, both crossbowman pings hit the Radia, which kind of robs a little bit of poison.
Калиман, конечно, всегда думает очень долго. Реально. Казалось бы, сейчас, ну что тут думать-то уже? Все, кидаешь триз и смотришь, что там заролял.
By 2 cards, Coleman here is just not looking good, but the Triss Telekinesis does find the Scratchy, but the...
Gonna take the Assassinate on the Cupbearer, I imagine, for 5.
It's your only option. I mean, Coleman has the hope that with the Assassination for 5 plus the 6 body of Triss and the flip of the Jin...
Oh, he took the Assassinate. He took the Lacerate, I mean.
Well, you do get 4 value.
Well, it knocks the barrier
Ну,
off
тут дофига, он на 11 играет морал и на 6
Crossman wouldn't proc on a soldier. I mean, we see no soldiers, but he was trying to potentially reduce the value here, but...
2 поинта, да, он выигрывает, получается.
But that's all she wrote.
There's the poison, removing of 6 here. It ended up being quite close, actually.
And worth noting as well is that it had Coleman chosen the Assassinate and, executed it on the Cupbearer, that would have been only a 1-point victory because the Lacerate was worth 4 points and the Assassination on the edge of the map on the Cupbearer was worth 5.
Кстати, вот интересно, да? А ведь по сути, вот тут он выиграл на 2 поинта, и по-хорошему это примерно как раз те поинты, на которые у него сыграл вот этот виночерпий, который бафался, получается, сколько раз? С Брайбери, с Рамона.
So Coleman missed, I believe he missed Joachim in that match, and he did have Radia with a Diviner in hand, so it was possible that he could have played Radia into Curse Scroll for the Diviner to find something a bit better.
Все, да? 2 раза бафался? Да, по сути, вот эти 2 поинта, это и победа, по-хорошему. А так была бы ничья. Вот вам и киберкотлеты. А я бы держал этого виночерпия до последнего.
It was a fairly close game, but getting caught there on blue coin and then having to pay that 1 card tax on the open pass for Sumo's round 2, it really did just put Sumo in a position where Morale could just take out something and Yennefer's Vindication could take out something, and that's usually enough when you're getting large units like Tortoises and Radias on the board. It's usually going to be enough there.
Там, конечно, пару выстрелов, допустим, куда-нибудь арбалеты могли еще в броню попасть, например, но они не попадали в броню, поэтому это дало дополнительные поинты. Хотя, с другой стороны, то, что они в Радею попали, ничего не говорит, потому что Радея все равно умирала бы. То есть, по сути, это и было мимо. То, что в Радею попадало, это и было мимо. Ну да, по-хорошему, наверное...
I don't think that that's how it should be for this match.
Были какие-то такие попадания в броню?
I'm throwing that out there to the production team right now. I believe Coleman shouldn't have.
Подали Морал, Радею, Морал слабее. Ну да, это, собственно, то, о чем я и
This may be a remake. This may end up being a remake.
Там до этого я не помню, они куда-то еще попадали или нет, я так сейчас не вспомню. Блин, так странно этот муллиган смотрится, как будто уже начали реально играть и скидывают карты. Окей. А почему Калимон опять первым ходит?
I mean, it puts Coleman in,
Не понял. А почему Калимон
still going first here, right?
Yeah, so, all right, well, hey, we'll call the action. We'll call it as we see it, right? And as we see right now, this is the blood scent list from Sumo.
Короче, сейчас наши любимые комментаторы тоже заметили, что Калимон почему-то ходит опять вторым. Первым, они не знают почему. Они говорят, в общем, мы смотрим просто и смотрим, наслаждаемся моментом. Но судя по всему, я так думаю, то есть это в записи игры идут, и просто на монтаже где-то что-то там накосячили, вот и все. То есть по факту это, наверное, не вторая игра, это, наверное, уже 3-я игра, или же это, может быть, даже первая игра, а та была какая-нибудь 3-я. Короче, где-то, видимо, накосячили, потому что 2 раза подряд первым точно не должен ходить Калимон. По очереди играют. А, все, вот в чем дело. Все. Да, все. Ну, Лёш, не-не-не, все нормально. Все, там чел сдался, сейчас они заново, видимо. Ну, то есть они неправильно просто... Пригласил Калимон, видимо, а должен был пригласить тот.
It's a win for us for sure, I think. But I mean, you know what? You have to expect there to be a few hiccups in the first online Gwent Open tournament.
Сейчас они заново
There
начнут.
are a lot of moving parts.
Но интересно, если это запись, зачем нам это показали? То есть напрашивается вывод, что это все-таки не запись, все онлайн? Блин, как узнать-то?
No, that's a different story, right? You want to get the redemption. Taking a loss on blue coin. I mean, you might.
Как узнать-то?
You're never happy about losing, especially when the stakes are this high. But at the same time,
уже хорошо, что они сделали это контролировать. Да, ну Илон, кстати, она была. То есть это она была до этого. Такой, получается, период был. Я не знаю, то ли это был баг, то ли что. Вот пару сезонов назад, когда это поменяли опять, или в прошлом сезоне, когда это сделали. До этого она была контролируемой, то есть так и было. Кто приглашает, первым уходит. Потом что-то случилось, то ли они это убрали, то ли это был какой-то баг. Я не знаю, в чем проблема. Но там люди начали жаловаться, зачем типа так. И они опять это вернули, то ли исправили, я не знаю, что там было, но факт в том, что это было раньше. Не, ну это абсолютно правильно, да, так и должно быть, по идее.
Scenario to look at, you know, right in the eye if you're Colamon. But redemption is what Colamon's looking for now. He is going to have the option of red coin. Looking at the option, sorry, the deck list that he's going to be bringing, I'm assuming that is what they're going to be bringing in. You know, monsters.
Чувство, что это все-таки не запись, потому что.
Those are still locked in as we see right now. Yeah,
Блин, я не понимаю.
This is what we want to see right now, and it is.
Вот, теперь правильно все.
Versus Skellige here. And we're here. We're in it.
Я помню, что спайринг турнире, да, так было, я и говорил, что была такая фигня. Не помню, как долго это было, но точно до этого так не было. То есть то, что кто пригласил первым ходит, уже была такая штука. О, проактивного хода никакого нет, приходится ставить. А что он мог поставить? Ну, по идее, да, ничего не мог поставить. Защитника отдавать сейчас глупо, да? Паразита кидать сюда. Ну, типа, да. Ну, он теряет 2 поинта здесь.
Yeah, I mean,
а это кто будет? А это кто-то, кто в спектатор моде, да, смотрит, я так понимаю?
You don't want to make sure that your opponent is getting more out of the game than you specifically, especially now when you're on the red coin, you do have that option to push ahead when you need to. But yeah, a proactive play here that at least increases the bonded ability. As Skellige starts off with the most popular opening play right now, Skellige has seen so much power from the ships these days.
Никар придет своими мальчиками? Ну, значит,
standard longship as well as Wild Boar of the Sea.
Connection lost.
And we are still in this game, my friends. But yeah, Wild Boar of the Sea and longship, just a whole naval game from Skellige stepped up in the last little bit.
По идее, надежнее, да.
Sinks that ship.
Потому что онлайн может затянуться реально так надолго. Если они и в записи показывают, блин, уже сколько времени прошло? Уже больше часа прошло, а мы, по сути, только одну игру посмотрели. Не одну пару даже, одну игру. И это в записи. Так. По-моему, это будет легкая игра для Калимона.
That you know.
А что интересно в правилах?
On the lists coming from the
там молится
from the blood scent list. No,
всем своим богам.
There's one drowner, but not in hand. Okay, so he is rocking a drowner.
I do like the inclusion of the one drowner.
Мне вот интересно, что в правилах по поводу такого разрыва соединений.
Movement card that has seen.
Наверное, поражение.
You know, it seems so much play over the history of Gwent.
По-любому это должно было как-то
говориться. get that 4 points of bleed here on the Savage Bear as the game is starting to smoothly continue. Coleman looking to get the raiding fleet out, develop that light longship, and create a situation where there is no way he will lose this with Wild Boar of the Sea, potentially, if he's able to just make sure that the board is coated with red.
That's right. He's painting the town red in this case. Everyone's just there's blood on the ground. It's a crazy, disgusting kind of.
Да, так за его эмоциями прикольно смотреть, когда опять появляется эта штука. Потому что каждый раз написана проблема в оппоненте, то есть вот в этом человеке. Поражение будет внутри.
Hey, don't walk out the door, Flake. We don't walk outdoors these days.
No, we do not. You are correct. I look out the window and decide to confidently go back inside my apartment. Adastrigger comes in, deletes the boat in the back row with the dominance effect. Again, dominance being that if you have the biggest boy in the yard, you're going to get the benefit of the dominance effect. And in this case, Adastrigger damage a unit by 4. So going ahead and just deleting the boat in the back row and a nice 9-point lead. Both bleeding effects on either side are essentially canceling each other out at this point. But worth noting again that Skellige likes it when the opponent's in the red.
Now, I just wanted to say that if you have come and gone from Gwent over time, you may have missed the dominance changes and reversions. Adastrigger does count herself when hitting the board, as all dominance units currently do, as they were earlier at the beginning of the homecoming match. So, Ada can take care of her dominance.
А тут еще проблема для китайцев, что Колемон это тот игрок, который будет всегда до фитиля играть. Вообще всегда. Вот вы видели даже по прошлому матчу, что у него одна карта в руке осталась. И он все равно играет до фитиля. Хотя там кидает риск, казалось бы, и типа смотри, что выпадет. Нифига, он чуть ли не на фитиле только кинул этот риск. И только тогда начал потом изучать еще, что ему выбрать. То есть он никогда не кипишует, всегда будет ждать до фитиля. Подумает, наверное, 5 раз. Но это, с одной стороны, это, конечно, хорошо. Это качество ему помогает явно. Но для китайца проблема в том, что чем дольше они играют этот матч, тем больше вероятность, что будет разрыв соединения. Если такая фигня уже пошла, она будет периодически появляться, и рано или поздно это может привести к разрыву соединения. Просто по опыту говорю.
Later on in the game.
5 раз подумать, трис или трис, да. Так и потом тоже, блин, у него выпало трис, там на куски и 2 точечных урона на 4 у него было, блин. Ну, на 5, ладно, убийство там было на 5 в этого. Опа! Все, разрыв соединения.
Now, the unfortunate, the beautiful thing about lands is that this would not happen, right? So we will have to see how we proceed in this situation, as this would be a first. The technical difficulties are completely understandable, given that this is the first online Gwent Open. We are operating around the world, very literally, and connecting a lot of moving parts that go around the world. So there are going to be some hiccups, and we just had a few of them just now. So we're going to have to ask for a little bit of patience from the audience as we stabilize and get back into the Gwent Open action this weekend.
But get this, again, there are Twitch drops going on, right? And
oh yeah, you're still getting them.
Они толком не ответили на вопрос, то есть это... В общем-то, они даже и не задавались этим вопросом. Я так понимаю, это все, победа считается Колемон или что? Ну, они типа в целом говорили о том, что вот, ну, на LAN-турнире такого не произойдет. Типа, ну, понятно, что на LAN-турнире такого не произойдет.
Just so you know, guys, I just want to put this out here. This could have just been a spectator mode disconnect. So we will just give you an update in a second. This game may actually still be occurring. So this is, we are just in a moment of, yeah, we're just waiting for
Schrodinger's.
Что-то я не понял. То есть они сейчас делают вид прям активно, что это... Подожди, а может они тоже в записи? Я что-то не понимаю.
So that is good news in that the players don't have to go through with a remake or even know that there is an issue. In fact, all of the connection issues that we saw earlier the players may not have been accepted, may not have been affected as well. So we are just waiting for word on production to see when we can
Короче говоря,
and follow up with Sumo and Coleman.
Короче говоря, они сейчас говорили, что сейчас мы узнаем, мы ждем типа ответа от CDPR. Возможно, это был разрыв соединения именно режима наблюдателя. То есть не у игроков какая-то проблема, а именно режим наблюдателя вылетел. Возможно, говорит, игроки сейчас типа, говорит, продолжают играть, и мы еще к ним вернемся. Сейчас, в общем, ждем ответа, что как.
Yes, and don't forget to participate in Flake Apartment Trivia.
То есть, ну, блин, я не понимаю. Ну, реально, они ведут себя так, что это онлайн. То есть, вот все их обсуждения, все вот эти паузы, они ждут какого-то ответа. То есть, либо они изображают, тут вариантов несколько, либо они изображают онлайн, видео идет в записи, либо они сами вообще тоже в записи, актеры, которых нет Оскара, да, либо они сами тоже по себе вообще в записи, и просто, когда матчи проходили, они наблюдали за ними онлайн через режим наблюдателя, и поэтому они так... Потому что, кстати, по-моему, они ни разу еще не реагировали на чат. Или было такое, никто не помнит. То есть, по-моему, на чат они еще ни разу никак не реагировали. Может быть, реально они сами в записи?
Trigger that kind of value train going on over the damage and hits. So I think Wang
between the two lists, I think besides the discard package from Sumo, Coleman opting to not go for the great swords, but instead grab stuff like the more of a deeper ship package with druids and such.
Right. So I believe they're getting things rolling, if I'm not mistaken.
I think we're waiting for the. We're going to be waiting for the match result. Unfortunately, there is an issue with Spectator, and we can't even give you Gwent radio because we cannot see the game either. But we can make some
Короче, да. Они говорят, проблема режима наблюдателя. Мы сейчас будем ждать просто результат матча и уже скажем вам результат матча. Мы не можем подсоединиться обратно, потому что проблема именно с режимом наблюдателя.
Specifically, if he
Короче,
uses leader to bring those back for the winning play, that means that his Geddoneth could have been countered with Bombheaver. So I think that ultimately with Sumo, I mean, there's just so many variables, right? It's hard to say.
Right.
I think that in this matchup with Morkvark Heart of Terror specifically being here, it's probably favored that if Coleman wins round one, he should be able to take the match, but it's just a prediction here. I'm not really sure about the matchup. The Bloodscent list I haven't really played a lot of myself.
Well, Bloodscent exactly is something that I don't really have many reps with. I've played Bloodscent. I've watched a lot of Bloodscent. I've played against a lot of Bloodscent.
Тут в чате пишет человек, что можете, в принципе, вырубить стрим и сказать нам результаты завтра вечером.
Represents just a really big 3 turns that can really just snowball for you in great ways. Again, but if you're Coleman, you want to also make sure that your Morkvarg is in a well-placed position to go ahead and just delete that Osril. I mean, Osril's greatest enemy is Morkvarg most of the time. It's just such a clean kill. You know, your Morkvarg might come down as a 14-point card, but 13 of those points comes in the form of a boost, and Morkvarg dealing damage until it's essentially just eviscerated off the board.
Рекомендуют им, короче, пусть игроки отправляют свои ходы по СМС.
Sumo would be very protective of that.
Они нам пусть зачитывают.
If you're Coleman, you might know that, and you might be looking to actually push those cards out so that you have those response cards, preserving last say. I think Coleman in that case was very, very tuned up to really win that round 1 on even, and he had the Scorpion, the Giga Scorpion decoction that could have easily answered the Egern. You know, he had ways to just get rid of cards that were going to be potential threats. So I think that at that point, if you're Coleman, you want to really press that round 1.
Господи, люди, ну вот меня поражает вот просто, почему русских банят периодически, я не знаю, вы замечаете, ли попадает или нет. Ну, неужели так сложно опустить вниз и прочитать правила чата? Вот, типа, пожалуйста, пишите на английском. Все, просто есть правила чата. Причем здесь, я не знаю, тайное секретное мировое правительство. Китаец ты, француз, русский, белорус или из Афганистана, пиши на английском просто и все. Не можешь писать, не пиши.
to Poland as
Типичные
well
русские, да,
with the
да,
spectator mode,
да.
but we are making sure that the competitive integrity is upheld in every way here, and we're making sure that we are giving you and giving the players the
Либо
best
просто
chance
создай
to
свой
play
чат с
with the best
блэкджеком,
environment
шлюхами и
possible.
русским языком.
So hopefully
И
these technical
наслаждайся.
difficulties do not shake them too much. We want them to be as focused and ready as they would be in any other tournament. So we are just waiting for an update at the moment. Thanks again for your patience and joining us for the Gwent Open talk show and quarterfinals super show. Look, it's even better and bigger than you ever thought.
Super show, exactly. When you put super in front of everything, it just makes it so much better. They
knew what they were doing.
Yeah, they knew exactly what
Они сейчас про какое-то супершоу и говорят, вообще, если к любому слову добавить супер, то делает это что-то более интересным и привлекательным.
Again, Twitch drops are happening. Hashtag Gwent Open.
Кстати, а мне ничего не падало? Это вообще, типа, должно сообщение, да, прийти, правильно?
I don't want to say too much,
по-моему.
because we may know a little bit about it, but it is also worth noting that if you're still plugged into this, you gotta stick around because we are going to be dropping.
Где ты видел русского, который читает правила? Ну, не, ну они есть.
We're going to be having Jaggers and Panda cast the second match. You're going to get to catch up with them as well.
Супершоу у нас на глазах, да, точно слабо. Вот смотри, а ведь правда, он добавил слово к этому шоу супер, да? Он добавил супер, и мы ведь почти даже сразу перестали замечать все проблемы. И вроде кажется, даже ничего такое шоу. А вот если бы сказал просто шоу, мы бы его заплевали.
Situation that they were doing. I think yeah, I usually love to open up with live from the Gwent Tavern in Warsaw, Poland at the CD Projekt Red Studios, but I didn't even think about that opening this time. So
chair quality so much better at home.
Well, this is some inside baseball. Only people.
Вот сейчас даже вот еще так задумался над этим акцентом, что ты видел русского, который читает правила. А ведь правда, вот так вот пробежаться, вы не видите китайских символов, каких-то иероглифов, вы не видите французского языка, немецкого языка, я не знаю, польского языка. Вы видите только английский. Но почему-то вот именно русские начинают писать на русском и переживают по этому поводу, что им запрещают, что их угнетают как русских, хотя никаких других языков, кроме английского, в этом чате не видите.
Keeps us, you know, in the game, but it's all good. They treat us like, yeah, they treat us really, really well over there. But now we're at home.
Still recycled bicycle seats, but it is home, right? In a lot of ways, it's our second home. So
it is. I mean, I'm very, very upset that I mean, I'm disappointed that we couldn't get to go, all things considered. But we will be back at some point.
Sure.
And it's gonna happen. And like we said, we're waiting for that match to resolve. There are some technical issues, I believe, with some of the connections. Like Dane said,
да, ждем просто результат.
You know, all around the world, and all this, it's going to space, ladies and gentlemen. It's got to go to
Блин,
space.
как узнать-то? Я не знаю, может быть на сайте CDPR что-то написано по этому поводу, типа онлайн, а не онлайн.
We're getting it done, but you get to see our homes, which is fantastic. And, this is my little isolation chamber. This is where I've been, you know, waiting out the zombie apocalypse. But we're doing good, and I mean, I'm feeling good, and that's what matters.
Speaking of space and things going to space, I watched the.
Короче, я понял. Нам надо узнать, точно ли он из Канады. Если он из Монреаля, сколько времени сейчас в Монреале? И вообще вот это вот у него вот эта вот улица там или что? Или другая комната? Будем заниматься расследованием. Пойдем по следам, по запаху, как Ведьмак.
So I just want to let people know this right here, this poster right here. This is the artwork of Todd McFarlane. If anyone wants to know, very, very important figure in Spider-Man history. He made his debut in Amazing Spider-Man.
Нам продолжает про свои постеры рассказывать.
I know him mostly for image stuff.
Well, he did like the, he does
вроде бы флагом Канады? Нет, ну вот, у него Монреаль Канадианс. Вот висит флаг, это хоккейная команда. Это хоккейная команда в Монреале. 11:25 Монреаль, утра, да?
Like exaggerated articulation and put such detail in the webbing where it was it's such a different story. He took Spider-Man and took him to a dark
Ну,
place.
блин,
Really,
ну, тогда, в принципе, может быть у него так за окном, окей, ладно.
Is that the correct word?
Да,
Sort of made him more spider-like in terms of it.
В общем,
So that's a poster of
план А провалился, здесь мы не узнали. То есть это может быть и сейчас, а может быть и запись когда-то, когда шла. Непонятно. А может быть, их тоже, типа, держат в неведении? Им говорят, что все онлайн, а на самом деле им запись подсовывают. Да? И прям такие продуманные ходы у проектов, то есть показать запись того, как Калимон с, уж простите, буду его китайцем называть, я не забываю сегодня, как его зовут, с китайцем неправильно начали матч, то есть не тот ходит первым. Они буквально 15 секунд потупили и выключили его, да? Показали запись вот этого... Ну, блин, ну это все странно выглядит. Типа, если это все записи, нафига это все показывать? Ты просто увеличиваешь время стрима, время вообще этого турнира, вот реально уже на каких-то 40 минут. Моргните, если вы ничего не понимаете, да. Сумо? Разве? Там был какой-то Янг, что-то такое. А, ник у него Сумо, ну понял. Ник не знаю, ник у него иероглифами, поэтому без понятия. Наверное, Сумо. Я помню, что что-то такое было, да, Сумо. Да, Сумо, кажется, да. Заговор, да, заговор. Судя по всему.
So I think we're just getting confirmation about what is occurring. I can't really confirm anything yet, so I don't want
a mystery over here. I can't wait to find out who did it. What exactly? What is the truth? What is the nature of this game? It is the ghost game at the moment. Did it get played at all?
Okay, so
it is 1-1. Coleman did end up taking this game. Unfortunately, we did not get to see that game. You got to hang out with us.
1-1. Все, Калимон выиграл 1-1.
Yeah, okay, so now we have everything. Let's get us up to speed. We're going to get everything back on track here, smooth it out here. Coleman takes the win with Skellige second win after the Squaretel ban, and Sumo had beaten Coleman's lockdown with Imperial formation, and we are going to go into game 3 here.
Так, а у меня, подождите,
они с какой стороны? From the beginning, and hopefully everything is smooth from here on, and the players are going to get started up one more time. Well,
нифига, такая задержка большая.
There's many more games to go.
Many more, but this is the pivotal one. This is game 3. This is where you start to get the chokehold on the series. So I'm very, very intrigued, very excited for what is about to occur. Again, excuse me, we don't know what happened. We didn't get to visually see it, but in our mind's eye, we knew that it was fireworks and you know and rainbows and just.
Ну, короче, он сейчас говорит, мы не видели игру, но она была наверняка потрясающая. Там радуга, единороги и прочее.
You know, all important game 3. Now, Dane, you probably have heard this a million times in sports where they're like, this is a must-win situation. Now, it's not must-win until you're actually, you know, against the wall here, and a loss means that you're out of the tournament. But when it comes down to it, I mean, you don't want to go down 2-1 and then be, you know, at the.
Ну, сейчас он, да, обсуждает в том смысле, что это очень важный матч при счете 1-1, потому что... Типа, ну, человек, который 2-1 счет, уже все. То есть ты, по сути, получаешь, что называется в теннисе матчбол, да, по большому счету. Еще одна победа и все. Поэтому при счете 2-1 уже очень становится сложно дальше играть. Большое давление получается. Тем более, когда призовые 30 тысяч баксов.
The game that we didn't see was fantastic and amazing. You don't want to say so. No, you want to say it was a very pedestrian game, and you were better off hanging out with us, is what I want to say.
That's correct. Yes.
Я так понял, вот это в начале, что было по 2900 на каждого расписано. Это то, что они все получили сразу за четвертьфинал?
It was just all players just discarded cards until Coleman had last say and played a 3-point bronze, and that was it. Not important. Swipe left on that game. Not important at all. What's really awesome is what we're about to see, which we're
going to see swipe left perhaps and take a huge series, perhaps one way or another.
Lacerate swipes right though, doesn't it?
Точно. Они, кстати, наверняка CD-проджекты и распространили коронавирус на всю планету, чтобы вот это все провернуть. Вот оно что.
Is Milaiki, and which way?
А помогал им Билл Гейтс.
Milaiki is right, and
so Triss,
which is also Triss Scratchy. So Triss
Scratchy
is swipe righty.
She likes everybody. She has low standards. She's like,
oh wow,
everybody swipe right.
She's just keeping her options open, man. Sometimes you just like you see the guy on the bus, like he's just there like this. He's not even looking at his phone. He's just like this, and it's like, come on, man, like just have like a little ounce of integrity on that one. Just at least look at their names. Anyways, so yeah, Twitch strategy.
Хитрые лица. Так на их хитрые лица бессмысленно смотреть. Это же не люди, это программы.
I'm glad that we've sorted that one out. We have been live for approximately an hour and a half.
Кто это у него тут сзади сидит вот здесь вот в короне?
We know about what's on my wall. We know about what's on.
Лап, что ли?
I think we're actually getting ready.
Кто это там?
Before we get into another
О,
piece of
с
hot
бочкой,
trivia, we might
типа
be about
лап,
to start
да?
into game 3 here. So
О, Катан у него
let's
есть. Кстати, прикольная игра
get set up
настольная.
here. I think
Кто не
that
играл, рекомендую.
knowing what we know, knowing Colomon once again is going
Колонизатор
first, I
это
think that we're going
называется
to be
в
seeing
русской
Uprising
локализации.
personally, and Sumo is going to maybe want to get another chance with Blood Scent being able to knock off the boosts. So that would probably be an interesting matchup. The green numbers versus the red numbers in that situation. So that could be the game we are about to load into.
I think that Blood Scent can handle its own on Blue Coin. I don't think it'll get bullied out around, especially when you have big plays like Goliath. You have big plays
у него там еще и дополнение к нему, кстати,
potentially
вон.
something like
Или это, по-моему, две коробки
you
так
have the
и
Karathi
говоришь.
Heatwave in case you want to sort of get out of
Я
the
знаю, что
jam.
точно к Катану было какое-то дополнение, типа какой-то. Еще один остров там какой-то.
I mean, when you're on Blue Coin, there you got to make a choice of what
deck you want to play. I think
that if you are Sumo, in this case, you might just go take another swing at it with Blood Scent in this case. But if you're Colomon, I mean, what are you looking at? Uprising on red seems pretty strong.
It would be blue, and I think yes. I think that he would be taking Northern Realms here, as he would need to get a win with this, and then need to come back to lockdown. So, where does he think that the lockdown is going to be more important? And I think that, in general, like playing lockdown on red though is not.
Вообще странно, типа, если было соединение режима наблюдателя, то есть по сути отсоединился человек, который наблюдал за игрой. Почему написали поражение, победу синего, типа вот это все фигня? Так и должно было произойти? Странно.
One
То
thing
есть
that
там прям
Monsters
появился
is,
такой этот
well equipped for is just kind of making big plays that don't necessarily require a lot of setup, right?
Что-то они договаривают.
Eager, and obviously we mentioned those, but even things like Katakan, which is just it's such a nice spread of points. You've got the 6 points and the 2-point body. You've got the Thrive ability. You've got and great point recovery.
Так у него еще как раз так прям удобненько стена здесь. Или это, кстати, дверь вроде бы.
And the beast as well, but we are ready to go finally. We're going to make this happen over here, and as we say, there it is, Blue Coin coming through for Colomon. He's back on Blue Coin, and there's the mulligan. First off is goodbye to the Bomb Heaver, and we're going to see Blood Scent again. Blood Scent now on red, and you've got some pretty solid cards there. Again, double Plumard, you have the Larvae, and I am such a fan of Larvae. I think it's one of the best bronzes that Monsters has.
You know, a lot of people would agree with you. I think Larva has one of, you know, the stat line, like
новая картишка какая-то. А что это делает вообще, я даже не помню. Урон хоть наносит, что он делает?
Just, yeah, it stands
Откуда
very tall.
Тейлбот решает? Блин, ну как-то не очень он решает. Демаркейшн соперник. Тейлбот, ну честно, пару Тейлбот Демаркейшн я легко прям вижу в финале. Ну, вернее, видел бы. Понятно, что уже этого не получится, но в принципе. То есть как финал, если легко могу такой себе представить. Мне, кстати, интересно, Демаркейшн будет играть с телефона или нет? Потому что он вообще всегда играет с телефона. И Квал он играл с телефона, а здесь он как будет, то есть, ну, как будет выглядеть его вебка, типа. Будет забавно, если он будет валяться в кровати, вот так вот телефон будет
Что-то в этом духе. Can come into play. It's a 5-point body, and the larvae are going to be established here as well. Again, those, like you mentioned, they're going to clone each other. You got 2 of them, and that 2 armor makes it feel real bad to just do damage to it. But when left to their own devices, those larvae can get real out of control. Such a phenomenal bronze card for any faction, frankly, and monsters are the ones who get to benefit.
Карты? Не, арты прикольные. Арты в Гвенте мне нравятся, да.
That is absolutely true. Yeah, we're just going. I'm just having a difficulty with my feed here. I'm back.
Ну и то, что они все больше и больше анимации для эффектов добавляют, это все хорошо. В целом, ну, визуальную картинку улучшает. Это прикольно, когда много всяких мелочей происходит, это интересно.
Makes it very hard to just get that perfect hit on both, let alone just one before they
Может, у него
grow
какие-то
into a
спортивные
range
кресла
that makes them
навороченные, как на тех на
naturally
выставках показывают. Да, и специальный стол такой, но при этом играет с телефона, да. Это было забавно.
Look at this. Look at this. Coleman grabbing a highwayman for the
вот
for a
он что
nice
делает.
little trade for one half of the larva and the Caraballista, keeping the dominance low.
Кстати, интересно, эту карту можно положить. Сейчас, в принципе, с броней юнитов.
And
Vladimir,
Caraballista shaving down the top there for the Adastriga does get rid of the dominance effect that's ambient on the board right now, but it also potentially sets up a first strike with the Falibor as a 3-point body. And but that Egern right now is representing 7 points of armor, which is not going to be easy to get rid of. Now, what you can do in this case is you could potentially just go ahead and drop the Alzur's Thunder to bring down the armor down to 2, and then follow it up with a Falibor 3 and then 2 to complete the package on the Egern. But in this case, doing it in the opposite way, the Falibor is going to come down first, get rid of the Adastriga, deal 2 damage to the Egern now, and it opens it up to an easy delete with the Alzur's Thunder.
Я так понимаю,
enter the Thunderdome for sure as the beast comes down to start growing. A number of engines here to worry about. Just want to give you an update in match 2. We're not able to spectate after a certain amount of time. The connection ultimately was dropped from Sumo's end, and unfortunately this did cost Sumo the game in once the spectation dropped. It happened a little later, so we had to go to the third match. It is 1-1 at this moment, as we are in the
Нет,
third
мы говорили,
match.
Оксана, мы говорили про Demarcation, который еще потом будет.
It looks like everything is stable this time. No connection issues as Sumo decides
Еще
how much further he wants to
через
go
пару они,
in.
получается.
On the red side, it's probably going to be for a little bit.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, you have cards that you can commit here that are not really.
He's holding on to some small cards though. Those he's got 3 4-point bronzes in his hand.
Which is fine. I mean, that's not the worst case scenario. You do have that beast, but the problem now is that the beast is.
Сколько он знаков накладывает?
There's nothing else bigger than it on the board unless
you
want to use something like Parasite proactively to boost your Catacan.
Сейчас забыл Игни, я так понимаю, когда он сюда обилку лидера дал.
This is a matter where Coleman's got to decide: do you want to get rid of the
Вообще, я так понимаю, это рандомно с ним выбирается.
Not optimal and Senseus? Do you want to go ahead and
из нескольких вариантов,
perhaps
это
use something
анимация
else like Blood Baron on it late game to just escape? But one of the things that's worth noting is that Radia, when placed on the melee row, will provide an option, the engineering, which is going to be 3 boost and a shield, which pairs up so brilliantly with Anseus, which is probably going to factor into a round 3 combination. As you can see there, basically the Prince Anseus will duel an enemy when boosted, when he's inspired. Inspired meaning when he's in the green, when he is boosted above his base strength. And Radia on the melee row provides that engineering solution to give him that boost necessary. So nice 1-2 punch there. And I mean, a Plumard hitting not a big commitment, but it does put pressure on the round. And
I mean, he can just stay in this now with the crappy cards, right? He can just stay in this with the crappy cards. So this is what Sumo actually is looking for. And there's Radia, there's the commitment. There's the commitment.
Блин, ему теперь хватает китайцев просто вот этого, да,
will lose
получается.
a ton of points this round.
4.
But it's a big piece of the combo. He may be happy just seeing this Coleman don't go down a card, but if he gives him the round with Uprising, very dangerous.
Такой размен,
great card by himself.
Радея
is in
на
hand.
бронзу, это...
A long round is more interesting for Sumo because he's going to have a harder time
о чем он думает?
stopping
Он
the
просто
boost.
изображает
But
Филимона,
also in
я кидал вот
Coleman's
это и все.
because he would have a longer
Типа
round.
4 кровотека, они уже не успеют
This is
на
really
катушку
going to
сыграть,
be
но
point
хотя
for
бы на 3
point,
сыграют.
status for status matchup as Sumo decides if he's going to continue here. He
Типа она
can
все
stay
особо...
within it with the Wild Hunt Warrior by 1 point due to the bleed, and it looks like that is going to be the decision whether to stay in at all.
Well, what's interesting here is that the cards that Sumo's committing here, basically sometimes in these scenarios when you have the safe play, you're basically looking to
наверное, потому что у него пока еще был самый сильный юнит, да? То есть дальше он терял бы здесь value из-за того, что у него умирает вот эта восьмерка. Ну, наверное, тогда да. Блин, какие они все киберкотлеты. Типа он понимал, что ему убьют вот эту восьмерку после рады принцессы. Но с другой стороны, все равно ты понимаешь, что ты не заберешь этот раунд, как только он убивает эту восьмерку, и по факту было все равно скидывать, что.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's great that he still has Baron. That is
Но на пустой стол вот это играет сильнее, чем то, да, в крайнем случае. Все пытаюсь понять ход его мыслей.
And a Strenger as well.
Если
With
приятные
the
песни, он
Trident Infantry and the Visigourd. Oh, he's gonna throw the Trident.
Ну, Климон, да, он всегда такой какой-то, типа, внешне спокойный.
This might just be a pass for the last say. The reset.
Ну, о чем он и говорил в начале, перед матчем. Кровотеки по Дриану? А, ну да. Не, ну видишь, он пустой стол в итоге отдает. Но в целом, да, наверное, на кровотеке. А, ну и плюс это вампир, то есть это еще даст один дополнительный кровотек. Это ж вампир? По-моему, вампир, да? Дополнительный кровотек еще даст самой реально, который она бросает.
Again, we don't want to revive the nightmares of the silver spies of old, but you can't really do that anymore. You just got to go ahead and drop it in and get that dry pass, get that card, get that guaranteed last say, which you're going to have. And again, just tossing out and optimizing your hand in this case and making sure that you have what you need as the Drowner bites it in favor of Bruxa.
Жалко, что не видно количество мулиганов сделанных и сколько осталось. То есть я вот сейчас не понимаю, Климон уже все мулиганы сделал или нет еще? Или он думает? Что, блин?
And you do have the siege tower as well, which just comes in already in the green with the vitality boost.
Вы просто немного тугодумчики, не сразу понятно. Не, ну почему сразу тугодумчики, Илон? Не надо так прям это.
Dragon Larva coming out here. Yeah, you will have some bleeds to clear. That's for sure. We see the armored Ericus. Being able to apply a huge stack of bleed on Baron, Visigourd,
абсолютно однозначно то, что все его ходы и мысли будут правильные, а наши однозначно неправильные. Он тоже может ошибиться где-то. Он подумал в одном ключе, мы в другом. В итоге, может быть, наш путь был верным и правильным. А так, просто интересно пытаться понять его именно ход мыслей, что он хотел и хочет с этим сделать.
Yeah, this is not looking too pretty if you're Colomon, because you're just looking at you're looking down the barrel of a lot of answers there with that. I believe that if you are Sumo, you're kind of hanging on to the Parasite, waiting for Anna to hit the board. Or even, I mean, if Constable Odo hits the board, that's a juicy target.
Ну, наверное, надо ставить Ода уже.
Not necessarily bite or catch a boost.
Ну, я бы ставил Ода куда-то. Ну, тут все равно, по идее, наверное, справа слева. Ты можно на кровотек оставить. Я не знаю, что у него в колоде, правда, сказано. Это бессмысленно, это пока бессмысленно. Можно... Я бы, типа, на этот ход Ода, на следующую Аню между двух карт, наверное, делал бы так.
Live in the green dream. That's for sure. As Anna finally comes down here, Anna's ability does work on the rightmost target when she is not boosted, but then you get her boosted.
Типа, чтобы он отдал сюда вот этот паразит и подсохранить Ода, или что?
So that's gonna between that and Reynard, it's going to or was
going
to greatly contribute to the boosting. But
вытаскивать из него паразиты, да? То есть теперь можно спокойно ставить Ода. Но опять же, он мог поставить Ода и просто забафать его на один.
For Anna or placing Anna at all.
Worth noting as well is that Reynard could hit the board and you know, Sumo doesn't have that Karathi.
Потому что Гельс китаец не играет, насколько я помню. Даже если паразит бы сюда кидал, он бы стоял единичкой и типа он бы дальше жил.
And again, Odo's ability is he boosts his adjacent units by 1, but whenever another unit is played, boost that unit by 1. And there's the follow-up that we're talking about, is that Mata needs to now go ahead and find.
Можно было поставить Ода, лидера дать туда, потом поставить Аню на 5.
Than the Odo, because other threats, you know, are essentially deploy threats. Things like that have a formation ability, like Baron like Visigurd. So Karafi Heatwave needs to get rid of a passive, and the best passive that you're going to be getting rid of right now would be that Reynard.
Что в колоде-то интересно?
That match is a real lottery for Coleman. He has something like 12 different 4-point cards, so he really could have just picked up absolutely any card there from Mata. So I find that just to be interesting. Must keep the matchup fresh, for sure.
Ну, он сейчас говорит о том, что Сумо сложно предположить, что он с Матной вообще мог дать Калимону, потому что по факту у Калимона в колоде, ну, и на Родее в принципе, у Калимона в частности 12 карт, которые стоят 4 провизии. То есть любую из них могла Матна забрать.
But playing slow here when you have last say is important. You don't want to give too much. As here come the bleeds. This is probably the Orianna setup. There's Our Lady.
Yeah, that's a decent way to do it as well. Not as many vampires on the board, but, you know, it gets the job done nonetheless. It also triggers the thrives on 3 other units. So Orianna is coming in, punching above her
Ну,
weight,
наверное,
just
надо
right out of
сейчас
the gate, creating the threat there, and dropping 3 bleeds, no big
Или
deal.
он будет держать
And
его
here's the
для
issue as well.
Королевы
I mean,
ночью.
you're hanging on to the Karafi Heatwave. The Odo is going to get another turn worth of value, but Coleman plays Shoot in his Uprising list. That's a big factor that he didn't get to play in this matchup. So, and it's not retrievable by the Royal Decree. So a massive piece of the puzzle is going to be still...
У Калимона еще лавки есть, кстати, да, вот сейчас сказал об этом, я и забыл. Калимон же не только с Родей, он еще лавком играет. Но лавка он не нашел, и уже не найдет, через указ не достанешь. Кира.
It is literally Kira and all those 4-point cards I talked about and a bomb heaver. So, yeah, Kira is the pick.
А почему не сыграл Киру до этого, типа на вот эти вехи? Куда он хочет Киру делать? Типа он хочет кровотёки снять?
Because then the Lyrian Scytheman and the leader follows up for a massive Visigurd turn, hopefully into a Baron reset for on Osrel for Coleman's potential victory.
Игневый сюда,
Sumo's going to
да?
be doing everything in his power to get out of
Сейчас так китаец удивит Калимона. Раз, так Игни.
There as well, and you know, you had an option to get rid of some of the bleed on that Temple Guard, opting not
Жара,
to
наверное, вот сюда.
for another bleed, and the Queen of the Night is in the hand. That represents a fairly big bleed as well. There goes the Karafi Heatwave and Coleman's gambit of playing that card on formation in the back row and just kind of waiting it out.
Забавно, у китайца, смотрите, ник, и в нике
Open
Open написано. То есть у него какой-то специальный аккаунт для Open создан, наверное. Привет, Гал. Давно идет Open. По сути, третья игра только. То есть это первая пара, Калимон с Сумо. И они вот первую игру выиграл Сумо, вторую игру Калимон, а сейчас третья игра, играют Best of 5, то есть до 3 побед. Так что, но вообще идет стрим уже 2 часа. Первый час они просто болтали, комментаторы эти два, между собой это ничего не пропустило. Дальше вот начались игры, потом были небольшие проблемы с этими играми, разрывы соединений и все такое. Ну, все, в общем, в духе степя.
Coleman got a lot of points to make up, and I'm not sure the leader will represent an amount, but it's going to get harder and harder to get value if things start bleeding. So being able to play,
you'd be able to play
you'd be a 7-point
siphon,
which is a tidy amount of points. Getting a bleed
Best of 5 не только в финале играется, нет, это когда речь о квалах. Open это ж как бы уже типа для мужиков. Это уже по-взрослому здесь. Здесь сразу четвертьфинал.
1 point, so the difference is going to come down to the bleeds. Here comes the leader.
Все Best of 5.
Coleman may actually have this. The big bleed.
Тут призовые-то, Гал, $30 000, между прочим, на Open.
It's a very close one, for sure.
This is definitely a close one. That Scytheman is
ну так, чтобы не обманывать тебя совсем, конечно, 29-200.
Bleed ticks, I don't think are going to actually come into play. You know, the Pellar can actually delete one of those.
Еще, Гал, рекомендую тебе на Твиче открыть стрим CD Projekt'ов, вот этот. Если будешь как бы меня дальше смотреть, просто открой его на Твиче, звук приглуши и оставь. у них увеличенные призы идут за дропсы, и плюс к тому, когда наберешь 4 часа просмотра, причем не обязательно подряд, просто 4 часа просмотра наберешь за сегодня и за завтра в сумме, тебе дадут аватарку Павка. Ну, всем дадут аватарку Павка, кто насмотрит на 4 часа стримов за 2 дня.
So Baron's always just got his crosshairs on that Oswald waiting for it.
Interesting. I find this interesting. I thought that for sure this would be the Peller into the bleed, which would get boosted by Reynard, and only to have a taller Scytheman.
I'm kind of.
Что за рубашка китайца? Ну, это на продажу была в наборе, по-моему, когда...
It's probably something where he knew he was winning anyway.
Новиград дополнение, что ли, выходило? Не помню, если честно. Сейчас Илона расскажет, она все знает.
Oh man, I'm gonna have to think about that one, my friends. I feel like a bleed tick when it didn't need to, but Sumo does get the win. He did have just enough points on the Open champion Coleman, so that was a pretty close one right there. Vitality versus bleeding, putting Sumo up 2-1, and now it is match point. Going into blue coin, Coleman once again will have a red coin opportunity to win. He still has Uprising and Lockdown to do the job, and Sumo will now have to take, will have to get his win. He has Skellige left, second win. He'll have to win with his interesting discard greatsword scenario list with second win. A lot of options there.
Coleman still has his Uprising and also has his Lockdown that he can play. I think in the previous one, again, with the Peller not... I mean, you could have played the Peller a little bit earlier, and not only is it...
Так не, ну ты можешь поставить же... Господи ты, боже мой, вон вруби 160, вот разрешение поставь. И все, и сверни просто во вкладке. Звук выруби, 160p поставь, и все. Или там, не знаю, с телефона где-нибудь. Но в любом случае ты это можешь сделать еще и сегодня, и завтра. Я думаю, 4 часа завтра стрим будет идти, наверное. Обложка Каэр Морхена, я не знаю, честно говоря, скажу. Я вот не знаю. Знаешь, помню, что видел, когда она продавалась, но... Не знаю, что там, честно. Мне кажется, в банке Вальде, может быть, я вот даже прям вообще даже предполагать не буду, потому что, скорее всего, совру.
And I believe his Imperial formation list has also gone through.
Yep, has to clean it up with Skellige's second win. Coleman has to defend with Uprising and Lockdown, so the players are just going to get reconnected for game number 4. It's been a close one so far. I mean, we did have a disconnect loss, unfortunately, from Sumo's side, but the games involving Sumo, they went the distance, have been very close wins for the Chinese player. So this has been pretty good so far. Technical difficulties aside, I think that we have started to get into
Нет, конечно.
Game 4 started in just
Сама честность.
I think the Blood Scent list showed quite a bit of strength right there, just in the points overall. Really did a really good job keeping Coleman struggling. To make, first of all, getting the pass in round 2 there, very confident play from Coleman, but ultimately coming short in points. I wonder how much practice he's had against this particular deck.
Аватарку никак.
The other thing that's definitely worth noting in that previous match is that one of the biggest weapons that Coleman has in that deck is Shoop, and he did not have access to it. He's got Royal Decree, which
Кстати, да, лавка не нашел, лавка не нашел.
Every single card but Alzur's Thunder or
лавка бы ему хватило, да, проиграл ты на 2 поинта. Лавка бы точно хватало.
I mean, like, he got all his golds out minus Shoop, and it was just a sea of bronzes in his deck, and you know, other than that, it was just Shoop that was just kind of late to the party, unfortunately. But sometimes that happens, and again, you know.
Спасибо за фоллоу, Денис. Я так понимаю, это, наверное, тот самый Денис, который на Ютубе был.
Sometimes you're just missing that main course, and in this case, Coleman was left out to dry by Shoop, who just decided to.
Если это так, и ты зарегистрировался на Твиче для дропсов, то не забудь связать аккаунт Бога и Твича.
But we're going to be going into game
Иначе не будешь получать награды.
Again,
so Sumo missed. Yeah, so Sumo missed. What was it? Goliath. Let's say, like, if we were just talking about cards that were missed. So, yeah, it was a slight. Coleman missed a little worse there ultimately, but Bronze did a lot of work for both players in the end.
Те самые дата-майнеры, так называемые, да?
Here now, finally for game 4. And Sumo is going first in this game on the
Не
blue
знаю,
side.
ну, наверное, на следующем опене.
That is
может.
correct. Yes, yes, yes.
Наверное.
And I mean, just in general, you know, you're up 2-1 if you're Sumo. You're feeling kind of confident.
Потому что,
but
по
now it's a
идее,
matter
уже...
of you have one deck, one option.
У нас какой уже сейчас сезон
left,
идет,
you
типа,
know,
в этом
one
мастере?
arrow
Я что-то
left in the quiver
запутался
to
уже.
sort of
Прям.
fire and
Реально.
get that kill. So, but you have two options. You have two swings of the
То есть,
bat
по
to
идее,
get it
уже
done. So,
ко второму
Pokemon has been in
опену
this position
отобрались
before.
уже?
I mean,
Или еще...
He's got the experience. He's got
Или
the
еще в следующем
pedigree,
месяце
he's got the
квалификации
games,
будет
the
второго?
reps
Я
at this
что-то
high
запутался,
level.
реально.
I don't think that he's necessarily worried about it. It's just a matter of maybe,
По-моему,
you know,
еще
just kind of
квалы,
calming down
да?
and
Для
making
второго
plays.
опена в
You
следующем
know, you could get a
месяце.
little bit rattled sometimes when some of the big cards that you really
И,
build
наверное,
your deck
где-то там и
around do not
будут
appear,
проводить потом
do not
второй
make it
опыт.
happen.
Потому что они с этим-то
You just
откладывали
gotta
его
work past it. That's something that you
из-за
have to. That comes with experience,
ситуации
and
всей
if
этой с
anybody can do it, I feel
коронавирусом.
like Coleman is certainly well positioned to come back from a you know, a 2-1 deficit.
Mm-hmm. Now let's talk about the second win matchup versus Uprising. I think which we may end up seeing. Well, actually, you know what? I don't think we'll see that. We may see the lockdown against the second win because the lockdown does greatly hurt the ability to play out the
Так, ну,
scenario.
Сумо остался, получается, сценарий, да, с,
Finally,
ну, с
the
Керриган.
bomb heaver that would be in Coleman's list would be something that would be greatly
Достаточно
beneficial.
вообще, что
So
лучше
I think
Open и
that,
Masters.
I think that
Я в начале
Coleman
стрима
lockdown versus
объяснял,
second
как
win
это
we're gonna
все
see, and I think that
устроено.
actually might be favored for Coleman, especially on the
Ну, в
right.
принципе, что, времени много, могу повторить. То есть, есть сезоны, да, ежемесячно, вот то, что у нас проходит, сезоны вот эти, каждый месяц. То есть, по итогам сезона 64 лучших игрока попадают на квалы. Квалы проходят, получается, тоже каждый месяц по итогам прошлого сезона, грубо говоря, да? Проходят квалы. Дальше с этих квалов победители по 2 человека, получается, тот, кто по верхней ветке прошел, тот, кто по нижней ветке прошел в квалах. Это именно квалы так работают. До 2 поражений. По 2 человека с каждых квалов, получается, выходят на Open. Open проводится, получается, 4 раза в год. Нет, 3 раза в год. Даже, или 4. Что-то вот, кстати, он раз в 3 месяца, раз в 4 месяца. Короче, или раз в 3 месяца, или раз в 4 месяца. Надо сейчас проверить это точно. Раз в 3 месяца, или раз в 4 месяца. Проводится Open. А Мастерс уже выходят победители вот этих Опенов. Мастерс раз в год только проводится. И вот получается, что Open у нас раз в квартал, наверное, тогда, да. А Мастерс только один раз в году. И на него выходят уже победители Open. И там вообще там зашкаливают призовые. Ну как зашкаливают, конечно. Это вам не International какой-нибудь по доте. Но там точно уже будут не десятки, я думаю, там уже 1100, там может больше. Не знаю. Ну типа базовые вроде бы написано 50 тысяч они дают, по-моему. Типа CDPR. Вроде как. А все остальное идет уже типа от того, что соберется вот с продаж в магазине внутриигровом в Гвенте. Короче, мастер собирается забрать. Да. Ну, по сути, мы сейчас смотрим, по сути, квалификацию на Мастерс. То есть победитель вот этого турнира попадет на Мастерс. Ну, уже теперь второй Мастерс, потому что первый уже там все отобрано, но его все никак провести не могут. Все откладывают и откладывают. А вот победитель вот этого турнира будет вот как раз, наверное, с финалистом. Я не знаю вот точно. Победитель-то точно, может быть финалистом, может быть только победитель, я не знаю. Уже попадает на второй Мастерс. Помимо того, что он стал победителем самого Опена и получил деньги за это. Отдельные ТП прикатят сдот, наверное, весь призовой фонд Мастерса, ну да. Ну сколько там, я не знаю, сколько на последнем Интернешнале были призовые, но я еще несколько лет назад помню, что он уже там шел на десятки миллионов долларов, типа общие призовые на Интернешнале, на турнире по доте. Ну, наверное, сейчас тоже как-то так. Может, уже и к сотням там дошло, я не знаю.
Decoction.
Я
You've
в
got
доту не
Hammond,
играю и
yeah,
не
yeah,
смотрю,
and
поэтому
Hermione, I mean, it's a powerful hand.
точно не знаю.
Powerful enough hand to strongly consider commitment as well. Although having Hermione in the graveyard is usually good, not having access to second wind changes the way that you might consider playing these tools that you might
Вот опять
be,
смотрим, Илон,
accessing later on in the game.
как они
So,
все находят.
that does change a lot of stuff here.
Как этот Скалимон все находит.
Status comes down on the board here. The best.
Ну, Радея, Ларк, Йохим у него уже
That
в
was
руке.
the most immediate gigacock of all time, of just deleting that Nausicaa Sergeant in the back row. I don't think there was even an option for the game to recognize that the card was played. As soon as the bleed was deposited, that the engine piece in the back row for Coleman was just wiped out by the Scorpion Decoction and gone as it could possibly be. And like we mentioned earlier, again,
Калиман
the
куда-то
lockdown in this
вниз
case is
уехал.
so important because a lot of the times this Skellige deck is not afraid to commit those big pieces to make big board swings and press to really apply pressure on these rounds, wherein you're just relying on the fact that you can just easy peasy get it back with your leader ability. In this case, now Sumo has to really, you know, decide what he wants to commit, knowing that as soon as he deploys these cards, they're gone forever.
Coleman's going to take the pass here. And it's going to go through into round 2. This is once again match point for Sumo. He's up 2-1 in this first quarterfinal series. We're just getting started, my friends. A whole weekend of amazing Gwent matches. Chroma, there are cards always looking forward to finally in the hand here of Sumo. Coleman looking for more lockdown option.
Откуда удобно такая дикая, потому что из-за того, что там бесплатные школьники. Ну да, но бесплатных игр много, но школота, да, школота все Кстати, Гал, не пугайся, это вот режим наблюдателя, они допиливают, он уже вот показывает, как он будет работать. Просто то, что вот сейчас происходило, когда карты испарялись вот здесь, это так нам отображают муллиган обоих игроков.
I mean, that's a fair play, like you said. If your opponent has an answer to it,
Тут
why
до
not
упора
just
будет
play,
доблить.
perhaps apply pressure in a round that you can afford to give up, given the fact that you might not have crossed that important threshold. You know, and if your opponent does not have an answer to it, maybe it's a good time to sort of push and see what you can bleed out of your opponent and maybe go for the 2-0 if possible. But Bombhaver had come in, again, deploy effect, destroy an enemy artifact, a real polarizing card in the community.
Подожди. Он сыграл сценарий?
Especially with lockdown. It's like that, especially with lockdown when there's no defender to worry about. It's just
зачем он это сделал? Блин, я прошлепил, подожди этот момент. А зачем?
He could be bled. Sumo's going to make that decision to commit going under 7 cards, which would require him to maintain the lead or lose last say, which is always a strong advantage. This blocks a potential Crow Clan Druid on the
Вообще не понял я. А зачем он это сделал? Зачем он
Sumo
сыграл
now can
сценарий?
decide no push. We're going to go into a nice long round 3. Sumo is just going to be happy with that last say. Hopefully for him it will be enough, and Coleman will need to have.
А не лучше ли было без сценария просто играть этот длинный раунд?
Likely his worst card, perhaps the infantry or soldier. And it's going to be a
Но
nice
он, конечно,
long
мог
round.
получить минус карты теоретически,
Coleman's
но,
got to feel a
блин.
little good about that.
А, подожди, какой длинный раунд? Чё я несу-то? Все правильно он делал.
Sumo short here. He's got some pieces of his own, but again, Coleman's
Я
just
думаю, как они
deciding which
грамотно
bronze he
показывают
wants to
документы,
play. You
видят по
could get
грамотно,
perhaps
да.
the guaranteed damage from
Да, это вот
those,
режим
you
играть.
know,
Все правильно. Я же забываю постоянно, что у него
playing
обилки
onto the
нет.
melee row with the pikemen. And getting that
Точно.
value with Razor Ramon, getting a
Нет
double shot
обилки.
on those pikemen, or do you want to
Я
commit
все
the,
уже просто в
tortoise? In
мыслях
this
уже
case, that's what
думаю,
he's
что он
opting to do,
сценарий
just
заход будет
dropping those
разыгрывать,
7
а он не
points
будет
and
его заход
rather,
разыгрывать.
maybe he doesn't want to see those,
Ну да, да, он все правильно. Он просто
maybe get
пытался
exploited for a little bit of damage.
максимально уменьшить вероятность того, что Калимону зайдет бомбер в руку. Потому что в третьем раунде шанс намного выше, как вы сами понимаете.
To stop that when you
Ну,
can't
попробовал
stop
сыграть
a
через
great
сценарий.
sword that perhaps precedes it. So it is a little bit difficult to make up those points, even if you're looking so good before that last say. If a great sword's present and the wild boar is coming, the swing is just crazy. And there's the great sword, the mulligan that he was looking for, perhaps.
Yeah, the skirmisher is still in hand.
Yennefer's Invocation, good answer for the great sword, perhaps.
No, definitely.
Но чем мне не нравится Бирна
вот
с этими ребятами и с этим лидером, потому что даже если активный лидер, но ты все равно никак-то не прокрутишь. Ну блин, ну это просто 3.
The Joaquin might go ahead and find something out of the deck and boost it by a nice amount, makes for a good target for the Morkvarg. But that essentially, relies on the fact that first you have to commit the great.
Не, но все равно 2-2 будет интереснее, правильно? Если Климон выиграет. Будет, значит, еще одна решающая игра. Ультрафинал.
If I could just take another peek into the deck here, I think we can probably.
А почему нам не показывают, что он выбирает?
Might have been. It's. I mean, Swears does look good. Oh, here comes the
Вроде до этого показывалось. Ну, в общем, он что-то сверху себе замешал. Наверное, что-то у него было с Вирс.
That's what you don't want to see. You like playing one skull
Блин,
sometimes
я
just
не
to fix
понимаю,
the
что тут
hand.
отображается, там отображается, запутали вы меня.
Fix it again, huh? That's not what you want. That's gonna hurt. That is, he ended
Кто
up
сейчас куда смотрит вообще? Еще этот
из
из режима наблюдателя периодически куда-то заходит. Что, кто открывает, что происходит? Ничего не понимаю. Короче, он что-то сверху себе подложил подложил, так сказать, под Яхима.
I don't want to call it an error, but that misfortune in that regard, and that Crow Mother going to the front row.
Кстати, алхимия.
Will have something to connect with. The problem
there is that the Crow Mother has an option to come back later. Три китайца здесь: Demarcation, Sumo и Вангит.
Of an alchemy card, if I'm not mistaken. So the Alba Pikeman, of course, when played on the melee row, will deal 1 damage randomly to an opposing unit on the opposing row.
На первом опене.
Melee on melee crime there, but the Pikeman. Again, is not necessarily finding the optimal target to deposit those points, giving those points can come back.
Tight timer here, going for the choice as well with very little time left.
Yeah, really buzzer beater on that one. And
he actually went. Oh, right, because we saw the spectator curse.
Он нашел эту четверку.
I thought that was the cursed scroll, and he had to make a decision in that small time frame. But no, the ceremonial dagger just acting as perhaps a little bit extra removal, a little bit extra reach, perhaps from.
На первого опен нет. Я не знаю, на второй он проходил, я не знаю.
The 3 strength, mashed potatoes and thick gravy, right there. So bringing something within reach to perhaps be stolen by Swears or killed by the ceremonial dagger. At least it can all be done in one turn. So another extra little bit of flexibility for Coleman, the ever adaptive Coleman, as Razor Ramon is dropping one of these.
It's going to be the Pikeman.
Extra engines never hurts.
And that's a good way to do it. Now that there's extra meat on the board, he can go ahead and start poking at it with the Pikeman. Another Pikeman in board as well. But a stunning blow in the hand of, and there it goes, deleted by Kind Sir. But there's another one in hand. I mean, Sumo knows
Просто
there's
я к тому,
Pikeman there. So I think this might just be a follow-up by Colemont to just play it again. Proactive into reactive into, let's just do it all over again. Back to the dance with the Pikeman. His brother shows up.
Не, он, конечно, не знает, что у
Hammond is going to quickly move into the back. I don't think there's a lot of movement that Colemon is affected by other than this. So that is an effective shutdown of a number of points right there, at least 4.
То есть я к тому, что Ворона Мать еще раз не
board continues to get bleeding.
And also worth noting is that breaks up the soldier sandwich that the Spearman would otherwise have benefited from to deal the full damage there. Again, the Alba Spearman does 1 damage on its own, but if it's adjacent to soldiers, it increases 1. So he's going to go ahead and drop the recruit there. That's another soldier. A little
great sword, quickly played.
Yeah, well, he wants to be
надо убивать с меча, наверное, да?
Ну,
получается, конечно. Ну, вот 3 урона и вот 3 урона.
Swears with the ceremonial dagger. If Swears is indeed on top of the board, you can do that. That's pretty. That would hurt, I think.
Точно. Сейчас вот Томин сказал с Вирсом.
Imagine you're in a situation here, McBee, where you yoink the Spearman, the Greatsword, and you're so far behind that you have to roll shoot mage damage 13 randomly and hope to God that most of it goes to your opponent's side so that your Greatsword can sort of get a little bit of that juice.
I mean, you'll play Hunter and go for the row effect.
Потому что эта штука будет здоровая
ways of
по-любому.
making it good enough, I think. Especially even he has an instance of damage on the Spearman as well. So I mean, it could be. He's doing it, I think. I think that's what's happening. He does take the hit on the
Нет,
great
убивает,
sword. Oh,
просто
he's just gonna
убивает.
go for the kill. That's a lot less committal for sure.
But it's a good play. It's again, like you said, a low commitment play. And again, Radia might have not found the ideal scenario there that he wanted in the back row with 3 damage. But at the same time, like I feel
Блин,
like he didn't want
китаец
that
молодец
damage.
все равно.
Obviously,
Смотрите,
because if he wanted
вот
the
правда,
damage, he would
вот
have
эту
just
лодку,
played
вот
Radia in the front row
реально,
to get the damage
вот
and
каждый из нас
before
кинул
he
бы.
gets off the Radia.
Мне нравится
So
слово
I think
йонг,
if
да,
he
да, да,
did
да, да,
that,
мне тоже
in
нравится.
the back
Еще мне
row,
нравится
he
слово
might have
бамбузл.
liked,
Бамбузл.
you know,
Это
off
вот
those
у
options.
Свима часто на стримах были бамбузл деки. То есть это такое что-то типа неожиданное такое происходит. Это бамбузл такой. И йонг, да, прикольно. То есть, ну, мне кажется, все мы кинули бы вот эту карту вообще первый на стол. А он подождал, пока это даст 3 урона здесь, пока он законтролит вот это ему. То есть теперь, по сути, это только лавком контролится, с Вирсом не воруется никак. Ну, если только лавком наносить 4 урона, а потом с Вирсом воровать. Да, она потеряла value, конечно. Но она теперь хотя бы поработает. Вирус сверху, нифига
I mean,
себе.
you might want to take the Chrome Mother here, I would imagine, but it would have been nice to perhaps steal that boat if that was still an option.
Сюда
Even
Морквард,
steal
понятно.
perhaps the Great Sword if it was set up properly, but again, you don't want to take those risks. Close game here.
This
Very,
is
very
actually,
game.
this is getting
А что
very
искать вообще
close.
Славка?
Yennefer's Invocation
Убери.
also doesn't have a big, tall unit to grab. Because Koloman does not have last say, he won't be able to grab well, no, of course Hemdall's going to come down before Wildboar of the Sea, so he will grab it. But he also has Roderick as well to use whatever he grabs as well. So there's a lot
Короче,
of
теперь
options
надо
still
забирать.
Koloman will have to play into here.
Like he can go ahead and, I mean, you could take the Hammond, that's a guarantee.
Что он с Йен собирается? Надо забирать Йохима и еще раз сыграть Йохима с
But there's no value off Morkvarg. Wildboar of the Sea would look pretty nifty, but there are
Смотри, как ты играл часто,
one
говорил,
damaged
Слава.
unit, and two of the units have armor, so you're kind of losing value.
13 урона?
Perhaps, I mean, you do have
Славка.
options, and he's gonna go and
Ой, а
take
что он
the
забрал?
boat.
Yeah, Yennefer the boat away. He didn't want that to get any extra value. I think Hemdall here has a chance to create 2 more or 3 more damaged units, and
Забрал
more
лодку?
likely to create the 2 more on the front row. And that might be the play here for Sumo.
Лодка играла, по сути, еще
We're seeing a lot
на...
of these cards that just weren't seeing a lot of opportunities. Everything's coming down early. The big play saved for last. No surprise here.
2-3 на 3 поинта лодка еще играла. То есть она была семеркой по факту. Корабль? Да, да, да.
100%,
По сути, на 7 поинтов. Она наносила еще 2 урона. А, ну и 2 дополнительно давала на Wildboard. Ну 4 поинта. Ну, то есть восьмерка она, по сути, была. Ну, по идее, да. Это был тогда самый сильный юнит, да? Он максимум еще мог 6 убрать. Забавно. Ну это сюда забавно.
Probably the best opportunity here.
Ну или сюда,
Now,
ну
as we
вообще без
mentioned
разницы.
earlier, or we saw Grimace being
Главное
committed to the
красную
front
силу
row,
убрать,
but really
да?
it has a range row effect, but the range row effect was not really going to have an impact. So, you know, spreading your units out a little bit to, you know, protect against a lacerate, but Roderick into the back row, into Trist Telekinesis.
От Трис и на куски. Трис на куски.
Yeah, you give 2 to your opponent, Triss comes down. Oh no, it's a 13-point play because you scratch Roderick, of course. There's going to be a 13-point play here. Sumo's going to have to make up.
Может Родрик... А, ну да, плюс Родрика не портить. Нет, ну то есть, не, я к тому, что она в любом случае была не слабее, чем забирать шестерку, да? То есть она играла на те же поинты.
Sumo takes down the
Нет
champion
Калимона.
of Gwent Open number 5, if I'm not mistaken. Koloman, definitely a champion in his own right. And like I said, Koloman favored, but had a huge challenge in taking down Sumo. So here is your game winner. Congratulations. Going through adversity with a disconnect loss in this series. Took a win on even
Вот так вот.
and took
А я за Калимона.
in the blood set matchup of round 3, and then finally.
А я хотел топить за Калимона на турнире.
Down and scenario countered, showing the power of that Wildboar of the Sea in the late game. Sumo played it really well. Played really well against Koloman. And yeah, I mean, what else is there to say here?
Ну вот.
Well, not really much else to say. Again, like you said, adversity comes in so many different ways, shapes, and forms from so many different directions. Sometimes you gotta overcome something that is completely out of your control, like a bad connection, which.
Ну вот я теперь разрываюсь тогда между Tailbot'ом и Demarcation. Я не знаю, мне почему-то нравится Demarcation.
You know, a bunch of gears and sparks didn't line up the way that they should have. But
вот. Но они играют, кстати, друг против друга, да, Tailbot и Demarcation. Короче, вот кто выигрывает у них, за того я дальше и топлю.
In Gwent history in Colemon, so that's gotta feel good to get through to day 2, and doing so by taking out like a mountain of a man in terms of Gwent history and Gwent pedigree. So
Потому что вот секси, конечно. Вот он, видишь, Гал, смотри.
So we're gonna get that set up. We're gonna ask him a few questions about just, you know, the uniqueness of this tournament and his win in general. So we're gonna just wait on word for him. He's probably just kind of, you know, breathing a sigh of relief. You know how it is, Dan, when you just kind of, you get that final boss. It's like that game that in that, you know, when you go from rank 2 to 1.
Final boss. That's the first boss for Sumo. He had to get things started with Colemon. So I'm dying to know what he has to say. And little shades of Challenger 4 right here. You're going to have a chat with the winner of the game here, who is Sumo. And this might be the longest distance interview you've ever done. This is a big one. And you're going to be aided by our good friend Hesser in the chat, I believe, with some translation. But here comes the interview, and Flake, take it away, my friend.
Oh, I think they're just getting things set up real quick over there.
Standing by. Okay.
Yeah, we're getting them set up again. You know, the champagne is being popped. You know, the confetti is falling down. There's all kinds of great things. High-fiving the fans, obviously, from a 6-foot distance. The air high five is going on right there in Sumo's apartment right now. But you know. We're going to be going right now and
не, ну не заролять на куски, это, конечно, да. Это, ну, чё, Калимон не скилловый парень просто.
3-1 against
Опыта у него нет.
Let's go ahead and talk to the winner right now as he's getting connected through. Again, this is all going to space. So once we get this all said and done,
норм. Точка.
We're just going to make sure that. Okay, so we're here. So I want to ask you, first of all, congratulations, Sumo, on winning. And I want to ask you, you know, it's your first big tournament. When the draw show, you know, occurred, when you found out who your opponent was, what was the prep like? What was the reaction when you found out it was someone with so much experience and tournament, you know, pedigree as Colemon?
Какие были твои впечатления и ожидания, когда ты узнал, что у тебя соперником будет Калимон? Он говорит, я не особо расстраивался. В принципе, я, говорит, его не раз в ладере обыгрывал. Ну, просто, говорит, это подготовился и разнес Калимон ничего. Ничего сложного, в общем.
Coleman is really a famous player among all the players in Gwent. I learned just before the tournament that I'm going to play against him, obviously. And
даже если равно была бы ничья, ты уже успел посчитать?
Especially for him. So basically, that was the luck that gained me the win today.
Тупо изи.
And I mean, it's
ты чё, Саня, чё? Ну что уже, нельзя уже китайский перевести? Все равно никто его не знает, кто, блин, проверит. Правильно я перевел или нет?
908 wins on the pro rank to qualify and get.
Нет, Tailbot норм играет, ничего не сказать. Стримы тоже иногда, но редко запускает.
You have so much experience on pro ladder. What is the prep like in
Стыжусь
terms of
акцента, не
prepping
надо
for a tournament
стыдиться
like this
акцента.
and the decks that you decide to bring versus how you go ahead and
Акцент
approach,
это
you know,
нормально.
grinding that ladder every single day and putting in the work on the pro ladder?
今天不是是运气，我觉得你也是一个非常有经验的玩家。
Здесь вот есть вот небольшая сейчас у меня запиночка. Джинчи вот по-разному может переводиться, я не знаю, о чем речь.
如果是比赛和天梯玩的剧，你有什么区别呢？
有什么区别是吧？我在天梯的时候，因为就是最近这几个赛季，然后 CDPR 把我们 手的资料完全隐藏了，所以其实现在天梯跟比赛已经
Интересно, он тоже слышит все это? Да, такой. Да, говорит, я это спрашиваю.
体验已经非常的差了，因为你不知道对面会说什么，可能会藏一些奇怪的东西。然后，比赛的话，是因为我们知道对手的牌表，然后所以就对来说，游戏性来说，我觉得对我来说是更有竞技性，玩的就觉得挺开心的。相比天梯来说，我很开心。
I think that actually currently playing on the pro ladder and in the qualifiers and in the tournament is actually pretty similar because you have to play online qualifiers as well. But during playing on the pro ladder, you don't know who your opponent is. And during the tournament, you exactly know your opponent and the decks. So it's actually even easier than playing on the pro ladder. So I'm really happy about the result today.
Ну, у него спрашивали, типа, есть разница между квалификацией, опеном и проладером? Он говорит, в принципе, как бы примерно все одно и то же, тем более сейчас, когда все онлайн происходит. Но единственное, что в проладере вы не знаете, кто ваш соперник и в какой колоде вы играете, что называется «Спасибо, Кэп». Счет 41-47, на куски, РНЖ 6 карт было? Так в смысле 6 карт было? Так 6 карт это 12 поинтов. Там вопрос просто, там карты с броней были, сколько сил у них были или как?
你是说明天吗？
明天。
А что он вообще, подожди, а что он сыграл с Трис?
自己国家的选手，
Что-то я не
是我
помню.
非常喜欢的选手艾迪。
I'd like to actually support the player from my country,
Пену
and I would like to
сыграл.
face him in the final tomorrow.
All right, well,
Ну
we'll
да.
see how that shakes out
Ну да.
again.
То есть 6
We'll
поинтов,
see
да, потерял?
what occurs moving forward. Again, congratulations and good luck in the next round.
Я посчитал пену, я понял, Гал. Ну что ты, прости, вот мне, видишь, просто вот все объяснил Илона, я все понял. И когда все объясняют, я все понимаю.
Excellent. So there it is. That was Sumo, who just took down Colamon to move on to the semifinals, which is going to be occurring tomorrow. So he's got some breathing space now, a little bit of relaxation. He's at home. He just got the win, so he's going to probably take a few hours to just chill out before he starts going back to work. I know how these players are, Dane. You've seen them in person right after day one, man. They are, you know, nose in the books and studying deck lists and guides here. So,
скорее всего, я не
I
знаю
don't suspect
формат
that
и регламент опена,
any
но
pressure off the throttle moving forward.
скорее
But,
всего.
I mean,
Не знаю.
we've got the
Ну тут
first
два
round
варианта
of
может
state.
быть, либо ничья, либо обоим игрокам победа.
We've got everything started, and now I think things are going to go smoothly. Let's get a little recap on what we've seen already today. So this was just the first match here, Colamon taking on Sumo. Some money has already been distributed. You can see here Colamon winning one match does get a slice of the pie.
Вот, смотри.
He's already home with 30.
Вот, Калимон, короче, все, уже получил $3000 за турнир, 3025. За победу в матче еще. То есть за одну победу ему накинули сверху, ну вот, получается 125 баксов. Получается. 2900 все получат так или иначе вообще, типа как распределение этого призового, просто за участие. Калимон еще соточку добавил себе и пошел спать. Под пивко, может быть, футбольчик посмотрит, сейчас чемпионат Германии возобновили.
From the Ukraine, China versus Ukraine for the second quarterfinals game of the day. And let's see, hold on a second, there's one more thing I wanted to talk to you about.
The breaks there, Big Daddy.
Because
сейчас будем смотреть в
how you can support Gwent Esports with the year of the Were-Rat bundle. Like, look at all this good stuff, Flake. You not only get to support esports, but you also get a lot of these goodies as well. The year of the Were-Rat bundle has been available in the shop for a little bit and will continue to be in the shop. You can get a unique
Нормально, так просто за участие
board,
можно 3000 баксов
as well
получить.
as the sewer card back, I believe.
Просто
so that
пришел,
is the year of the
съел
Were-Rat bundle. You can pick that up in
3
the Gwent
матча,
shop. Support Gwent
взял
Esports.
3000
And
и
thanks
пошел.
already if you have been supporting.
Oh, good old candle hat over
Раз
there.
квартал.
I love this skin. I love this skin.
does look pretty spooky. It's really nice. Very well done. As you can see over there is the card back with the
Заникар
rat
топим,
and like,
да?
like the
В
broken
принципе,
sewer
мне
kind of
все
thing.
равно,
And
честно
apparently, if I'm not
скажу.
mistaken, if you look real close, you can see a Ninja Turtle in there.
Можно,
No, I'm just
можно,
joking.
пусть
But
Никер будет,
and again,
хорошо.
you know, a new board
Пусть
as
будет
well.
Никер.
And again, all you know, the proceeds that go to actually purchasing these cosmetics, again, it goes to supporting the esports scene and really inflating the prize pool for these players who have put in so
Просто я не
many
из тех
hours,
людей и
tens of
болельщиков,
thousands of
кто
hours,
обязательно по
of
территориальному
actual
признаку
effort
будет за кого-то
into,
топить.
you know, not just playing,
Уж
but
простите.
preparing.
Типа как
And thousands.
за наших людей всегда болеем. Я это не очень
Over
понимаю.
their lives, it's completely possible. But there you go, support the Year of the Wear ramp. But we have another match that we're ready to go ahead and go through, but we want to meet the players first. So how about we take a look at the second matchup and meet the players involved in that?
Fact is, I don't consider myself a pro Gwent player, and I always play for my enjoyment. Even when taking part in the
Блин,
qualifiers,
кто-нибудь
I just
слышит,
wanted to show my
как
viewers
он
on
там
Twitch
говорит?
great matches with the best players in the world, and didn't even plan to qualify for the second day. My stream's title was actually Trying Not to Lose 0-4. In the end, it all got out of control, leading to me being here now. There are no special preparation secrets. I simply train with my teammates from Gwent, who are the best sparring partners in the world, and usually it's exactly what's needed. Stay focused. I just try to.
А, ну те же вопросы задают, всем одни и те же
Because there were
вопросы.
some issues with that before.
Да, про как вы подготавливаетесь, как вы фокусируетесь
Yes,
и
actually, there
прочее.
is something
Блин, ну
I'd like to
реально
show.
Калимон, ну посмотрите, насколько Калимон
These are
просто...
probably the most important prizes I've won during Gwent events.
67% винрейт у Калимона, 67.
And after that, it
Никера
was really
57, при
difficult
том,
to
что
find
игрок
motivation
сильный.
for
Блин, это
participating
вообще
in
дичь.
tournaments, because I thought I already won everything.
Томима, любимая карта, да.
I used to like playing fun decks before, but lately I don't
Вангин
do
говорит,
anything
что
like
раньше
that.
мне нравилось играть фановыми деками,
Simply
но потом
because
я
there's not
понял,
so many
что
players anymore,
можно по
and to
3000
increase the
бакинских
efficiency of
выносить
the
с
clock,
опенов.
it's better to
И
play
я
strong
пересел на
decks.
метовые колоды.
There's no time to play meme decks. There's no specific technique to prepare for a tournament. You simply play pro ladder and that's it.
Ну, я говорит, у меня вообще никаких подготовок к опену не было. Я просто в проладере играю, как обычно, и все. Если бы, говорит, у меня не сработало напоминание, я бы вообще на этот опен не пришел.
Okay, you can start using it. Usually when I play Gwent at home, I stream all my games and I'm not that concentrated. But on the other
Обычно
hand, I'm already
стримлю вообще
used
все
to this
игры.
way of playing, so it doesn't affect me that much. If I start to play worse, I just turn off the background music.
Если, говорит, я начинаю, запоминайте, если, говорит, вдруг начинается серия, если начинаю плохо играть, я просто музыку вырубаю. Вот оно, оказывается, что.
I usually turn some music only for my viewers, but don't
Зачем
listen to it
киберка
myself.
к чему-то готовится? Не знаю.
这样的话可能会更加专注一点。最喜欢的卡组
My favorite deck would be Harmony, because
Ну, такой
it's a really
китаец,
strong
Вангит.
top-tier
Ну да, я
deck.
не знаю, сколько
And
ему лет.
Harmony is a perfect refined mechanic.
Вот у китайцев вообще фиг поймешь, сколько им
Add a
лет
lot of
всегда,
value
реально.
to your low
Вообще у
cost
азиатов,
cards, and
не
therefore
только
has a
китайцев,
strong
и
round one
японцев
push
тоже.
potential,
将你的一些低费的铜卡都能发挥出。
which you can use to your
То есть ему
advantage.
может быть как 12, так и 44 вообще, вот в легкую.
That's why I like this deck a lot.
我比较喜欢
Ну, в общем, что-то между 12 и 44.
The most
45 уже
important
навряд
skill
ли,
when
вряд ли.
playing Gwent competitively is probably the comprehension of the possible threats. During the match, you need to understand your win conditions as well.
越局中你应该要知道你这道牌怎么。
Let's say you're playing Harmony and your opponent is using great swords.
就比如说你是一个
In this case, Kelga is extremely good in a long round. And even Harmony can't keep up with this pace. So it's clear that you have to win the first round.
而且松鼠是没有什么。
Then you can push the second round a bit and you should be in a better position.
然后在第二局
Нам сейчас рассказывают, как за
If you let your
гармонию
opponent win the first round,
победить
you'll
мечей.
struggle during the rest of the game.
Надо выиграть первый раунд, чуть-чуть поблидить во втором, и все,
So
и
to
ты
sum
в
things
шоколаде.
up, understanding your
Я не
opponent's
очень
deck
понял,
is
почему он это
extremely
рассказывает,
important.
ну ладно.
重要的一个技术。
Ну он о том, что знать деку оппонента, это очень
And
важно.
welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to this, the second
куда
quarterfinal
дели старых?
of the first ever Gwent Open of Season 2. My name is Jaggerus, and I'm joined, as always,
А этот-то
by
подготовился,
the
смотрите,
the
Давид.
empirical, Impetuous Panda. How are you doing, Panda?
Very good. It's great to be back. It's
Как
been,
у него
again,
всё, он
a
там
bit of a delay.
по-взрослому.
We had some unforeseen global circumstances, but we've adapted. We've switched to
С
online,
постером.
and we had a few hiccups in the first series, but I
Интересный
think
язык,
that's
как
been
будто
kind of
набор
ironed
звуков.
out already, and we'll be ready to
Ну
go a
да.
lot smoother for the next, for this match. And for the
Сложный еще
tournament.
к тому же.
Yep, you've got at least 2 meters of distance between us here. You're over there in Poland, I'm in the UK, so social distancing in Gwent Open. But we did have a very interesting matchup, a bit of an upset there with Sumo defeating Colomon 3-1. I'm sure Team Iron 2 is going to be a little bit upset with that, as Colomon is their player. But congratulations to Sumo, the, I guess, underdog in terms of the Twitter polls. And do bear in mind that as you are watching the Gwent Open event, we do have Twitch drops. So if you're watching through on Twitch, make sure you link your GOG account to your Twitch account, because what is available, Panda?
Well, we see a great avatar here from someone that looks very familiar. I don't know exactly who he might be, but maybe someone in chat can point it out. We see some kegs, we see some powder as well. So a lot of rewards here, a lot of Twitch drops, and all you have to do is just watch. I mean, it's that simple. Just watch. You can sit, you can relax, you can watch some great Gwent. You know, some of the best players right now in the world.
Нет, там еще сложность же у китайского. Русский-то ладно набор грубости, но он хотя бы жителю, ну, носителю, скажем так, европейских языков, он все-таки обучаем довольно просто. А китайский, он же еще и тональный, к тому же, язык. То есть у них там сложность в том, что каждое слово можно еще сказать в 4 тональностях, типа там как-то там вверх, куда-то так вниз уходит, как-то так стабильно, короче, что-то в таком духе. 4 тональности на одно слово может быть, и при этом это будет 4 разных слова вообще абсолютно. То есть один и тот же набор звуков, сказанный с разной тональностью, будет 4 разных слова означать. Причем кардинально разных, вообще разных. Это вот для нас это прям сложно учить, я думаю, точно.
Grinding, but never really broke into that top 8 that you needed before in Season 1 to qualify. This time around, qualifications have changed. We have tournament qualifiers. Now, some players that maybe weren't putting as much time into the ladder grind or weren't as consistent in that regard can kind of show up in this, tournament format with Swiss, with a bracket elimination, and play better, maybe have better tournament prep and qualify for these events. So Nikar, finally, representing Ukraine, kind of like ProNeo did back in the day, coming to the tournament and qualifying, but has a very tough matchup against Gwent.
По-моему, все-таки 4.
Yeah, well, hopefully we'll get to see the results there of the
Типа
Twitter
там,
poll, and as you said,
ой,
77%
там
in
что-то,
favor of Hwang ID versus 23%
ой,
of
вот так вот, да, это
Nick.
все
And he
происходит.
was actually streaming, Nick, the draw show from Burgess channel.
Еще какая-то резкая такая,
Hwang ID
хой,
was
вот так
the
вот.
one player that he really did not want to face.
И вот это вот 4 разных слова.
Unfortunately, got him in the first round. So, that may
Хотя, казалось бы, я могу просто быть злой и просто крикну как-нибудь это быстро.
That wasn't who he wanted to face, so maybe doesn't rate his chances as much. But with that said, this is Gwent, and it's all to play for, so we'll have to.
Вот они, наверное, поэтому эмоции лучше под контролем держат, что у них язык такой тональный, и важно, как ты это говоришь.
What is in store in terms of the
Ты уже смотрел, получается, этот видос?
Anything spicy?
Ну, я не знаю, какой этот, я это давно еще видел. Я это давно, очень давно смотрел на ютубе, какой-то был канал. В общем, какой-то пацан русский, он жил в Китае долгое время, и на ютубе вот вел просто, у него были каналы именно про китайскую жизнь, про все про это. И там я видел, он разговаривал как раз, и вот про тональность ему рассказывал, и вот она произносила вот как раз разные тональности слова. Это очень давно было, я не знаю.
Again, a very good tournament deck, I think, on Red Coin, for example, and can really have Shoop and Bomb Heaver for things like scenarios, which, wink wink, are a pretty prevalent thing in the game right now.
Yeah, these Hwang ID's lists are looking quite, similar in some ways to Colomon's, other than the Blood Scent, which is a bit different. But when we come to Nick's lists, there's Second Wind, we've got Deadeye Ambush.
Тут мечи просто, да, с Дагуром без
this
сценария. Здесь
mobilization
без
list I find very
сценария.
interesting
Ну, это
because it
понятно,
is
двойной
a
балл.
siege list. And siege
О.
is the Northern Realms scenario that really
Интересно.
fell out of favor when there was the nerf
Он
to the
взял
reinforced
сценарий,
strategy. How do you feel
смотри-ка.
about this list in the tournament?
I think it can be very strong in a long round, and it kind of plays differently than most of these mid-range Northern American.
Без roll punish, да, то есть нет никакого массового урона вот в этой колоде с двойным баллом. То есть он убрал 300 куски, положил плотву и миктобраки.
Very inconsistent. You have two win conditions: the scenario and kind of the gold package, the high-end gold package that every Northern Realms deck has, and the rest of your deck is unsynergetic, you know, bronze cards that aren't so great. So I think we're going to see that on red coin, and I think it is strong because you can play, of course, mobilization with the scenario, allowing you to kind of progress that quicker and play around Bomb Heaver. Same with Getty. Most decks that are bringing scenarios have a chance to kind of cheat the system.
То есть в любом случае тут как, вариантов-то немного. Если мы берем скеллики, то на турнир возьмут либо Гиденейт, да, сценарий, либо мечей. Если мы берем Нильфгард, это будет либо Imperial Formation с солдатами, либо Imperial Formation с баллом. Ну вот Ник взял Кальвейта с баллом. Ну по сути, ну не, ну другая, конечно, дека, то есть она без солдат, это чисто двойной балл.
Allow your opponent to remove them. But on the plus side, you know, his
белок, да, это либо гармония,
underneath, so then lockdown wouldn't be as much of a problem. But losing out on your second win ability is still pretty painful. And yep, if we look at the bans there, we see lockdown has been locked down.
Но она будет либо просто с эльфами, либо будет со сценарием.
Dead Eye Ambush being ambushed by Wang ID.
Ну, то есть по сути вообще на каждую фракцию где-то по 2-3 варианта дека есть, да?
Yeah, not surprising. I think,
ну, у монстров только что без вариантов всегда тут. Вампиры. У севера, ну вот только Никер отличился, да, получается, с обилкой и со сценарием. А так будет всегда вот эта обилка, но тут тоже разные варианты есть. Может быть Раде, может быть Драук, могут быть движки. Ну, забанили белок, и здесь забанили... Как его звать-то? Узурпатора.
Yeah, Scoia'tael, I think generally the favored ban unless you're going for certain strategies or your opponent's brought something that you really don't want to face. You know, there is consideration for targeting strategies. The most targetable decks currently would be maybe considered stuff like Nilfgaard and Syndicate. I feel like
ну, чаще, да, чаще 300 куски. Ну, или можно, кстати, даже без 300 куски можно положить и плотву, а вместо миктобраки положить капитуляцию. Капитуляция, ну, это если севера много есть, например, Драуга, там с броней юниты будут.
Tactical decision list for Nick.
Осадок капитуляции, дам задумка, да. Я, кстати, тоже играл, только я еще добавил 300 куски попробовал. То есть все встраиваются в первый ряд, а я туда просто на куски, и потом еще 300 куски. Я так тоже поиграл. Но она не особо у меня пошла, прямо скажем. Никогда платался с Пирадом, да, эту деку давно уже. Вообще, по сути, вот этот Кальвейт с баллом двойным, вот как только появились сценарии, когда это было в декабре или когда там они появились, я уже не помню. Вот как только появились сценарии, появился вот этот вот двойной сценарий Кальвейта с плотвой, кстати, он и был тогда, по сути, сразу он был с плотвой. Ну, кто там его собрал, я не помню, ну, не Никер точно, да, кто-то там другой был.
They don't only think about the deck they're queuing, they think what their opponent's going to queue in response.
Но опять же таки, может, они могли параллельно типа собрать эту деку. А далее уже просто так подсматривали друг у друга карты и меняли, и все. Может быть, он увидел кого-то и собрал что-то свое. Тут вариантов много, но вообще это не принципиально, на самом деле. Кто собрал, но никогда на нем часто играл. Вот с тех пор он очень частенько на ней играл.
Yeah, it's a very tricky one because I feel like it's one of these things where you can overthink.
Ты Илборджи собирал? Нет, так я, Гал, ты сейчас меня не очень понял. Я же не спорю, что ты Илборд ее собирал. Просто это не означает, что кто-то другой, кто играл на похожие деки, увидел ее именно у Илбота. Вообще не означает. То есть, когда вышел сценарий, тогда это было вполне очевидно, что надо собрать двойной балл, там вопрос был на чем.
In, say, community tournaments,
you know, и плюс-минус карты, они же там будут, ну, примерно одинаковые. Дальше там уже просто замены делаешь большие.
Looks like the match is going to be starting very soon. Hopefully we'll see what players end up queuing. But we do see Wang ID on blue coin, and we see Nick on red coin. I'm gonna, put in my thoughts here. I think Wang ID will stick to the classics, probably bring Mystic Echo on blue, and we could see Nick bring the double ball list on red would be a possibility.
Кто это
Maybe
такой,
also mobilization, because
пишет
again, you
Панда
have
вообще?
two ways to win
вообще
the
без
round
понятия.
with
Он стримы
mobilization,
ведет или кто?
and your bronze is kind of they're not
Давид
very good. So if you go blue coin, you might be in a bit of a pickle. Whereas if you go red coin, you can kind of play it safe and then just win round 2 and round 3 instead.
Yeah, mid-range mobilization or mid-range Northern Realms in general is kind of a Gwent the draw your golds card game, and we did see that kind of hurt Colomoan recently when he didn't draw his shoot, for example, one of his higher provision gold cards, because you really need to find your pieces in order to solve the puzzle and win the rounds. And when you have the number of low value bronze cards that the
Музычка
decks
из
run,
Гвинта там на фоне.
that can be really
Когда
challenging.
начнется,
So it
жди,
is a little bit draw
Гал.
dependent, the
Жди.
opposing deck, but
Ты
you know,
это
pretty
еще
good,
знаешь,
flexible
это еще
deck,
вот
and,
прям вот.
there's a reason why we're seeing it common.
Можно сказать, ты не ждал.
Well, when you do draw your cards, then it's
Ну
really,
и когда
really
вот
good.
началось все, реально, часа полтора прошло, когда первая игра только появилась. А они трепались, они всех достали. Люди уже отписываться начали. Гвинт удалять, там столько всего пошло происходить.
Kind of that mid gold package from like 7 to 10 provision. You don't have many cards there, so it makes it.
Там даже китаец вот этот Сумо в чат зашел, уже пишет: давайте я, блин, сейчас куплю билет, прилечу в Польшу. Давайте играть уже. Ну и тогда они решили, что, блин, надо запускать.
Like Great Swords, for example, even the ships or more engine-based decks, whereas the Northern Realms list have bronzes that don't do much together. They're just, hey, I'm gonna play, 6 for 4, 5 for 4. Okay, I'm just, trying to sneak away with this really low tempo play. But sometimes you can't, especially if you're playing this deck on blue coin. I see the tournament match loads up soon. Hopefully, goes smoother than the first game.
Нет, но у тебя есть шанс постоянно получить дропы. То есть дропы при этом как бы немножечко лучше, чем обычно. То есть там бочки какие-то, я не помню, там вначале они показывали эти награды. Но гарантированно ты получаешь аватарку, да.
And although you're less likely to draw a lot of bad cards, you need to kind of draw your pieces that work together.
Так у них так всегда вроде было. То есть, гарантированно давали там, я помню, титул.
Mid-range, all your cards that if you draw your good cards, they're all kind of good cards, so it's not as susceptible to that because you don't need as many pieces to work together. So we can understand why we're seeing so much of this kind of Redea. It's either usually Redea Shoop or Redea Philippa Northern Realms. But it'll be interesting to see what the players choose to queue. Like we said, we do have Wanged on blue, so you're expecting maybe a Harmony versus what, Tactical Decision?
Yeah, I think double ball is one of the options. Again, mobilization might be another one. Second wind, I think definitely not. I think we'll definitely see second wind on blue, I believe. Especially because, not so much because it's this fantastic deck to play on blue, but more because the other two decks are, pretty fantastic on red. So I think it just kind of forces you into playing that on blue. At least, the second game of the series. We'll see how far the series goes on and what he ends up winning and losing with. But Wang ID does have a bit more versatility when it comes to choosing when to play his decks. Of course, Mystic Echo is pretty good on blue, but he can decide to play maybe Blood Scent on blue. It's not terrible. You have the Thrive package, the Larva's very easy to get up points in round 1 without overcommitting, and allows you to kind of compete in any round 1. You're not too scared of the player's very oppressive tempo with decks like Double Ball maybe.
Yeah, see, I almost expect Wang ID to queue the Blood Scent as his opener, because if Nick is expecting the Harmony, he's going to be playing that Tactical Decision, and Tactical Decision Double Ball, like we said, that's the kind of matchup that he wants. So Wang ID might be thinking, well, Blood Scent, like you said, it works all right on blue, it works all right going first, and because he's got that and Harmony as options, he's not kind of shoehorned into a position where he has to queue a certain deck because it's his only option. So we might see a, say, Tactical Decision versus Blood Scent matchup.
Could be. Also looking, I think a very important part, not only in this series, but in the rest of the tournament will be, a card that's been in the spotlight for a few months now. Bomb Heaver, of course, very good when there's a scenario on your opponent's side of the board. Very good answer. When there isn't, kind of doesn't do anything. So a bit binary in that interaction, but in this tournament, it is going to be, I think, the big focus for a lot of these players because scenarios are so strong and they get so many points if left uncontested. Looking at Nick's list, every single list that he will be playing today has a Bomb Heaver ready to go. So Wang ID is trembling in his chair because he knows that that's going to be answered almost every time. And on Wang ID's side, the Squirtle list, of course, Harmony doesn't usually play Bomb Heaver, so the only one missing it, but it's almost in every deck, basically.
Yeah, Bomb Heaver is an interesting one. It does recommend that you wash your hands, which is obviously something that in the current situation is worth doing. But on the flip side, if you don't have a target for it, it is just a 4-point bronze. And it's one of these things that can really impact your game. You know, you draw it when you don't want to see it, then you're going to be kind of sad. But if you don't have it, it could, you know, decide the game. So it's a tricky kind of card. And it's not surprising that a lot of players have included it, especially as it is relatively cheap in terms of provisions. So we'll have to see just how that turns out, whether washing your hands is going to, you know, save the day or not.
That being said, it's not the only answer. Shoop is a thing for a reason. I think not only because it's, you know, a fun card to play, obviously you have, you know, all these options, the adventure you can choose to go on, but also because it's a very versatile answer for artifacts.
Блин, они тут даже не думали начинать еще, что ли?
So it's a secondary option if you don't draw into the Bomb Heaver or you need to deal with it twice. The game has started up. We'll be jumping right in. Wang ID playing his Northern Realms list, and Nick playing like we expected the double ball list on
Она убежала, наверное.
Yeah, so Wang ID opting to play
Я думаю, она уникратала сейчас.
On blue in order to maybe snipe this matchup. We've seen Bomb Heaver get thrown away, get in the bin, Bomb Heaver, you're not useful here. And the Temple Guard also getting banished to the Shadow Realm and replaced by Philippa. That's a nice mulligan.
Of course, Wang ID's Northern Realms list is a mid-range on our list. It has Redea, does not have Shoop, so it does have the Philippa, for example, normally something you swap for a Shoop if you decide to, but in this case has the Redea and the Philippa instead, and does have the Bomb Heaver, of course.
Сейчас пойдет бал.
As the name indicates, the deck does play ball 2 times, ideally, so definitely good to have an answer for it. It is
Тортик кушаю, я, кстати, тоже сейчас что-нибудь покушаю.
Yep.
Поэтому я пропаду сейчас с экранов телевизоров.
To cycle it, you just need to find the Asir. But with that said, there is no Roderick, so it's harder to find. Although you do have the tactical decision, you can go looking at what's in your deck and stuff. We see a Tortoise come down here on the side, just kind of playing relatively slowly, kind of waiting to see what it is that Wang ID chooses to play here.
Of course, generally round 1 in Gwent is the game to not overcommit. You don't want to spend more resources than your opponent. The provision systems makes it very interesting. Each deck kind of has, you know, each card has a certain value, and you want to win the round or lose a round, but without overspending. If you play, you know, your super cool finisher in round 1, all of a sudden you don't have that super cool finisher for round 3, and you might lose the game.
Yeah, the other thing that Wang ID is going to have to decide, knowing that it's a list that has 2 balls, you know, Nick has 2 balls, when is he going to play the Bomb Heaver? Do you play it the first instance that you see Masquerade Ball, or do you save it for the second one? Because if you play it early and your opponent has a Seer, they can instantly just put it back into the deck. And then they don't even necessarily need to draw Mata, because they might just draw Masquerade Ball,
китаец убежит сейчас, наверное, да?
For the next round. So you typically want to save the Bomb Heaver for the second one, but then on the flip side, sometimes the second one doesn't happen.
Просто сейчас 2 яда будет на столе, да, но... А что Ник собирается давать? Винсента в яд? Ну, наверное, еще раз корову прокинет.
For this cow carcass, so 2 poisons coming down on the board, no Thirsty Dame or any kind of engine to benefit from that, but still, 2 poisons is not great. You're on blue coin as well, so Nick has a chance on red coin to play poisons and use that as reach to be able to say, hey, I can poison you now, I have much more reach with my cards because I can eliminate a unit while also playing something like a Vincent or a second Raw Tosser. This makes things very complicated. Wanged can't defend both of these Raw Tossers right now. He doesn't have something like a Cursed Knight, for example, to transform it, which would be a great tech option. And we'll see what he decides to do here in this position.
Yeah, we've just seen that Wang ID is unable to answer the first Raw Tosser, so Nick's like, well, if you're not going to answer the first one, you're probably not going to answer the second one. And the only way that Wang ID can really answer this is to sacrifice something. You know, your option to stop the poison is to put something in between. So the cow carcass poisons the sacrifice, but given the state of Wang ID's hands, there's nothing in that hand you want to be sacrificing.
Exactly my point. Round 1, it's great to have a good handful of golds, of course, but in round 1, it's sometimes not so great because you need these bad bronzes, let's say, to play them out, and we're in a position now where Bomb Heaver isn't a bad bronze because it's an answer to the scenario, for example, so it gets a lot of value in this matchup, and every other card is a very good card. Philippa comes down, obviously a very small body, so can protect that 5-point body, takes the poison for it, and the 4-point body does end up dying to it. But still, a big tempo play. You are committing a gold here, but because you are on blue coin, you sometimes need to overspend a bit just to make sure you don't lose on even. That's definitely a nightmare scenario.
Yeah, Philippa really taking one for the team there. I mean, she is blind, right? She has no eyes.
Кира тут, конечно, плохая, она типа Винсенту дает
poisonous cow
шикарную.
carcass, but those rot tosses really did see value there. And the problem with the Philippa is you usually enjoy using the 4 damage on something like a Thirsty Dame from the Masquerade Bowl. You know, there's more important removal targets. In terms of Nick's board state, rot tosses and tortoises aren't the things that you want to be killing. Now we see the lock come down and just shutting down that Trident infantry so that when it gets boosted, it's no longer going to be dealing damage because there's things like Anna who, you know, you pop her down next to the Tridam and you're going to be having a pretty hard time with that guy.
We see, yeah, the bleed comes down. Could
Я так понимаю, Ник
Vincent,
оставил
for example,
себе на bleed.
Tempo here could just be he's trading bronzes.
Сценарий,
Nick could
да?
just saying, okay, there's a huge point gap. My opponent, you know, committed a Philippa. I don't want to contest this. I'm going to play some bronzes, make him keep playing into the round to make sure he wins it, and then I'll go into, you know, rounds 2 and 3 with more goals in him, and in theory, more provisions in my deck. Then maybe he should win, of course. But that's not always the case. Obviously, there are certain matchups and certain decks that need to have the preference of winning round 1 and having control over how the rest of the rounds go. So we'll see what Nick decides here, or what Wang ID decides.
Yeah, the bleeding's actually quite nice in that it's still a status, so you can opt for Vincent, but you have to be a bit careful about playing too many aristocrats. And they're opting not to utilize the lock does mean that you'd have to use Vincent for removal rather than just letting it kind of tick. We see the very quick pass there out of Wang ID. He's like, I will no more of this round. I found my pass.
Сначала плохой сыграл, потом переиграл.
Have the round, but giving Nilfgaard the round.
Without having played
А что было уже
is,
не доигрывать?
Could be a scary thing here.
Пароль.
I do think some viewers might be confused when I mentioned, you know, you don't want to overcommit round 1, but Kira was played, which is kind of, you know, you played 2 pretty big goals in round 1. What are you doing, Wang ID? But the problem here is that Kira is a great goal, but in this matchup specifically, because Vincent is a thing, on round 3 it's almost a bad card to play because you expect your opponent to have Vincent. So he throws it out this round instead, trades with the Vincent, and gets a pass anyway. And that's fine for him, but yeah, he might be in a pickle. I mean, double
Минус
ball is still a
Vincent,
possibility,
кстати.
and Nick might decide to just go in for the bleed round 2. We'll see what he
Окей.
does here.
Ну, правда, минус Кира.
It's a tricky one though, because Nick did play 2 aristocrats, so you then need to make sure you have enough aristocrats in order to trigger Masquerade Ball twice. And given the state of hand currently, you have 1
С другой стороны,
aristocrat.
защитника все равно нету.
So things aren't really looking so good on the aristocrat front. Although there is another one, there's Roderick. And I think because you're doing that ball kind of recycling strategy, this is the situation where you kind of check if your opponent has Bomb Heaver, right? You can always play the Masquerade Ball, get the Thirsty Dame.
Вот вопрос. Наверное,
They
нет,
play
да?
the Bomb Heaver, and you're still even, so you still have that option of passing, or just straight passing. I guess
То
you
есть,
can maybe try and play Masquerade
теперь
Ball twice.
Бомбер
He does have
кидает
Roderick onto Morale
сценарий
or a
дальше,
Seer. So if the
серый,
first Masquerade
еще
Ball
раз
does
сценарий.
get Bomb Heavered in round 3, he can instantly recycle it that same round.
That's a tricky
And get an
situation
extra
now.
30 game.
If you're Wang ID, do you keep the Bomb Heaver? Because you know that if you play the Bomb Heaver, you're trading, you know, with the scenario, but the scenario is getting out an engine, Thirsty Dame, right? So you're trading kind of in a negative way, and then you're giving your opponent the chance to replay it, and you're not drawing cards round 3, obviously, but you do have the chance to, with your leader ability, find that ball. With Mata, you find the ball again, so a lot of thinning options as well for a double ball player.
У Ника шикарная
Yeah,
рука.
this is a really tricky choice because you might think, oh, why didn't Nick
There's the
play
Bomb
Masquerade
Heaver.
Ball round 2?
It makes total sense, I think, at this point in the game, and because
Маскарадом давить первый раунд? Не, ну тут видишь, в чем опасность с Маскарадом давить первый раунд была, получается. То есть ты, допустим, мог получить бомбера, проиграть этот раунд, и тебя бы давили потом во втором. Тебе бы пришлось играть во втором еще, тоже Сирея, потом Мату, потом Бал. То есть, я не знаю, если бы была Сире, наверное, у него в руке, может быть, он играл.
Say Nick hadn't drawn Masquerade Ball, you might think, oh, he didn't play Masquerade Ball round 2 because he didn't have it. But like you said, in this situation, it actually does make more sense to mulligan the Bomb Heaver because you're not going to be able to stop both balls, so why give them the option of playing it twice?
А так теперь Маскарад сыграет
a little bit
точно.
more tricky in terms of finding benefit. See,
Redea coming down, a few options here. Magic Lamp, just the classic 5 points. So you have Dagger for some removal as well, and that's good to have as well, of course. You can kind of, you don't have to spend it immediately. It's kind of whatever you want, so it allows you some more flexibility when it comes to having that extra reach.
Не знаю, очищение хотел
And of
найти
course,
или нет.
Northern Realm's not known for its very tall units. we see an 8-point Redea. That's going to be a pretty good poison target.
А, он вообще бомбера замулиганил,
So much
кстати.
poison, I mean. Another Fangs, Moral, Cut Bear. There's so much poison, and this is definitely going to be a target you want to poison. So
самое прикольное, Асире в руке нет. Хотя она все равно на 9 играет у Ника. Без разницы.
Redea is a lovely poison target. And in terms of the deck as well,
Даже если
for
бы
Nick,
была.
you have a lot of options with how you want to play cards out. Like, you might think, oh, what if the Roderick, gets bricked? At the moment, Roderick is drawing a Seer, right? Which isn't the greatest card ever. And you might think, well, why would you want to do that? Or at the moment, Matt is also drawing a Seer. And then you're like, well, there's 2 cards to be drawn. However, because of Yennefer's Invocation, what Nick can do is wait until his opponent, Wang ID, plays a card that he wants to steal, and then he could kidnap it and play it himself. And things like Reynard, for example, and Anna Strenga are going to be really problematic for Wang ID if Nick can manage to kidnap them. So Wang doesn't want to play those cards too early, but the later he plays them, the less value they get. And I feel like this may be a very quick invocation, potentially.
The ball comes out, Thirsty Dame comes out, of course. Normally in Gwent you want to play your engines as soon as possible.
Предположил сейчас, что Инву надо сюда кидать. Мне кажется, Инву сюда очень странно кидать.
In this case, we see Nick going for the double engine play, which is always tricky to answer in one turn, just when you trigger with your, leader, the chapter right away on the Masquerade Ball, and that's it. 2 Thirsty Dames comes out, Redea exits the building, and a big point gap for Nick with the 17-4 score.
Ну, наверное, вот это просто сейчас будет кидать, да? Хотя, блин, типа она играет, она бафает на 2 вот это. Кидать ее бустать. Вперед просто скинуть, конечно, это бред. А, убивать будет Фалибор? Ну, вот Фалибор и Инва полетит точно.
We mentioned the reach here with the dagger. There we can see it in play. Allows you to have those 3 points of damage stored in your damage box, and then you release them on that Thirsty Dame. Falibor comes in, cleans it up, gets that 1 extra point on the second Thirsty Dame. So an indication that he's looking to reset something else with Bloody Baron if he's putting damage onto that Thirsty Dame. And again, the board stay is very important for removal as well. Visigourd is fantastic for removal, but when you don't have units on the board and you don't have boosts on the board, you cannot play and you have to kind of develop that first. So Falibor was the best option there.
Принцессы не зашла, наверное. Не, ну Суказа будет, я думаю.
And if you can remove the Thirsty Dames, then that is what you want. But we do see Morale coming down here, and that Falibor makes him such a lovely poison target. But actually, maybe the Invocation target opting to poison the Strenga instead.
Все, да.
And just
Я думал, он будет травить Фалибор. Не-не-не.
Сюда
Инва полетит потом.
He's going to invocate my Falibor.
And he's also saying, hey, I have so many poisons, I'm going to kill it eventually, or I'm going to do something to this Falibor. Let's deal with the Anna Stranger first. And again, I mean, this decked up the Masquerade Ball, obviously. The superstar is the scenario, is the Masquerade Ball, so poison...
Вот сюда Инва тоже шикарен, кстати. Инва в принцессу и с Йохима это прям вообще огонь. Просто убивает Фалибора в момент.
Cupbearer or a Fangs from your hand, and then use the ordered poison to kill something 1 turn. Anna, no more. She didn't really do much. She was very underwhelming.
Like you said, I think this 9-point Falibor is going to be great for Invocation. Normally with Invocation, you want to get rid of a card that has some good point presence on the board. So we see Falibor with 9 points, pretty good removal, but also has, a good card you can play yourself, like you mentioned, with this deck.
You have many
chances to replay cards with Joachim, with Roderick from your deck, so it just makes the most sense, I think,
тем более теперь.
Yeah, and the thing is, Nick's really not actually very unhappy about the
Мне кажется, выгоднее вот это ядами затравить или даже это убить.
You need an even number.
Это ядами
and he's got 1 more poison on Masquerade Ball, and he's got 1 more poison in hand. So he was
Антис Йохима, она прям шикарная. Это 12 поинтов на стол и убиваешь вот эту 9-ку.
Looking at the deck, we can see kind of what's left in the deck. Not great options. I mean, a lot of bronzes and a Sire with her cat just doing her thing.
На 21, ну минус 4,
хорошо. Йохим, minus 3. So not too excited on that front. And of course, there are still pretty strong cards in hand for Wang ID. He has the Baron to reset, like you said, the Joachim target probably, although he does not have last say, so we'll see how that goes. And also the Visigourd. And I think we're going to see the Invocation here on the Odo instead. So I think that makes sense if you think about, the possibility of a Scytheman coming out, the Uprising Scytheman as well coming out later on, the Visigoth working off boost as well, and Odo is an engine that it was worth 6 points, but it could be worth much more than 9 points that you see here on Falibor, for example, over the next few turns.
I really like this because ultimately you typically see Invocation played and then Joachim played in order to take that card from the top of your list. However, Nick doesn't want to do that because he knows Baron is a card that exists. But with Roderick, he can also pull a gold card from his deck. So he's put the Reynard on the top of his deck. Then we will likely see Roderick come down in order to then play that Reynard instead of the Asir. And then you have the option to draw the Asir with Mata, or just play a melee row Mata and, say that it doesn't matter whether you draw anything or not.
And we'll see what he ends up going for here. But yeah, it's kind of complicated thinking about, shuffling a card back with a sire, then you have ways to thin it out. So you have to kind of plan that ahead, not just the board itself and what you're playing, but also kind of your draws and your, what you throw back, etc. So a bit of a puzzle there for Nick to solve, to see what he can get the most value out of, and also very important to have.
Ну, в целом, да, чтобы забавно. Ну, не то, что Висигер, то есть и Сайфман вот этот, и Висигер. Потому что каждый забаф на столе, каждый юнит с зеленой силой, это по сути плюс 2. Это плюс, потому что плюс 1 сюда и плюс 1 сюда.
But with the current board state and the leader charges at the moment, if you play Scytheman, you're only going to see maybe 3.
Ну, не знаю, стоило это того или
You
нет.
can play a back row Baron if you're feeling quite safe about it. That is an option.
Возможно.
So we'll see Roderick come down here. Imagine fishing out Reynard. Oh, opting for a Seer. I guess you matter then the Reynard.
You do have the Aristocrat tag on the Roderick, so you see the poison come down, and now finally Falibor gets his turn drinking from this green.
Но он добирает себе через мату Ода, да?
And probably gonna die.
Морал замешан. Дальше будет Морал с маты добираться.
To a healthier non-poison revenant, for example.
Я так понимаю.
No kind of purify to just cure that poison from the Falibor.
Yeah, so interestingly,
Плюс 1 на Кассиньера с лидера? Нет, так я и говорю. Так вот еще Кассиньера.
To put invocation back into his list.
То есть, по сути, каждая карта... да, плюс 3, все правильно, плюс 3. Каждая зеленая карта это плюс 3 поинта, потому что сюда один, сюда один и сюда. Да, все правильно. Да.
And Joachim, the target. So you basically could double play Invocation
rather
than double playing Masquerade Ball. And I think if you do that, you are pretty happy, right?
I mean, if it works out exactly like that, yes. But there's a leader chargers played down from Wang ID, plays a double Scytheman in one turn, gets those boosts going. And now we see both players having used their leader charge. Of course, Wang ID 1 card down, but 11 points up. So not a bad ratio to have.
Ну, теперь можно сыграть назад, кстати, барона, мне кажется, спокойно.
Nick bring it back. Of course, Mata will prolong this game by one more turn, one more card.
Сейчас,
will be drawn from
я не знаю, ну сейчас, наверное, кинет четверку, да? Вот эту.
Bronzes here in the deck for Wang ID still.
We'll
see exactly what he does draw in just a second.
А на следующий ход Мату. Мату надо обязательно играть следующим ходом, если не сейчас.
We know that Nick is going to get something pretty good, but then maybe the invocation on that Reynard might come back to kind of haunt him if he gets that instead of the invocation, the second invocation. So he invocated and then maybe bricked his own invocation, if that makes sense.
There, the Falibor does finally exit the building as well, same as Rodea. A little bit earlier in the
Он с
round.
бароном ничего не делает.
Единственное,
я не знаю, сколько локов осталось. То есть, если лок здесь в колоде есть, то Вангит может думать, что здесь лок. Тогда надо играть вперед барона и сразу прокидывать сюда. Но этого может не хватить по итогу. Морал нет, Морал не выживет. Но это мы знаем, Гал, а Вангит этого не знает. Вот, видишь, в чем проблема?
Northern Realms.
Вот в чем
See the cupbearer dying.
То есть Вангит думает, что у него в руке лок.
Not really the smartest tools in the bunch. They keep eating the poison cake, dying. They're like, oh, Rodea died, and then.
Хотя по сути, мне кажется, если бы он посчитал, он бы понял, что ему не хватит поинтов все равно, мне кажется. То есть тут нужно было рисковать, отыгрывать от того, что лока нет, ставить назад вот это все дело. Ну не знаю.
I think you have to play Mata,
you have to play
right?
Mata.
Because
you have to play Mata because you're not playing against Baron yet. So you get an extra turn, which means he can play optionally a range row Baron, and then on the next turn apply bleeding. It depends what you pick up, really.
this tempo guard would have been great.
Еще дополнительный поинт
you know, boost a few more units, but in this current board
It's
state,
going to be a big fallible, not fallible, Ansays, right? You invocate the Ansays, you make him the tallest boy in the party, and he just kills everyone.
That's
Я думал, он Морала замешал, а тут оказывается
You
Ген.
need to ban satisfaction that he will have it.
At the top of your deck, and Joachim playing the top non-spine unit from your deck. So cards.
Нам же не показали, что он замешал, но я предположил, что там Морал был, а оказывается Ген.
And also having last say crucial to allow this play to happen and to play around that Bloody Baron reset.
Yeah, this double ball list, very powerful, but we've seen it played out a very different way this time around, and I really enjoy the way that Nick has kind of played this, you know, playing Masquerade Ball just the once, but playing Yennefer's Invocation twice. And you can see here at the moment all points are even.
Ну все, это
one card apiece, but not all cards are created evenly.
We'll see Bloody Baron here, of course, has to go into the front row to get the Zeal effect and to reset that Thirsty Dame. In the end, it was the card that got reset, like we, you know, foreshadowed way at the beginning. And Joachim does come down, going to add 4 points to his opponent's board. We're going to bring out a very big Ansace with a very big ability here. Going to be, of course, inspired, and going to have Zeal to duel a unit. And Nick does end up winning by 5 points there.
Но мне кажется, если бы он поставил назад Барона, тогда он бы выиграл.
But didn't get the tactical decision versus Harmony.
Мог прийти Ода? Нет, не
I'm
мог.
wondering if this might be a
в смысле
blessing
прийти
in disguise for
в
Wang ID,
руку?
because that matchup
Это
definitely
да, мог, да.
difficult for him. He didn't have the options to control the
Да,
round
в
one.
руку, да.
You know, he had too many
Сматы,
good
да.
cards, and even with his good cards in round
Сматы
two,
мог,
they
да.
just or round three, they just kept getting poisoned. We went into a long round, and it allowed Nick to do some kind of janky things with a Seer and Mata, for example. So he did lose, but I'm wondering if at least now tactical decision is out the way.
I mean,
means that
a
you're
loss is still a
not
loss,
going to get
I
that
think.
matchup with Harmony.
I think Wang ID is not happy to have lost the first game. Harmony is, of course, it's Harmony. It's a very strong deck, a tier 1 deck. Most pro players would say the best deck in the game, especially on ladder because it's very versatile. In a tournament setting, again, it is very good, but for different reasons. Being able to play it on blue coin, I think, is you know, a very clutch thing to have in a tournament setting, because most, you know, decks are very, you know, red coin heavy and want a tempo abuse, but you need to have a blue coin deck that can kind of resist that tempo abuse from your opponent, and Harmony does that. It's just very good at what it does, and just a very good deck overall. And I think Wang ID was kind of happy to see it let through, because I think Nick's bans weren't so much, I'm targeting Harmony, I'm gonna, you know, not ban it and let it go through. It was more, lockdown's gonna really, you know, mess me up because I have mobilization and maybe I didn't think about this too much. So he has to ban it. So now Harmony goes through, and it's a tier 1 deck. We'll see if Wang ID can kind of ride that deck to success. But starts off losing the first game. Not a great start for him.
No, I wonder though if it's a case of winning or like losing the battle but not the war. That is the thing with these Gwent tournaments. We have seen, you know, reverse sweeps and all that. So Wang ID is down, but definitely not out at this point. With that said, I feel like Nick is going to be feeling pretty happy about that situation. As a new player coming into the tournament scene, we have in the past often seen players tilt, shall we say. Like, new players coming onto the tournament scene aren't familiar with playing in the studio or, you know, wherever we happen to be for challengers in a mine or whatever. I mean, I don't think anyone's, you know, familiar with playing Gwent in a mine, but in this situation, because we're online, people have the comforts of playing where they play Pro Ladder, where they play online qualifiers. They have their kind of home environment, right? This is where the players are used to playing Gwent. So I feel like that does help out the newer players to give them a little bit more of an edge compared to the veterans, like Wang ID, who every time he's come to a tournament, it's been in Poland, right? It's not been at home in China. So good for, I think that was a kind of a good momentum game for Nick. And when you're coming off of a win, you tend to feel a bit more confident about your matchups. So we'll have to see how that affects the outcome of the next game.
Talking about new players, because the qualification system is different, because we see, you know, the qualifiers now instead of just the
Блин, еще базарят. Так, я сейчас пропаду с телеэкранов тоже. Покушаю немножко.
More players have a chance to kind of either hit
Но
a
я
hot
все
streak in
вижу.
the qualifier, maybe they're just better players when it comes to preparing a lineup, preparing, you know, bans, preparing your queue order, and getting a win that way, and being able to, you know, blow through a Swiss phase with the other top 64 players on the ladder currently, blow through the qualification bracket and make it here. So still obviously a huge effort going through all that. Still, you know, definitely a lot of merit to it, but a different qualification system. And we see 5 new faces. We see, well, Wang ID, Coleman, and Tilbot are the veterans, but every other player, his first time playing in, you know, a big tournament setting, and I think that may be part of the reason. So a bit of a different process in Season 2. I'm personally a big fan. Seeing new faces, giving new players opportunities is always going to be great, I think.
Yeah, and we also have the new system with the crowdfunding prizing being distributed across the bracket. So it makes Gwent esports more sustainable across the board. And bear in mind, there is still a big prize to play for, because winning this, it's not only you take home the biggest chunk of change, but if you win Gwent Open, you qualify for the Gwent Challenger at the end of the year, which has a $50,000 base prize pool, plus crowdfunding with the Year of the Were Rat bundle, which I myself have picked up. So it's not like, oh, you win and you get a small kind of a chunk of the 10,000. You also get that qualification, and also just glory. Like, I think competitive Gwent players, like, if you're a competitive player, you do it because you want to be the best, right? And to be the best, you got to beat the best. So although people might say, like, with the distribution of the prize pool, there's not as much at stake, there's actually quite a lot at stake, I would say.
And also the crown points. I mean, even if you don't win the tournament, there are, you know, a lot of the spots later on to decide who ends up in the final for the Gwent Masters at the end of Season 2 will be decided through crown points. So there's a big, obviously, you can get second in the tournament, you can get to the final.
Yep.
You get more crown points than if you get 5th through 8th. So still very, very important for the outcome of the end of the season as well.
Yeah, it's big. You get crown points from ladder, you get crown points from these tournaments. Like, even if you don't necessarily win, you can still make it to the Challenger as well. So there's a lot to play for. And also, for you guys at home, like, you still have options to qualify for these tournaments. You know, you play through the pro ladder, get top 64, win a qualifier, then boom, you're here. You know, we talk about veterans, but there's a lot of space for people to show up.
Looks like we're jumping into the game at the moment. We see Nick R, unsurprisingly, on his great swords, on his, you know, blue coin deck, which was, you know, very expected from us. And we see Wang ID on his comfort pick, I think, his, you know, very favored Blood Scent Vampires deck. He loves this deck. He's played it when other players haven't even looked at it or touched it. He was there playing it online, and he's playing it online now as well in Gwent Open #1 of the 2nd season.
Yeah, and we see the mulligans. And Osril, you might think, oh, Osril's a great card, you know, but that's a great round 3 card. And so if you think you can find it again, then that is a good mulligan target. And swapping it out there for the Ighern makes you very happy, because Ighern is one of these round 1 cards. So if you swap a round 3 card for a round 1 card, I don't think you're going to be too unhappy.
And of course, it is tricky, but the round 1 hands we mentioned in the last game as well, it's not only, you know, have your golds and just have the best hand possible, but sometimes you have to make your hand a bit worse and have more options with more bronzes that you can play out and expend and not overcommit. So yeah, again, a bit risky, mulliganing Osril, which is kind of your win condition in some ways in a short round. But Wang ID, he believes in the heart of the cards. He knows he's going to find it later on. He's going to reconnect, you know, with his lost love there, the Osril, and he's confident. Doesn't need it this turn. Going to play, you know, his Plumars, his, you know, his Andrega Larva, of course, the best bronze in the game, and going to go with a Thrive package instead.
Yeah, meanwhile, we see Nick starting to assemble the Skellige fleet. And for those of you who know me, know that I have a deep hatred of playing against the Skellige fleet, because these boats are the most obnoxious thing in the entire game, and they keep coming back to haunt you, you know, with the resurrections and whatnot. But we do see here a Frost coming down, and this is quite nice, is enabling him to, ooh, there you go, I was going to say get lucky and kill a Andrega. It was a 50-50 there, and Avalak, he flipped the coin and he won. And removing these Andregas as quickly as possible is such a key play, because like you said, they're like gold cards in disguise, you know, like Transformers are robots in disguise, Andregas are gold cards in disguise.
Yeah, and a very unusual play. You know, normally don't see Avalak played, 1, so early, and 2, played for Frost instead of Rain, because you normally want the damage ticks for the Great Swords instead. But of course, these players have to adapt to their matchup, to the different, you know, situations that arise. And in this case, Avalak into Frost seemed like a very, very good play. Removes 1 engine, and that's kind of what you want to look at in you know, somewhat of a long round. You want to play your own engines and try and control your opponent's engines. Of course, in this case, for monsters, for vampires, although it seems like all the engines are going to be, you know, vampire and bleeding based, Thrive is so strong that you have to play it, even if you're not playing the usual, maybe, you know, Gurnatora deck instead. But Andrega Larva very strong, Bruxa still very strong as well, so the Thrives come in, but a big point gap for Nick right now. Did commit a gold though, did commit Avalak.
Yeah, and we see the tactical advantage being played a little bit later in terms of boosting the boat, the uncrate longship. And the reason I think for that is this allowed it to get a few pings out, whereas if you straight off boost it, it becomes a very tempting heat wave target, right? Because although heat wave is nice on things that you second wind, heat waving a boat like this on round 1 just removes it from the game, which means it also stops your opponent from developing a graveyard. So by delaying the TA, what you allow yourself to do is get a little bit more value from the boat, and it becomes a less lucrative target for your opponent.
Exactly. And the only removal in the deck for Wang ID for something like this longship would be the Heat Wave, which would, of course, instantly remove it, but it's a big commitment to round 1. And then the Striga, Parasite, and Thunder can all deal with it at the moment at this point gap right now. So Nick R knows this. He says, okay, I'm going to boost this up. You want to deal with it? Sure, you're going to commit a gold. And then if not, you just can't deal with it. So I'm going to get the value anyway. So very smart play from him. Definitely a key use of that tactical advantage.
And Wang ID can't really deal with any of these boats. We have the Heimei Protector there sitting next to the Dimming Longship. So every time the Dimming Longship damages itself in order to deal damage, the Heimei Protector is going to get bigger. And Nick can place the other Longship on the other side of that in order to keep boosting this. And there's not a whole lot Wang ID can do. So it might be the case of you play some bronze cards and then you get out of the round. But if you do that, you haven't necessarily set up some graveyard targets for things like Ozro.
Yep, and of course we see the Goliath here, and this is kind of saying, you can try and deal with this round. It is a gold, but like you said, you're kind of setting up your graveyard for later on. It's kind of a card that has a big drawback, so you want to play in a round where if there is a drawback, you can just pass and not worry too much about it. Instead, in round 3, if you play into that drawback, then you give your opponent a ton of value. So kind of like Kara in the last game where it was played round 1. It's a card where there is a drawback, there is a chance that it's not going to get its full value in round 3, so I'm going to play it in round 1 instead.
Yeah, on the plus side, Wang ID does now have dominance, so the Striga is going to see a little bit more value, and we do see that coming down to sink one of these boats. The Skellige fleet at least has been partially sunk, but in doing so, you also boost that Protector.
And Nick still hanging on. 3-point lead, equal cards here. Turn to play is for Nick here. Got to, he has to try and win this round, of course, because playing with the Great Swords, you really, really value, last say, of course. I mean, both decks do with Ozro as well, but Great Swords, I think, the points you can get with last say and with second wind are immense if you have last say and no chance for your opponent to counter.
Yeah, it was still getting to a little bit of an awkward position with the hand, but using the Giga Scorpion decoction there to kill the Goliath. When Goliath dies, it will pull the highest strength unit from your deck, which at this point was the Defender, and the Defender is now also defending the boat and has given Nick a lot of tempo, because Nick, playing Great Swords, you really do want to have control, but you also want to hold off on the Stunning Blow, because Stunning Blow, for example, is really nice against cards like Ighern, because you can deal 7 damage and kill it, because Ighern will die when its armor is removed. So I really like this. I think like utilizing that to thin your Defender is actually pretty good. Even though you do lose out on the Defender against the Great Swords, you gain control of the rounds and the game, which is what you really, really want.
Well, we mentioned the fact that it has a drawback, but in this round, it's not do or die. The way Gwent works, you can lose this round and you're still fine. There's still 2 more rounds to go. So Wang ID, he thins out a gold card from his opponent's deck. His opponent's deck currently has a few less provisions, a few less value cards to find later on. And by playing this bronze now and playing these kind of less valuable cards, he might be saying, hey, I don't care too much about this round. I'm going to trade with you. You're going to play maybe your Wild Boar even to make sure
он хочет выиграть явно первый
I'm
раунд.
going to get ahead. The thing with this monsters deck is if your opponent passes right now, 11-point gap, most decks can't deal with that, but Wang ID has the Ighern, so he has a ton of reach if his opponent does end up passing, which is, can be very scary for Nick. He can't just pass, even if there's a big point gap.
Yeah, I think the issue with playing Mouser, though, is it does allow Nick R to continue into the round without committing. Playing that Savage Bear, it delays the round, but also Savage Bear is a target you do want in your graveyard. And Nick has really been able to develop his graveyard here. He's played 1 Greatsword, but because he's running the Freya's Blessing, he should be able to resurrect potentially a Greatsword or a boat later on. So playing a Greatsword doesn't necessarily mean the end of the world. You've got another Greatsword in hand. You've now got the Bear in the graveyard as well, which when you play the second Bear is going to give you value. And if necessary, you can always resurrect the Defender.
Now it's getting pretty tricky for Nick. He's hoping his opponent passes soon because he does not want to play the Wild Boar of the Sea this turn. He wants to try and win the round while still keeping that card in hand. There is a big point gap, but we mentioned it. Yigern has an incredible reach,
Ну, это
thrive pings as
понятно.
well,
Что
you know,
сюда
on Bruxa,
полетит,
for
да.
example. And there is only two armor, and yeah, Stunning Blow comes out immediately and kills that, and we're back to square one, 36-19.
Yeah, the issue now is Nick doesn't want to be playing either of these cards. You want Wild Boar of the Sea potentially for, you know, at the end. I mean, you can play it and resurrect it, but ideally you'd like to save it and resurrect something else, like a Greatsword.
Ну тут
And you
вопрос,
don't wanna
Вангит
be
типа
playing
хочет из
Hammond
него
because
вытащить
Hammond
этот
moves
Wild Boar
an
или
enemy
нет?
unit. And that's great against cards which are row-locked. And which cards are row-locked? Oriana. And Oriana is a key engine tool in this vampire list. Oriana boosts based on the number of enemy units that are bleeding. But
Жару
she's
куда-то здесь
range
кидать, блин.
locked, so that only happens if she's on the range row, and Hammond is such a great counter to that card. The problem for Wang ID is there's not much he really wants to play here either.
And there's a big point gap as well. I think that's the bigger problem. We're seeing a 19-36. That's a lot of points you have to make up. And to make up those points now without the Yigern, kind of as that, you know, you can spend Yigern and have a ton of points still, but now it's been played, so now he has to go for more valuable options like this Defender, for example. But he still has a ton of reach with Osrul, for example. And it's okay playing Osrul in this round, because if you lose this round, that Osrul's going to get answered in round 3 because you don't have last say with a Morgvarg and a Greatsword combo. So
Да, но Озрала хочется
it's not going to have
играть.
that value anyway. And both players know this. They have to win this round. Wild Boar comes down, and this might just be enough. I mean, Nikar.
But
Озрал
I mean, you have
играет
the Heatwave though
на
on to say the Heymay, and you have the Osrul, but then, you know, you don't have the Heatwave for something
14.
bigger.
Yeah, I think Hammond is great, but it's not. I think Nick will be
И
happy to
11.
trade it for any of the cards.
Это ничья получается, да?
I think with the current point gap, you can't really continue playing. I mean, you're trading two pretty good cards.
Ну можно кровотек добавить.
It could be anything, of course. Wang does not know that it's Hammond in the hand. It could be a Bronze, for example. Unlikely, but it's a possibility. And I think with this point gap, you don't want to be trying to trade up and trying to win it here, even if you can make it in 2 cards.
Yeah, I think if Wang ID wants to make it...
Плюс 1 фрайв? Нет, плюс 1 фрайв это замечательно, но минус 1 лотовки.
And a leader charge, but then the question is, what do you put your opponent on? Do you put your opponent on Hammond? Do you put your opponent on...
Oh, he's going for it.
You know, where do you put him?
Ну, он сейчас лидера добавит. Он, по идее, должен сейчас добавить 1 раз лидера.
And like we mentioned, I think, yeah, he knows that if he loses this round, it's just not great to have Osrul in round 3 anyway, because you're playing, you're giving the Greatsword and the more.
А почему он лидера не добавил?
But he doesn't get the leader charge.
He does not. No.
And the leader charge won't tick on the next turn.
That's true, but he could still take it right now if, of course, Nick decides to pass. So at this point, I think Wang ID just decides, hey, I'm going to lose this round if I pass right now, so instead I'm going to trade my Osrul.
But I don't think Wang ID wins.
Ник сейчас колоду смотрит, типа, чем он может добрать.
Puts him on 42. And he can't play a leader charge because the bleeding won't tick. He roped. That's a misplay.
But the Hammond will still be played. I mean, Nick will trade.
Ну, блин, если сейчас Никар пасует...
But Nick doesn't trade because he needs the Hammond for Oriana.
No, but I don't think he'll decide that. I mean, last say in round 3 is much more important than having a Hammond for Oriana, I think. So, and just the point gap, that was Wang ID's thought process. He said, you know, Osrul is going to be answered in round 3.
So you either lose on even or go a card down and tie.
Короче, тут сейчас Вангиду надо отдавать полностью фул лидера, чтобы добрать. Офигеть, вот это мисплейчик.
If he used 1 leader charge in the previous round, then he would be 1 point ahead. He probably did the maths, but I think ran out of time.
Блин, ну на Open надо с калькулятором же приходить, когда ты дома можешь это делать. Ну вы чё?
Whatever he has in hand and just commit it, even if it's a pretty good gold. And Hammond is great, but it's not the most fantastic thing in the world. So the Heatwave does come down, and Wang ID is currently thinking here. He's roping. A short round, I have to say, does benefit Wang ID, but he has played the Osrul already, so it doesn't. Going to bleed here with the leader ability. Going to use all the leader abilities to get that Vampire Akimara ping to win the round that way, but it is a big commitment. Is last save that important?
Офигеть.
We'll find out very soon. Does take that round.
Вот это офигеть, вот это просчитался.
We'll see if he decides to bleed or not. But bleeding without leader ability in round 2 is much, much harder for Bloodscent.
Yeah, that is so painful, especially as you've already committed Osrul. You've already committed, a lot of your big boys. You've also committed Heatwave, so you don't have the greatest of options against your opponent.
And again, this is the fact that deck lists are open. It allows Nick R, when he saw there was an 11-point gap, to say, okay, my opponent doesn't have any card that could do it after playing Osrul and Yigern, so I'm going to pass here. I'm going to put my opponent in a bit of a pickle, and I think Wang ID was thinking, there's no way my opponent passes, so I can't get punished for this. But his, Nick took kind of the bait there and passed. And Wang ID was, in a very uncomfortable position. Loses out on all his leader charges just to win that round 1. And last say is important, but I think he might have committed a bit too much. We see, a dry pass here.
Yeah, and it makes Orianna so much less impactful. Dagger being played and then sets up the graveyard for the Resurrection final play, which is quite nice. You have options with your second wind now in terms of...
Ну это да, это конечно, да.
And, we've all been in that position playing Gwent. I've definitely been in that position playing Gwent, where you're like, oh, I'll be greedy, my opponent's definitely going to keep playing, and then they pass, and you're like, oh, god damn it, now what do I do?
It's one of the best things, I think, in Gwent, the mind games, the bluffing, and many times, you're getting bled round 2, or, like we saw there.
Они сейчас обсуждают проблем, но тут явно было видно, что Вангит не блефовал, он просто просчитался. Довольно быстро, кстати, он понял, что ошибся. Буквально сразу в начале хода Микара, и дальше, я думаю, просто надеялся, что он сыграет карту. Просто надеялся. Не, ну это... Ну что вот он будет с этой рукой делать?
Orianna being mulliganed.
Yeah, I mean, she does nothing. You have no bleed, you have no leader ability.
No, and your opponent has Morkvarg, so you're just kind of sad. We did see the Ancrate Longship being mulliganed there, and that is actually because of the Raiding Fleet. So Raiding Fleet requires you to have a ship in your deck. You give an enemy unit bleeding for 4 turns, and you play around a bronze ship. So although we did see a mulligan of what is seen as a good card, there is a way for Nick to draw it. On top of that, he's resurrected another one. He is reassembling the Skellige fleet, although these drowners do make swift work of boats. Turns out boats can drown too, because if you move them to the range row, then they no longer trigger.
And we see just a pretty poor hand from Wang ID. I mean, you have you have 2 drowners, which are great, but you want them maybe in a longer round where you can really get use of that Thrive factor. Especially with so many spells in hand as well, Parasite and Thunder, you're not getting Thrive pings off of those cards because they're spells, they're not units with base power. So not a great hand. And I think, I mean, looking at the board state, looking at Nick R's leader still being there for him to kind of give him a ton of points in this round 3. I think he just played this really well. Round 1 was, I think, crucial in the outcome of this match, and we'll see it play out, but I think he's very, very favored here.
Yeah, I agree. I think that round 1 kind of dictated the pace of the game, and especially if you look at the kind of hand states, it is looking pretty sad. Those drowners, though, do see pretty decent value in that they are disrupting. They are disrupting these boats, so although they maybe won't grow into the biggest boys in the playground, it does give you options, although opting for the zap instead and just sending that boat to the Shadow Realm.
Типа, чтобы на следующий ход сработал Thrive вот отсюда, да, но...
Has a few options. Grimace is one of them against a bleed deck. Pretty good option. We are going to see that Arrakis.
Особо двигать тут больше нечего, если только
down, so that's probably going to be the direct answer for that.
Типа еще раз лодку поднимет.
But could be a great sword as well, though, depending on what he thinks
too bad.
his opponent has. But there's a Parasite, so if he expects removal, which he might, doesn't see Parasite played yet, he might decide for Grimace instead.
I mean, I'd imagine though you may want to, until you see the Parasite, but you maybe want to hold the Decree because you want to. Ideally, if you're playing Wide War of the Sea or something that deals a lot of damage, have a Greatsword on the board. In terms of resurrection targets, though, if you're not going to go down the kind of Greatsword Dagger route, what do you think is the best target?
You could have Wild Boar, but again, there's no board state, so that's probably not going to happen.
Забавно.
Same reason,
То есть теперь двигать обратно лодку,
It's
да?
just an awkward round 3 where it's short, but it's also very reactive from both players. So we don't really see any kind of board being developed. So it makes it awkward for Wang ID as well, because you have very reactive cards.
Я понял, почему он так замисплеил. Ребят, это не настоящий Вангит играет. Это вон Вангит 5 играет. Видите, ник там написан? Верхним левым углу. Это Вангит 5. Это 5-й Вангит.
Definitely an unusual round 3 for both players, I think.
Yeah, I'm wondering if maybe we see a resurrection on a
Они по очереди фигачат.
Defender, resurrect the defender, roll Decree the Greatsword, and then use your damagey cards, your Hammond, and your Morkvarg in order to boost that. But then Wang ID does have answers to that. He has the Drowner and the Parasite, so it kind of then comes down a wee bit to sequencing. Alternatively, like you said, he can just get rid of this bleeding, and then your resurrection is just played for value.
See Royal Decree. I mean, if it comes down,
Паразита в себя нельзя, да, потому что Morkvarg.
Let that bleed tick at all. But with no Orianna,
Блин, ну сейчас вот представьте, у Вангида еще 2 лидера, 2 тика.
Morkarg is not an option. There's no, boosted unit at the moment, and Hammond also not a great option either at the moment. And World Decree goes into has to be either Grimace or Greatsword. No real.
Or the bear.
Половина Китая,
Well, there's only one unit on the board, so and you're.
No, but you get bleeding for 3 turns.
For 2 turns. Or 2 pings of 2.
Oh, but then I guess you would cleanse the. Yeah, I guess you would just cleanse.
Блин, вот меня бы такая ошибка вообще так дико подавила, вот честно. Я бы вообще просто... Дальше вы полетели косяк за косяком.
Rain of fire arrows are going into its sails, so maybe not the best position to be in, especially in the range row. But, pretty nice parasite target. But again, I mean, you want to get rid of a dagger or a greatsword with that parasite. It's that one reactive answer you have still in hand.
Yeah, I think it's a really tricky one for Wang ID because he's going to have to hold this parasite as long as he can because that's his only answer, like you said.
Ну тут теперь ему что, тут вопрос, либо вот опции сейчас играть, либо держать вот опцию, чтобы законтрить.
Like I'll go for a defender or high point value, and if you go for the defender, maybe on the back row, you can block the other targets. With that said, there is the Drowner, and this is
Дагура, если он будет играть. То, скорее всего, Дагур будет последней картой.
Like neither of them is really playing the strategy that the decks are designed.
Следующий ход по-любому будет.
Yeah, it's like a fatigue match. They're just like struggling to build what they want. But yeah, there's a parasite coming down. Again, because Nick is playing so reactively and not really, very smartly, obviously not.
Причем Хаммонд интересно, кстати, он как бы на 8 сыграет, да, но лодка сюда бессмысленно.
A bit different to what he would like it to be. And
looking
at Morkarg as well in hand,
просто 2 брони.
Like you mentioned, very awkward because Wang ID did play
просто эмоциональный китаец ведь, ну может быть.
The Oswald turn 1 or round 1, so now the Morkarg doesn't get that value in round 3.
Не, ну мы только можем представить, что у него там внутри происходит сейчас. Как он там в своих мыслях, какими китайскими словами он себя называет.
I guess Morkarg only does like 1 ping, so not the greatest situation ever. And it probably works out about the same as playing, say, a Wild Boar of the Sea.
Dagger by itself without that much damage.
Ну и
pretty small
что
body with a
лидером
very good effect,
доставать?
but in this case you can't really take advantage of the effect because Morkarg is not hitting the Oswald 17 times, just blowing on it with fists. So in this case, might just look for points. Defender might be a bit of a better option. Wild Boar. Not great,
Да нет, но Дагур играет, по сути, пятеркой становится, шестеркой. По сути, на 6.
What this equates to is Wang ID has 1 card, Wang ID, and Nick has 2 because of the second wind.
That's how leaders work most of the time, especially, players try and play the strong
Что там еще было? То есть выгоднее даже защитника поставить.
And in this case, Wang ID threw that card out the window round 1 to win it. Maybe a bit premature, got put into a bit of a pickle, and yeah, there's a Wild Boar. Not the ideal board state, of course, but still. Wild Boar's Wild Boar, still a really good card.
Плюс 8, ну да.
The point gap here is just a bit too much for Catachan to handle. There is the Thrive onto the Drowner, so it's closer than maybe it could have looked like, but...
Просто два раза обилка, и он тут выигрывает. Офигеть,
Wang
офигеть.
Misread his opponent, misread the reach he had, and paid the price, losing that game 2.
And this is the kind of Gwent that we see with open deck lists, right? This is where the players know exactly what is going on in each other's decks, and as a result of that, we see these very strategic plays. We see these strategic passes. We see our opponents playing around each other's card, especially in that round 3. They were just kind of playing a cat and mouse game of.
Ну реально, вот после такой, вот я просто себя представляю, да, на его месте. После такого поражения, когда ты так затупил, еще и 2-0, и дальше уже начинаются решающие матчи, то есть проигрывать нельзя вообще. Ну это вообще так дезморалит жестко. Это пипец. Так еще и к тому же ты же понимаешь, типа, даже призовые все равно хорошие, блин.
I mean, he's putting up a pretty good show. I think he's really taking advantage, like you said, of the open deck list. I think if
тут можно, короче, я бы сказал, в общем, давайте 2900 вот сюда переводите, я пошел.
My idea is going for this crazy Igni in his Blood-Scent Vampires list. He has the reach to beat me here in round 1 without, using all of his leader charges. I can't take the risk. I need to guarantee a long round for my greatswords and last say in round 3. I can't pass here. I'm going to play Hammond instead. But with open deck lists, it's it's math. You look at the cards, you see what he's played, what he hasn't played. Does he have 11 points? No. Then, I'm going to pass here and take advantage of that. So possibly a bit of a slip up. We might be missing some information as for why ID didn't use that leader charge. Maybe just, I think, a surprise factor. Didn't expect Nick to pass there. But Nick capitalizing on the mistake and showing up 2-0 up on the series. Very surprising indeed.
I think it just came down to timing. Like, he roped fairly heavily into the Ozroll, so then you had to draw the Ozroll with Decree, pick the target for the Ozroll, and play the leader charge.
Ну вот сейчас это Францеска примерно это и сказал, и Лонс дописал. Затянул он с ходом под фитилек и уже не успевал там ничего делать. Я так понимаю, он не то что считал долго, он долго пытался понять, надо ли ему это играть дальше или не надо. Но, видимо, когда решил, что уже надо, посчитать он уже не успел. Либо посчитал, но забыл, что надо лидера прожать. Что-то вот в этом духе, наверное.
Well, considering the 3 opportunities include
ну, либо реально не посчитал урон от лодки, может быть, не посчитал.
For Nick, I think when he's looking at the rest of this series, thinking, okay, I have 3 chances.
Не знаю, может быть, тоже посчитал фрайв, но урон от лодки не посчитал. Или там какой-нибудь...
Maybe, like you said, the uncharacteristic
или наоборот.
Bring mobilization. Hopefully it doesn't, you know, bite him in the behind in this situation. I think on Red Coin, though, it is maybe not extremely favored. It's not maybe the, you know, the best option in the game, but it is better on Red Coin, and he has the chance to play it 2 times on Red Coin due to him, you know, winning that lucky draw in the bracket decisions and being the Red Coin player. So, yeah, I think he definitely has a chance. He has to make sure to play around bomb heavers as much as he can. Of course, the leader ability allows him to do that because he can mobilize and skip a chapter and get almost the full value out of the scenario, so that definitely enables him in a big way. But the one thing he has to make sure of is to mulligan away the reinforced trebuchet, because this is a Redea list, so you only have 1 of each card. So you need to get, you know, you get one created trebuchet from the scenario, and the other one has to be in your deck. If not, you're screwed up. You can't use a leader. That's the most important thing. You know, he's playing a game of Gwent, but he's also playing a game of don't draw the trebuchet, don't risk the mulligan, and make sure it's in your deck.
Yeah, and mulligan risking is something that really can hurt you, and it's one of these things where I always feel like when you have a risky mulligan where there's a card that if you draw it is going to mess up your strategy, like in this case the trebuchet, sometimes it's worth taking that risk. If you feel like you cannot win the matchup without taking the risk, that's the point where you take that risk. Because if you feel like unless I draw something better here, I'm probably going to lose. That's where you have to kind of make those decisions, and you have to kind of rate your odds. And that's the situation where you see some players tend to not take risky mulligans, but when players do take risky mulligans, that is when it tends to be, is when you don't feel like you can win without it. Or I guess in round 1 or 2, where you can just mulligan in round 3.
Yeah, I mean, in card games in general, I think when you're in the winning position, you're in a favorable position or matchup, situation on, you know, round 3, whatever. You can play safer because you don't need to risk it for more points, because you're going to be, if you keep going at the pace you're going at, you're going to win the game. But if you're in a losing position and all of a sudden you have to kind of high roll into these, you know, alternate win conditions, into trying to get the best hand possible, you have to take risks. And I think the key isn't making that decision, but knowing what situation you're in and reading kind of how favored you are to win or to lose the game, and then deciding to risk it or not. And these players, I think, are very good at doing that. I think Gwent is all about min-maxing and knowing exactly, you know, your odds to take a round, to take a game, matchups, etc. So these are the best players in the world right now
по
for a
сути,
reason, and I think we're going to see.
Вангит может любой же дек играть, правильно?
Whereas if you're me, you always take the risky mulligan.
А Нику придется играть именно
Hansen. I think that's what separates them from us.
Со вторым ходом сейчас у Ника вроде как второй ход, да? Ему повезло за
if I have, you know, $3,000 on the line, I'm going to all of a sudden become a much safer player. But on ladder, you know, even if it is pro rank, you can just, you know, get a little risky there, get some emotion in your life.
Live your life on the edge.
Exactly.
You always just who cares? Just take the odds, you know, gamble away. And talking about trebuchet mulligans, we did just see a cheeky trebuchet mulligan there on the side of Nick. And just this matchup in terms of uprising versus mobilization, the mulligans are just get rid of bad bronzes because you're running Redea lists, so you have a fair few of them.
Exactly. And of course, we see a mirror, let's say, in terms of factions, 2 NR lists being played here, but 1, Nick is on Red Coin, so immediately that's most of the time in kind of a mirror matchup an advantage. And 2, he does have a much better long round. So the fact that he's on Red Coin and he can kind of have a bit of an advantage round 1 to decide how long round 2 and 3 go. He has a chance to play that Siege Engine in round 3 and get a very long round and long round value out of the Siege Engines. But there is a lot of control, of course, in NR with Philippa, with Falibor, with Visigold even, so it's not going to be that easy.
That is true. You do have access to that siege as well with Mata. Mata draws the highest provision card in your list, provided your opponent hasn't passed and their hand is not full. I'm sure there's some players out there who have played Mata as their first card, for example, and drawn nothing. And also players who've probably played Mata after their opponent has passed and drawn nothing. But right now, Battle of the Bad Bronzes.
Броню это куда он накидывает броню? Принцессу?
And another thing to highlight here, Bomb Heaver is in hand. He's going to stay in hand. He's ready to go. He has that, the arm already launching that bomb that's going to destroy the scenario. So again, we mentioned the leader ability, being able to skip through a chapter, so still going to get some value out of it. But I think even so, the bomb Heaver is going to be played to at least eliminate the last chapter of the scenario.
Yeah, I think a long round is really scary for Wangid, so I think we're really gonna see him push this round. At the moment we are seeing kind of like we said, Battle of the Bronzes, but a long round versus something like Siege, even when you've got those 2 trebuchets on the board.
Блин, вот вопрос, я не знаю.
Surrender, kind of pretty scary, and yeah, Nick
типа вот что делать Вангиду?
He doesn't really want to commit any of this gold, right? Look at his hand. His hand
Начинать давить, это ты 100% минус карте. 100%.
Whilst not committing too much. If you're committing to win a round, it means your opponent's going to have that value for future rounds.
There's the reinforced trebuchet right back into the deck. Immediate mulligan. So Nick Guard knows what his lose condition is here. But yeah, like you mentioned, I think in a mirror, it's very important when you have very similar cards, very similar value, sometimes very similar game plans.
Длинный раунд, блин, я не уверен, что длинный раунд.
It's a very small margin already, so. And right away, Nickar knows that he can lose one round with his bad bronzes. That's fine. But being on round 1, he allows him to do that round 1. And now round 2, he forces his opponent to either try and bleed him, and he can get a card back because again, cards are very similar in tempo, so there's a high chance that he can clutch back in and take a card away from Wang ID, or tell Wang ID, okay, if you don't want to risk it, if you want to keep even cards going into round 3, you have to force a long round. And all of a sudden, the Siege Engine, or the Siege scenario, becomes favored. So, again, red coin being a big thing here in this
пошел все-таки в длинный раунд.
Nick deciding to go into a long round 3 after this pass.
Это правильно. С другой стороны, минус карта отлетает, конечно, по сути, в мироре, да? Единственное, что у тебя такой лидер будет.
With these decks, these mid-range decks, you want to draw your gold cards. And if you look at the hand state of Wang ID, for example, he's got his Bomb Heaver, and everything else
по сути, только последнюю главу отменит.
Value. So in terms of these mulligans, if you have a lot of mulligans, you can try and find maybe the Baron or the Kira.
Плюс капитуляция, плюс сценарий. Ну как он хочет длинный раунд
Wangid has Bomb Heaver and gold cards.
Well,
that's it.
NR is all about drawing your gold, so Wang ID, he's following the script. He looked at the the net deck online, draw your golds. He did his mission. He did what he had to do. He's good to go here. And of course, Nick didn't mulligan as much as he would have liked because he had the chance to draw that reinforced trebuchet we mentioned. So kind of has one less mulligan than he actually has because he needs the chance to throw that back if it does come in.
Yeah, we really talked about this earlier when we were talking about the decks, that sometimes Northern Realms is Gwent, draw your golds card game, and it's looking a little bit juicier on the side of Wangid than on the side of Nick. Nick missing the Shayla and I believe the Baron, and doesn't have a way of... Well, actually, he's got Mata, so he can draw... Which of those is more provisions? Baron, I believe, is 10 provisions, so he'll draw his Baron. So just Shayla missing. So they actually both did a pretty good job of drawing cards.
And this is why it's called a mirror match. Sometimes the cards are mirrored. So Redea played on turn 1 for both players. Of course, you have the engineering solution ready to go, like we mentioned before, with the dagger, kind of as an extra bit of reach. In this case, it's more for a buff and a shield more than damage, but still
Кстати,
set up early on, have that
получается,
flexibility
Siege Engine только один.
at any point in time later in the game. There are a few engines.
It's just giving you options. With that said, Redea is one of these cards that
is
really a pain in the ass against something like a Vincent, because it's a big, tall target. So these are the kind of targets that Vincent Maze loves. With that said, though, Baron can always reset them. So if you put it down to 1, you then have to kill it. But with stuff like Falibor, who does sequentially less damage, he hits for 3. If it kills, he hits for 2, and then for 1, and so on.
Правда, ее не будет этой последней главы.
Although now, not with Baron on the board.
It's a very, very early Baron and a very, very early, trigger of the Baron as well. interesting. Not what you see every day, definitely. Normally want to save it for kind of a, a finisher later in the round. But I think Wang ID had a bit of a very reactive hand, or wants to save some engines for like Reynard and like Anna for a bit later. And also he knows that NR generally is not a faction that you associate to really big boosts where you really need a reset. And there you mentioned it, Vincent comes down and the Bloody Baron.
Вообще не понял я, зачем он сделал это.
We got the green light. All right, let's go, Vincent. You're get into the board, do your thing. Right when you mentioned it, so yeah.
Не, ну ладно, сыграл, ну блин, ну я не знаю.
I think that's just one of these things of players, waiting for other things to come out, and we saw it in the previous round as well. They're kind of tactically playing around each other's cards and waiting for the answers to come out. So, for example, Nick with his Siege is unlikely to play this too early because he knows Bomb Heaver is a card that exists.
Типа поставьте просто вот Трейнера, поставьте все, в чем проблема?
Ну
на одну карту, ну пускай.
He wouldn't have committed the decree so quickly. In which case, Nick is going to wait as long as possible
так, в смысле,
to play
ну, так,
this
вот,
siege,
вот,
so that Wang ID thinks that he doesn't have it,
до,
and then maybe just plays Bomb Heaver as a
все, и будет
stalling
стоять
tactic,
вот эти две
which would be a
карты.
mistake.
Потом на них кидай Кейру или между ними ставь Анну. Ну, зачем барон?
Sensei's coming down, of course, you have engineering solution to, well, create a solution there, boost up that Sensei, get it inspired without having
барон, ну блин, он здесь не особо прям, чтобы супер-пупер. Кто сломал Вангида, я не знаю. Но он всегда сыграет лучше, чем вот здесь на 2 поинта. Даже вот сюда. И потом открытые деки, ты знаешь, что там Винсент в конце концов.
Which means if you're dueling things, you can go really tall with it because he's no longer taking damage. We see the Anna coming down and the boost being used there, and the shield is going to make this quite awkward for Nick to remove. And every turn that she exists boosted, those units either side of Anna Stringer are getting Stringer and Stringer.
And I think it's like we saw before with Vincent and Bloody Baron, it's the same interaction with Ansei's coming down, then you have like the green light to pull down Anna Stringer. And you know your opponent has a few less.
Не, ну я говорю, это реально, он, ну просто, это после прошлой игры. Вот честно говорю, вот такая же фигня, это, видимо, мало кто может, не только лишь все, избежать вот этого. Но когда ты вот проигрываешь и 2-0 уже, и после такой ошибки твоей, ты начинаешь просто косячить.
Also Kira, a bit awkward now because you can't play on the left.
Правда, Кира... Нет, Илона, я так понимаю, имеет в виду, что он хотел поставить Кейру потом, после барона. Типа между бароном и Продей. Не то, что он ошибся, а то, что он хотел... Сетапил, короче, под Кейру.
I mean, the Kira in this situation, although you don't want to play it on the right, like, at this point, I don't really see a situation where Nick can necessarily kill that Anna now. So Anna is equating to quite a lot of value just because every turn she's boosting, well, now 1, but as soon as someone shows up on the other side, probably the Bomb Heaver, I would imagine, she equates to 2. And this siege being played, we see the Reinforced Trebuchet, we've seen him mulligans, now he is back. And his friend has come to the party.
And there's a double chapter. He completed a mission of mulliganing away the reinforced.
Ты давай сейчас еще не сыграй. Вот сейчас, если он еще и бомбера не сыграет.
To get this to work. Still, of course, reinforced trebuchet used to be a bit better.
Нам непонятно, да, непонятно. Не, ну скорее всего, я говорю, просто уже вот, блин,
which is why we see, obviously,
на дизморале каком-то торопится.
He has a critical information, and he plays melee row instead.
Yeah, we talked about Siege, not being maybe the greatest card ever, but actually not using the Bomb Heaver.
Ну вот я и говорю, вот что это такое? Он просто спас себе 3 поинта. Он спас себе 3 поинта зачем? Чтобы получить 7? И он, смотрите, сидит, по голове себя стучит. Ну, блин. Наушники сели. А звук идет со стрима или пропал? Тут просто мог он пропасть, кстати говоря. Ну, в смысле, не мой голос, а именно стрима. Привет, Расыка. Игра 1 месяц, ты понял, что лучше избавиться от бомбера на бомбардировке, чем вот это получить 3 урона? Ну, да. Ну, надо засетапить фалибора. Привет, Игорь, привет. Как дела? Ну, вот Никер пока 2-0, Калимон отлетел уже. Ну, типа, бомбер финишером это позабавит Никера, конечно. Бомбер финишер. Бля, это потрясающе. Ну, наверное, надо теперь сюда капитуляция. Просто Филиппа может убить здесь что-то. Ну, ту же Анну. Ну, не знаю. И это будут потерянные поинты из капитуляции. Дала бронзу на 9, да. Наряд Степал пропустил начало. Ну, первой парой были Калимон с Сумо, китайцем. Калимон там 3-1 проиграл. Вот вторая пара, Никер с Вангидом. Никер 2-0 пока ведет. Но тут Вангид, конечно, блин, такие ошибки допустил. Одну, во всяком случае, в прошлой игре, когда он просчитался на 1 поинт. То есть там он бы выигрывал, а так... Ты смотри, выиграл, офигеть. Выиграл. Выиграть бомбером? Ну, по сути, бомбером выиграл. Ай, Вангид. Ну, может быть, сейчас у него хоть немного настроение поднимется, потому что после той игры прошлой, ну, конечно, видно было, что прям на дизморали жуткой. Барона отдал на 8, по сути. Хотя он мог намного сильнее сыграть. Я не знаю, мне даже интересно, я потом вне стрима, я открою просто тупо и посчитаю. То есть, сколько бы поинтов получилось, если бы он наоборот все-таки кинул в начале бомбера. То есть, ну, блин, я не знаю, но это же в любом случае выгоднее. То есть, ты... Я не знаю. Да, он в плюс 3 поинта, но бомбардировка нанесла 7 урона. То есть 4 поинта ты так или иначе потерял. Бомбардировка, там еще вопрос, куда бомбардировка попадала. Ну, она сделала похуже чуть-чуть барона, возможно, опять же таки, я не знаю, я не видел, куда она попадала. Потому что барон пошел куда? В ванну, да? Барон пошел в ванну. Если бомбардировка в ванну не попадала, то барон такой и остался. Какой был? Какой ты был, такой ты и остался, да? Не знаю. Ну, сейчас Никер будет на севере опять. Ему только на севере теперь уже играть. Сейчас, кстати, будет первый ход у него. Сейчас будет первый ход у Никера. Это еще сложнее. Это сложнее. А у Вангида что осталось? Монстры. Монстры. И что еще? А что еще? Я забыл. Монстры и что-то еще. Гармошка? А забанено у него что? А, Нильфгард, по-моему. Да, все понятно. Узорпер. Ну, кстати, блин. Что гармония, что монстры вот этот север могут, в принципе, ушатывать. Да, гармошка, да. Так причем, смотри, сейчас Вангит ходит вторым. Он может под второй ход взять себе, например, сейчас монстров. И вполне может в первом раунде на равных картах выиграть. Он может сдавить. То есть монстры могут темпануть хорошо, а этому северу с первым ходом отдавать голду, блин, очень стрёмно. Ты можешь отдать прям свои вин-кондишены все. А гармошка даже с первым ходом с этим севером может разобраться вполне. То есть гармошке в принципе пофигу. Монстряков на второй ход, да. Вот сейчас у Вангида будет второй ход как раз. Если он выигрывает, потом будет первый ход тогда с гармошкой тогда уже. Я бы сделал так. Я бы брал сейчас монстров на второй ход, а гармошку на первый. Потому что гармошке в принципе пофигу. Она может и так, и так. По идее. Ну, посмотрим, как сделает Вангит. Я не знаю, может он сейчас немножко отошел от этого шока, от всего происходящего. Вангит 5 ушел, вернулся Вангит 1. Я не знаю, может ошибкой было брать Нику сценарий. Ну, конечно, покажет турнир. Неужели, на его мнении, не было ничего сильнее, чем Север с сценарием? Потому что, ну, даже не обязательно Север рассматривать, может быть, не Север, что-то другое. Взял калькулятор, да? Да, Вангида не помешал бы. Не помешал бы один такой хороший китайский калькулятор. В первом матче особенно. Вот так вот смотришь и понимаешь, что они тоже люди, да? И вроде как бы и свои ошибки, когда играешь, уже немножко по-другому на них смотришь. С другой стороны, когда, блин, турнир такой, так все по-взрослому, это давит. Я и на квалах-то меня трясло, бля, я не представляю, что было бы здесь. А мету хвалит. Джаггерс хвалит мету. Да, гармонию нерфят, а она возвращается. Ну, хотя я бы не сказал, что гармония сейчас прямо OP, то есть, ну... Вообще мета хорошая, по-моему. Сейчас, типа... Плюс-минус хорошая мета. Идеальная она все равно никогда не будет ни в какой ККИ, вообще никогда. Это нереально. А в целом хорошая мета. Один сезон она не играла Эйтна, но это не проблема была гармонии. То есть она была нормальная, она была такой же, как и сейчас. Просто Эйтна была сильнее. Эйтна с казнью и Игни. Она просто была сильнее. Понерфили казнь Игни, все, пропала. Пропала Эйтна. Потому что это был ее козырь, то есть по одному пингу ты равняешь и просто играешь игни бешеного. А плюс на это у тебя еще как бы костяк, это гармония вся эта. С водой же играли тоже, поэтому... То есть там была та же, по сути, гармония, но вдобавок к ней очень сильная эйтна с игни и казнью. Никер на этой фотографии как цыган какой-то. Ты у них звук? Блин, я же спрашивал. Ребята, ну что вы? Я же спрашивал. Походу пропал. Ну да. Я спрашивал, никто мне не ответил. Я решил, что все вернулся.
We're probably going to see it played, right away. Some of these cards, you know exactly when they're going to be played. There's no other option, and Dragon Larva is one of them. Obviously, with a Thrive on 2 bodies, it's like playing 2 engines in 1, and they have that armor as well to survive. Kind of the power creep from Necker's.
Да. Не, ну это довольно очевидно, что надо брать на второй ход монстров.
And again, NR, Nick playing this deck on blue coin, it's going to be very tricky. Not only because it's on blue coin, but because his opponent is playing red coin with the Thrive package, and that is a package of cards that can get out of hand very quickly, and he has great tempo with cards like Giger.
Монстры при хорошем заходе имеют шанс на равных картах задавить. То есть у Никера, по сути, сейчас задача убежать, просто убежать. 3 картами.
We saw the Parasite being used there to turn off the Iron Falcon infantry. The barricade ability at the end of turn, this unit will boost if it has armor. So if you can remove the armor.
Я уверен, что если на 7 картах у него получится такой расклад, что он может выйти из раунда, он это сделает.
Those kinds of cards, other than say the trebuchets. So you know that's a pretty happy Parasite target
так и
there.
сделает.
Valavor being utilized.
Сейчас играет на 14.
There was no boost on the Endrega, and Valavor was still available.
Ну это только если Вангит будет 2 раза лидера отдавать, тогда да. Ну не, он решил спокойно.
So you can usually quite easily kill the next one with something like a Shayla de Tarnsville, for example.
And some inexperienced players may think, you know, what's Nick doing? He's overcommitting. He's playing, you know, Falibor. He's playing Sile as well. Like he's going too far into this. He has 20 points already.
Есть шансы раунд забрать.
But Nick, obviously, he's there for a reason. Qualified to this tournament, playing a ton of games over a ladder season.
Ну, с другой стороны, кстати,
online.
Винсент в руке.
And he knows that he might get out tempoed very quickly.
Винсента он готов отдать
Скалопендру. So he has to waste a few golds here. Guarantee he
вопросов.
doesn't lose on even and can go into maybe a long round 3.
Не, нормально. Кстати, у Никера нормально все получается.
Yeah, I think you just have to commit against Endregas. Endregas are one of these annoying cards where
легкую можно еще вот эти 2 карты отдать, и он будет прилично по статам впереди. Потому что Скалопендры не догонит. Есть Винсент, Скалопендры не страшно. Если только теперь держать Скалопендру просто, чтобы добрать одной картой, наверное, так будет делать Вангит теперь. Сейчас опять просчитается.
Play a big tempo because of course you've overcommitted 2 gold cards. You don't want to do a 3rd one. That's, you know, it's enough for now. You have kind of a protective range with this 20-point difference between both players, and now you can go back to playing bronze cards, especially because your opponent is probably going to not try and win this round and just play bronze cards himself.
Ну, хватает. Ну вот теперь я не знаю. То есть либо Мату играть, либо Винсента и бафать Винсента. Но он паразита отдал, да? Вангит. То есть, по идее, можно поставить Винсента и забафать, но тогда ты потом не ответишь на Скалопендру вообще никак. Приблиди дальше.
Yeah, given the reach you have, it has a huge downside, but when your opponent passes, that downside disappears. It's simply a 13-point card, as long as you have at least 1 more card in hand. So huge reach, one of the big reasons for playing monsters is being able to have this crazy round 1 reach on red coin. And Nick just deciding, if I keep playing, even after spending 2 golds, I'm still going to probably lose this round on even. There's Thrive engines on the board, there's going to be big plays coming in, so he passes when he can. And reinforced Trebuchet, once again, out the window.
He passed the skill check every time it comes up round 1, round 2. Here's a wee skill check for you, Nick. Can you do it? I feel like the bomb heaver's not great, but I feel like
Это проверка на скилл, шутят в комментах. Это трибушет ему заходит постоянно в руку, это его проверка на скилл. Типа он его мулиганит, а потом еще раз. Сможешь еще раз добрать? Оп, у него получается.
Thing to do in this matchup when you have things like the Oriana, things like the Bleed, and then you can save cards like Osrul when you have less.
Вообще можно давить и как бы нужно, да, по идее. То есть, я думаю, он даже Ориану отдаст в этом раунде. Скорее всего, раз сейчас пойдет Катакан. А, нет, или вот это, или Катакан. Потом защитник назад, потом Ориана.
I don't imagine we'll see Wang ID pass. I think you commit Endregos, that means you're committing to a bleed. But Wang ID playing the... Sorry, not Wang ID, Nick playing the Mata, drawing his Siege. And this is kind of a defense.
Ну, единственная проблема, что юнит назад
придется юнит ставить. Then I'll just play my scenario.
Под сценарий.
And then I'll be a card up, right? So Wang ID knows that Nick has the scenario, and he has to decide, do I think I can survive this? And he does have bomb heaver in hand.
Почему назад? Почему назад?
If Nick can stay ahead here, surrender.
It's a very interesting surrender. Normally used in a long round to deal with, very stacked row, but in this case, the value of going to
или типа как бы все равно получать урон.
Decides to just trade it for.
Все равно сзади будет Риана, все равно сзади будет защитник, да?
It does give Wang ID the chance to pass. Should you take it?
Yeah,
maybe
I think it's 100% worthwhile though, because you've already seen one Endrega in round 1, so these are the last 2 Endregas that exist, and surrender just deals with them so nicely, whereas you're not always going to get great value. Like we saw 10 points of surrender in the previous game, but those Endregas can equate to 10 points of value, and this effectively stops Wang ID's bleed in its tracks, because now if you want to keep going, you have to kind of start committing.
Есть бомбер. В этот раз-то бомбер он сыграет, я надеюсь. По идее, сейчас надо Катакана ставить назад, наверное, тоже уже теперь все равно, да?
And now in this position, I think Wang ID is more in the camp of thinking that he's probably going to lose his card, but it's still worth the bleed because he can disrupt his opponent's strategy quite a bit. Bomb Heaver, of course, at this point, useless, so Nick is going to throw it out, thinking that the point gap isn't too great now. He can still play kind of low tempo.
Не лучше ли собирать урон в Катакана? Типа, он будет чаще бафаться. Блин, я не знаю, я не уверен.
Yeah, and roll decree into Arrakis does kind of equate to a lot of points in a long round, so he has started to accelerate the tempo, and Nick's like, right, anything you can do, I can do better, or at least answer. So thinning the trebuchets, getting a lot of points on the board, and effectively keeping up with the bleed.
Не, если он опять не сыграет бомбера, то я тогда уже просто не понимаю, зачем он его постоянно оставляет в руке, если не играет. Окей, сыграл.
But still, it could be considered a necessary overcommitment from Nick R, but he has to do it because he has to use his.
Не, ну тут вопрос, типа, стоит ли вообще его давить. Он может пойти уже в такой раунд минус карты, конечно, с одной стороны.
I'm going to still win this game if I can get out very strong goals like the ones we see in hand here from Nick.
Такой средний раунд, север, вот с такой голдой может хорошо сыграть.
It's a little bit tricky because Baron exists, and Baron is an answer to Oriana. So typically, what you want to do is you want to cave troll. But with Ansei's and Radaya, you have the answer to Cave Troll in hand. So Nick does have a bunch of answers here.
Потеряться на личинке? Нет, это очень хороший ход.
Wang ID, I think
не стесняйся, не стесняйся.
You maybe play Mata, but then your opponent just
Особенно
plays
если ты знаешь, что это последние личинки, не стесняйся.
Yeah, it's tough because in this position.
Потому что ты не смотри на личинки в тот момент, как на карты 2-2. Ты просто подумай, какими они будут в конце раунда. Они вполне себе могут быть там 6-6, 7-7. То есть эта капитуляция у тебя играет на 10-14 стопов.
Wang ID has gold cards in hand, he can't really continue playing, so a bit unfortunate.
I also don't think that you put Nick on such a juicy hand, given the list. The list has that many bronze cards that you would think, oh, he probably just has bronze cards. So even if I do continue the bleed, I'm going to be trading gold for bronze, at which case it's no longer worth it. Pellar draw actually really nice because Pellar can purify that defender, which means you are free to play your Baron and your Anseis onto whatever targets you like.
Блин.
No Philippa though, unfortunately. So we do start to see some of that bronze come back. Into hand, but given the state of the deck,
защитник проходится.
And no mulligan.
Тот же защитник становится просто единичкой.
Siege combination, so that allows him a bit more freedom in round 3 to try and find all his gold cards. He
Ариана мертвая, да.
Failed that skill check, But
Ариану он убьет,
I
скорее
think
всего,
it's the same for both
принцессой.
players, although maybe a better value hand for Wang ID, but also one card less, so that's a pretty big deal.
Да, принцесса.
Yeah, and
То есть
just
реально,
opting to get rid of the Oswald, I guess,
защитник
doesn't
проходится...
feel that
защитник
he can
проходится.
last play it. It's an interesting choice
Вот
to work
этот
on Oswald because
Гляв, он
Heatwave
единичкой
is
становится,
the
плюс у него
highest,
один урон, откуда-нибудь один
provision
урон
card for
Oswald,
улетает. Нет,
yeah,
нет,
Oswald's
да?
9 and Heatwave is 10, you're right. But Bloody Baron is the thing as well, so
Нет, куда,
maybe
да?
he knows I
Ну
don't have
ладно.
lasse, my opponent's going to be able to Bloody Baron.
Нужно было давить Ариану во втором,
Yeah,
да,
but
я
on the
тоже
flip
так
side, you know, the
думаю.
Oriana's a thing, so
That's
there's
true.
always going to be a Baron target. So just an interesting choice there by Wang ID. Whereas if you have Oswald, like they can only deal with one.
Ариана мертвая, защитник проходится, Гляв единичка.
Wang ID now is going to try and
Типа,
really try and bait
блин,
out the
я не
N6
знаю.
before he plays the defender. And it's going to be kind of like the green light situation we saw last game with Vincent and N6 as well. Or Bloody Baron
Ну,
rather.
жара.
Whereas the moment that maybe Nick decides to overcommit and play that N6 early, the defender is going to be
Я не знаю, жару, наверное,
and then
сюда,
defend,
типа...
the back row
Ну,
for
хотя
Oriana.
можно и подержать пока. Надо,
Yeah, I feel
надо
like Nick
выставлять
can just
уже,
afford to
наверное,
stall
как-то
though, right?
движки.
Like he has
Ну, может
multiple
сыграть
answers for the defender.
у
He doesn't
Топса,
need to spend
типа.
Ansays, he can just hold on to the Peller. And if he does spend Ansays, it might make Wang ID think, oh, I can play the defender now. And in doing
Ooh.
that, you know, is going to spell disaster because then it creates space. And Oriana was one of these cards where you don't really
Да.
want to last play her. Like you can with your bleeds, but you'd rather play your bleeds earlier. It's just kind of awkward.
And we do, of course, see also great targets for Vincent, for example, in this matchup, onto the Goliath or defender even. Of course, Vincent has the power of a non-boosted enemy to 1. So against monsters specifically, very,
Блин, они
very
так
strong.
смущают вот
Many
этим
very
вот,
high
то,
base
что
targets.
кто вот сидит в
Yeah, you
этом
can see Nick playing some
режиме
speed
наблюдателя,
Gwent here,
спектатор моде
just
в этом.
throwing
Вводит
cards down. I mean, at this point,
и
he's just playing
смущает.
bronzes. These
Иногда
aren't
путаюсь,
really
кто типа
reactive
это
bronzes. The
вообще
only one that
наводит.
you kind of want to hold off on is the Peller, so he can kind of afford to just chill and wait.
And the Heatwave could answer the Baron
Не, ну,
if Nick, you know, is a bit
Ник
greedy,
шикарная
decides to play
рука,
him back row,
честно.
inspired.
То есть у него ответ на все.
Probably not.
Yeah, I will say the Vincent on the Goliath combined with the Ballista, actually a really nice.
Если он
option
сейчас,
as well.
конечно,
So
не
Nick
отдаст
has so many
вот это
answers
сюда.
to everything that Wang ID has. It's gonna be interesting to see how the sequencing comes down because you could play the Ballista now, for example, just for the 1 damage and then bank the 2 damage.
And of course, having open decklist here and both players being, I'm going to imagine, very experienced in this matchup and pretty much every matchup on ladder, he knows not to play the Peller now, not to use it on the Enchantress. It is, you know, a great play. You get, you know, 8 points out of your Peller, but you know a defender exists and you know that's a much more important card to try and purify.
Yeah, there it is. He's come out to the party, Cave Troll. He doesn't get a name. I want justice for Cave Troll. Why do all the other trolls have names, but he doesn't?
Well, because it's not very
Yeah,
useful.
Чаглер сейчас переживает, что у Кейв тролля этого имени нет. У всех остальных троллей имя есть в игре, а у этого тролля имени нет.
You know, some kind of red flower magic defeated him.
He's
so
a Peller.
He's a red
He's
flower
friends
magic.
with Princess.
mage.
Come on, Panda. Know your Witcher lore.
I'm here to play competitive Gwent. I'm not here to be a Witcher historian. I'm very sorry. I'll leave that job to you and the rest of
Yeah, so
McBeard as well.
Bleeds coming out, and Wangid, I guess, just realizes that he's like Oriana's just gonna get reset, right? He knows that this is the case, so he wants to play her late. However, if you play the Goliath, then you might see a Vincent with the damage, and then your opponent gets 5 more points, which you don't want to see. Or do you play the Heatwave onto an 8?
I think
А смысл ждать с Арианой? Ну, типа, ответит на нее, так ответит, она не сыграет уже лучше. Хорошее замечание, в смысле, по поводу.
There's N6 right now, goes onto the Orion N6. So this is the Oswald mulligan might have been super
correct. Yeah.
Big brain from Wang ID. Of course, Nick says, you know, what monster player doesn't have Oswald as his last card in round 3? They always draw it, right? I'm going to keep Bloody Baron for that.
Про
But
тролля?
now,
Ну да.
Bloody Baron finds no value. I mean, he can reset some of his weakened units, he can reset the Drowner,
Давайте им
but the
дадим.
Goliath is a card that is not boosted. Vincent, of course, will answer very, very efficiently, but Bloody Baron, a bit less useful now.
But Nick can choose to wait on that, right? Like he can play the Baron on the range draw and then wait for the next turn to see kind of what happens.
Yeah, that's true.
So I think this
Вопрос.
Goliath is going to be answered regardless.
Но самое забавное, но в любом случае жара полетит в одну из этих карт.
And then I'm just wondering what the Baron target is going to be. It's probably just going to reset something that's bled.
The heat wave does come down now, probably on the
А,
six.
нет, не
There we go.
полетит.
7 points, so not fantastic, but still pretty good. And like you said, Bloody Baron, once that heat wave disappears, he knows there's nothing that can take this down. There's nothing in the deck for Wang ID, Parasite doesn't do it,
Не, ну это
etc.
поражение.
To remove that 7-point unit,
Да?
so he can relax and see,
Или нет?
try and get the maximum value from that Bloody Baron.
Подожди, 10, 1.
The Goliath will be
А, нет, подожди,
very
24, нет,
from its,
25, ну это ладно, это
of course, with Zeal,
обнуляется.
So can get that effect right away, does not have to wait a turn. Get the Thrive on the Drowner, which can
Что-то у
get reset
меня
anyway.
сбилась математика.
Yeah,
еще
Ballista is
пятерка.
going to kill it.
Точно.
And yeah, it's a win here for Nick R. Very good sequencing. And the bleeding come in, but not quite enough.
Нифига себе.
Ooh, 22 to 21. What a upset.
Кстати, баллисту держал Никер, это круто. Вот баллисту круто держал, чисто под этого тролля.
Gwent Open number 8. He's at this Open. He's at the next Open. He's into a challenger. Nick, a new player from Ukraine, showing up and schooling Wangid with a very surprising lineup. And I remember Nick, he apparently said that if he lost today, he was going to be casting tomorrow. So fortunately for us, we keep our jobs. I mean, I can't cast in other languages, but you know, we get to stay to cast another day, and I think that's going to surprise a lot of people.
Yeah, that's a great win for him. Obviously, like you said, we said the whole series, he's a new player coming into an official tournament scene. He is playing from home, so a bit less stress, a bit less pressure maybe, but overall, it is always, when you're a veteran, when you have experience, you're more calm, you can maybe play in a much more collected fashion. Whereas for Nick, could have had some jitters. Even playing from home, everyone's watching at home. You have a ton of viewers on Twitch watching you play. You can't make any misplays, or else people are going to say
Откуда? Нет, он не знал.
first showing, right? You don't have that proven consistency.
Он просто знал, что у него есть, это же open, открытые типа дек-листы. Он просто знал, что у него есть Озрел. Просто знал, что у него есть Озрел. Он знал, что у него есть Гляв. Из больших юнитов, только вот эти два. И он знал, что нет контроля. Никакого контроля вообще. То есть, она живет. Зачем тратить его?
So Panda, I guess it's time for you to find out how Nick is feeling after that decisive victory.
Yeah, we're going to find out very soon. Hester, of course, going to be translating for us as well. Nick may speak English, but probably more comfortable speaking in his mother tongue in Ukrainian. So we're going to move into that as soon as we're ready here. Jagras will be taken away.
Я даже предположил, что он на украинском будет разговаривать.
What is me? Okay, so Nick, how are you feeling after that set? You said that you didn't want to play against Wang ID. Are you feeling differently now?
Я не хочу с тобой разговаривать.
Расскажи нам немножко, как ты себя чувствуешь после этой игры. Ты сказал, что...
Seems you had a few technical difficulties there with the interview setup. Of course,
Переводят,
a lot of
подождите.
with translation and the, two channels, different languages. It's a very complex interview, not just easy face-to-face English interview we normally have with Berja, of course, in the studio. In this case, we're online. A few different things and how things work out. A bit more complicated, but hopefully we can solve that very soon. Overall, though, I think Nick R put up a really good showing, and I think he should be really proud of advancing to the semifinals. Does have a tough match, and I think we're ready to go.
Так, давай еще раз расскажи нам тогда. Ты не хотел играть против Вангида, но как-то получилось в итоге. Расскажи.
Я категорически не хотел играть против Вангида. Это был единственный человек, с кем играть я не хотел, потому что он очень силен, у него интересные колоды всегда. Ну и для меня он очень неудобный противник. И как так получилось, я не знаю сам. Ну, вы все видели, вам виднее, потому что я даже не могу вспомнить ход последних игр.
I really didn't want to play against Vangit indeed. And he's a really great player, actually. He's got a really interesting deck. I felt really uncomfortable playing against him, and I don't really know how did that happen. I can't even remember my last move. You probably know more than me.
And in terms of specific moments in the matchup, there was a situation where you managed to pass with Hammond in hand with the Skellige player, and your opponent obviously had Karathi Heatwave and expended all of their leader charges in order to take round one. Is that something that you expected? Like, were you thinking about where your opponent was with that read? Because as casters, we thought maybe you would keep pushing to guarantee the round, but actually the pass ended up, being really powerful for you.
Был такой момент, когда ты пасанул, но на руке у противника был аккуратный хитвейв, и помнишь ли ты вот этот момент вообще, как это так получилось?
Да, я посчитал, я понимал, что у него жара осталась, и меня устроил размен всех зарядов лидера его, либо минус карту. Я понимал, что он отдаст все заряды лидера, я посчитал этот размен удачным, поэтому прожал пас, хотя я мог завершить раунд, выиграть его.
Yeah, I decided that actually this exchange using all the leaders' charges will be successful for me and comfortable. So I kind of expected that he's got his Karat Heatwave, so I thought this is going to be fine for me.
So in terms of your Northern Realms lists, I think some people will be surprised to see the Siege list, given that it's something that maybe isn't so common on ladder, for example. What made you pick this Northern Realms list over some of the other options?
Я могу отвечать сразу.
Давай.
Мне просто нравится эта колода. Я понимаю, что она не про победу, но я пришел получить удовольствие и взял колоду, которая доставляет мне удовольствие. Как оказалось, она не настолько плоха, хотя она плоха действительно.
Yeah, I decided to just take the deck I really enjoy playing, and I knew that this deck is actually worse than the other ones, but it turned out not to be so.
Obviously not, given that you did succeed. Last but not least, how are you feeling about tomorrow with your match against Sumo?
Что ты думаешь по поводу завтрашнего матча против Сумо?
Мне показалось, я посмотрел кусочек игр с Калимойном, мне показалось, что лайнап Сумо мне подходит, но мне точно так же казалось, что мой лайнап подходит в Ангиду, и мы видели, чем это закончилось, поэтому, будем играть, будем готовиться, будем получать удовольствие, как и сегодня. Посмотрим, чем закончится.
I actually managed to watch a part of the game against Kalimoyan, and I think that my lineup is pretty okay against his. And I will be just getting all in the enjoyment and having fun, and we'll see how it goes.
It sounds like you're really enjoying the tournament. So congratulations once again, Nick. We had a fantastic set, so thank you so much.
Thanks.
Hey, welcome back, Panda.
Thank you, Jaggers.
Так, сейчас будет Tailbot Demarcation.
Obviously, getting a very personal perspective from the players themselves is fantastic, and I think
Игра
great to see
достойная
the CIS
финала.
region again having a player like we saw Proneo back in the day, proving himself and showing up in tournaments and advancing to semifinals. We're gonna look at the prize pool really quick. Just a quick reminder. Of course, Nick R did win round 1 or 3-1, so gets a bigger chunk of change there compared to Wang ID, and of course has a chance to win even more tomorrow in the semis and possibly the final.
Yep, because each match does have a match stake, and that is split based on the scoreline. If you 3-0, you get 100%. If you 3-1, you get 75%. And if you 3-2, you get 60%. So the better you do, the more you win. And now we can see the brackets, so what has happened so far today.
На одного китайца меньше хоть стало, а то и так их много что было.
In terms of players that are veterans versus players that are new on the scene. Sumo defeating Kolomoan, Nick R defeating Wang ID, and what is coming up, Panda?
Yeah, the fresh face is taking over. We have another fresh face to tournament play at least, or official tournament play, with Demarcation against Tailbot in the third quarterfinal.
Вот Санту и Энди, по-моему, самый неинтересный матч. Зря они его оставили последним. Ну, хотя там же ребёнка, типа, они не умирали, да,
not only has it released on a few more platforms on iOS, on Android, and on Steam, but also had another bit of a content drop, not in terms of an expansion, but in the journey kind of. It's not a game mode, but a cosmetic content drop that allows you to play how you want to play with different avatars, different character models, etc. How do you feel about that journey in general, Jaggers?
Our Journey is a fantastic option for Gwent players. You only have one more month though to complete your Gwent journey. It is effectively like a battle pass feature, so for some of the newer players who haven't seen that before, let's take a wee journey and find out a little bit more about what's going on with that.
Ой, нам сейчас про путешествие будут что-то показывать. Нам что-то будет про путешествие, которого еще месяц остался, но нам зачем-то сейчас что-то будут про него показывать.
Step away while you can.
Geralt is coming to Gwent, and he'll arrive in style. Over the next 3 months, with every round you win in any match, you'll progress under our new journey leveling system. Everyone will gain access to the free tier of the system that replaces Crown rewards. Purchase access to the premium tier to immediately unlock Geralt as a legendary neutral leader skin. Level up to unlock unique perks.
Новостей про дополнения, ну, если они и будут, то точно не сегодня.
Gotta admit, looking pretty good.
This first journey will include over 50 unique exclusive ornaments unlocked as you make your way to level 100. Including coins, a new ornament type players will equip separately. With Journey, we'll also introduce our first animated avatar and border combo. At the start of each week, we'll unveil a new part of our story focusing on Geralt, with new quests to help you progress faster. By completing new contracts, you'll earn resources for more customizations even after your journey ends. Interesting.
Уже показали же этот трейлер, в смысле? Тут никто не говорит, что это новый трейлер. Просто запустили рекламку, чтобы купили. Читала? Чтобы те, кто, мол, не знает, новые игроки какие-то, то сейчас случайно
So there you go, that
на
is
турнире
Gwent Journey, which is available in game.
увидел
There is
про
a
эту
free
игру
option
что-то.
and also the paid
Захотел
option. I
купить
personally,
Battle Pass.
I think it's a great deal. It's something I've got myself. Panda, what's your favorite Journey item?
I can't say I'm a very cosmetic-based player. I'm not, some people, they love their cosmetics. They love, expressing themselves through that. I just like playing Gwent, so I don't focus too much on the cosmetic side of things, but I know a lot of players do. So I think it's a great addition to have in the game for people that want to choose to, that love, adding new cosmetics to their collection and being, collectionists that love having all the avatars, all the titles, all the character models. So always a great thing to have that option whenever you're playing a game that you put a lot of time
Ну, она меня
into.
спрашивает, типа, как ты относишься к этому путешествию,
so
в целом.
that will be it from
Ну, он говорит, что я
myself and
большой
Panda
фанат
for
всякой
at least this
косметики,
set.
я
We'll be
просто
back
в игру
later
играю и
with
получаю
the
удовольствие
Santu
косметикой.
versus Andy set, but
Хотя,
coming
да,
up,
кому-то нравится, и
a
хорошо,
set I
что
think
это
a
в
lot
игре
of people
есть.
thought could be a final. We
таком
have
духе.
Tailbot versus Demarcation. Tailbot, a Gwent veteran, we've seen him, he's won challengers. Demarcation has been tearing up the pro ladder. If you kind of keep an ear to the ground with the pro scene, he is a player to watch. So let's find out a little bit more about those players, and it's bye from me and bye from Panda.
Do you still have time to play Gwent for fun with min decks? At the beginning of season, I usually play some half min decks.
по-английски говорит.
With a few min cards, but I don't really play anything that is like a complete min, because at least for me, complete min deck usually can win, and that's not fun in losing. Do you have any special tricks while preparing for the online tournament? I don't have any special tricks for
Он,
preparing
похоже,
for
с
the
телефона
tournament
записывает.
because I don't really have a whole
Где
bunch of time to
киберкресло,
test
не
new
знаю.
lineups and new complete new
Блин, он
deck
реально
lists.
будет с
So
телефона
I
сейчас
need to
играть?
use
Это
green
вообще
ladder decks
офигеть.
and change a few cards to better adapt it for the tournament setting. What do you do to stay focused while playing from your apartment? And I don't really need any extra effort to stay focused from my apartment. I think I'm more comfortable playing from my apartment than like any other different setting, because like this is player stays the most.
Блин, я
Is there anything
через
you like
раз
to show
понимаю,
us?
что он
Sure.
говорит, если честно.
So as you can see here,
Как вы видите,
this
он-
is a common room for like a 4-man apartment. But like for now, I'm the only one here because all my roommates just go home. They are local students, and I need to stay here for like a summer session. So it's pretty much empty. Well, except for my own room, which is a complete mess. So I would rather not show it.
Фотош компа, да. Но вот он показал типа свою
You spent a lot of time playing Gwent on
квартирку,
Crowder,
что
competing
они
with the
снимают
best players.
с
Do you
четырех
still have time to play Gwent
4
for fun
комнаты с
with
другими
Minix?
студентами.
So the thing
Сейчас
for
все
me is
уехали
that
студенты, а он
when
там
I'm
один
competing
остался.
on Crowder, versus those best players, this is when I have the most fun playing Gwent. Do you have any special tricks while preparing for the online tournament? Yes, I have a few special tricks up my sleeve. One of them is when I'm trying to figure out my lineup, I stand on my head and then more blood flows into my brain, then I have easier time to concentrate.
Он шутки шутит.
What do you do to stay focused while playing from your apartment?
Есть ли трюки какие-то, советы? Он сказал,
I like to listen to music and
я, говорит, это самое, перед игрой я стою на голове, чтобы кровь прилила к голове, и я лучше думал. Так что примите к сведению.
There is nothing special that I would like to show you. I have my bed here, I have my computer in front of me, I have my plushie somewhere here, I have my under the desk cleaver here, because you never know. Yeah, just regular stuff that all people have. Gwent Masters system has changed, but you still qualify to every single open tournament. As a very experienced player, do you see much difference? Yeah, the main difference is that the whole system is more random because of the qualifiers, and probably because of that I'm not gonna be able to qualify to every single open in the future.
All right, my friends, we are back here at Gwent Open #1 in Season 2.
Ну, такой же поляк. Такой славянский
I want to know what
акцент.
you guys think about this matchup coming up, because these are two great players. One a little bit more used to the spotlight than the other, but this is going to be an incredible set, Flake. An incredible set.
Well, anytime Tailbot comes to the party, I mean, there's not just the matter of great play, but there's also a level of creativity that he brings to the tournament that a lot of people, you know, are really expecting from him every single time. Again, last time that we got to sit down and actually prior to a
То
tournament,
бомбер есть вот почти в каждой колоде, и можно сразу вычислить, играл человек в кровную вражду или не
Why are you
играл.
bringing this leader versus this leader? He's like, because he's the best, and you know, you have that personality and that confidence that really revs it up. But again, the Twitter poll is what we put up the other day to make sure that you guys had your say as to who do you think is going to win. And I don't think there's a surprise here either. Again, we're really in this landslide, you know,
Ничего себе, 79%
again,
бота
but last time it
проголосовало.
did not prove to be correct, and this time 79% are on the Tailbot train.
Yeah, much like the Coleman situation, a household name got a lot of votes, and ultimately Sumo came out on top. Now, we are casting a similar situation where we have a Chinese player who is known, but not as well known as perhaps his opponent. So both players definitely into a huge challenge to overcome. And now let's look at these decks and see what these players have decided to bring for this, the quarterfinals #3 on day 1 of Open #2.
колоды нам
Or
покажите.
Open #1 Season 2 is what I mean to say. But yeah, the decks that we're looking at right here, Demarcation. Now also being a Chinese player, I did not choose to bring Blood Scent, as we have seen. But here we see Wild Card added on for a Syndicate part of the lineup, using Passiflora, not scared of any Bomb Beaver, is running Flying Redanium as well. And a little
обычная гармония, только что Милаен,
as well
да.
as Mystic Echo again.
Совет
We're
из
going to see
Ингрима.
probably a lot of people trying to figure out how to beat or ban
Куча ядов,
Mystic Echo.
окей.
Imperial Formation taking up the Nilfgaard
Wildcard
slot
с
here
Пассифлорой,
with
и я
Damien
не
Delatour,
успел
and
посмотреть,
of
что
course
последнее.
Uprising. We've seen a lot of that already, and I think we will continue to see it, even though it did get nerfed last season. Still the most popular pick for Northern Realms competitive at the moment.
And moving on to Tailbot. Excuse me.
Единейт,
Uprising list again is going to be a
гармония.
Drog list.
Wildcard.
Nice
Блин, ну я не
array
знаю, Трис,
of,
вот это вот
you know,
тейлботовская фишка,
gold
он
pieces
любит
there.
играть.
You know, the
Wildcard,
doubles up on the
Syndicate
bottom of the
Трис,
list with the
Драу.
bronze
Окей, Север
package.
Драу.
No real huge surprises in
Ну
this
типа
case.
Яд...
However, again, no Philippa in this list. Usually that is a choice you have to make, whether it's Drog or Philippa. You're usually leaving one
Я
of
не
those high
знаю.
provision
У тебя
gold
в
cards
колоде
at the
есть
door.
еще
Wildcard,
Слендер
again,
и
Tris
Яд.
Telekinesis, there's no Passiflora in this list, so he's going
Менге?
rather with
О, да,
with, you know,
Калит.
Slender, some bounty going on in this one.
Действительно.
Tris Telekinesis on part of the package. Deadeye
Необычно,
Ambush,
неожиданно.
without scenario. It's just
То
a
есть у
full
него в
on
колоде
support list
два
without
бронзовых
Radia
спыла.
as a support in this case.
Трис
rather than just
находить
straight up elves.
Слендер
And
как-то ну
second
вообще
win
не
again, so
хочется.
we're getting
А при этом еще есть
you know,
соперник, у
same
которого
old
тоже есть
with,
бронзовые
Skellige
спылы.
and second wind.
Блин.
That's the tail of the tape for that
Очень
one. Tailbot
спорно,
again coming in
честно.
with
Очень
perhaps a
спорно.
little
Трис,
more creativity,
Wildcard
but
с
maybe
такими
just playing it safer
спылами
this time. Nothing really
двумя.
completely off of the beaten path with Tailbot's lists. And as we can see here, the
Wildcard
bans
так
are
провизии
in
мало.
once again. It is just a hatred of Scoia'tael across the board. No Mystic Echo, no Deadeye Ambush as they opt to just
Забанили
green.
белок.
Green means no-go
Забанили
in this
белок.
case, as Tailbot and Demarcation, both of them banning Scoia'tael on either side.
Yep, really, it could be hate, it could be respect, but it's for sure a lot to do with power level. Imperial formation will be the difference here, as we do see two wildcard players. Tailbot has always been a big fan of wildcard in his lineups, and no changes to that list will stop him from bringing it to a tournament.
Ну, кстати, что Tailbot, что Demarcation любят на wildcard играть. Мне тоже это любимая билка. У Синдиката. Вот сразу видно умных людей, кто играет на wildcard. Кстати, Demarcation, что интересно, он играл на wildcard даже в сезон, когда Сундук был. Верните Сундук, пусть его банят. Demarcation, ну вот вечно на wildcard.
Versus Tailbot. Demarcation comes in with 680 pro ladder wins, which is essentially a 64.3 win rate on the pro ladder to qualify for this, whereas our good friend Tailbot comes in with 536 wins, 64.3% win rate. Identical pro ladder win rates, down to the 10th of a percentage point. So, I mean, even Steven in terms of what their performance is on the ladder, but this is a completely different ball game here. This is a whole different environment.
This is going to be such a good matchup, and you can expect all of these matchups to be good, but there is something about this matchup that has gotten me extra excited. I feel like I don't know really what to expect, but I know...
Да, но этим она мне и нравится, кстати. То есть частенько, конечно, там где-нибудь просчитываюсь, но она интересная, вот тут реально. Вот Wildcard и Синдиката очень интересно.
Is in this case Demarcation. What do we think will be the leadoff pick for him? I think it could be somewhere, between Nilfgaard and Northern Realms.
I feel like Northern Realms is always an okay pick in the blue coin scenario. If you are leading off, if you're going first, you do have a slew of proactive plays that you can drop down there, be it the Mauler, be it the Radovid's Royal Guards, and you can you know, depending on what you're planning on going up against, if those bronze cards connect with their order abilities, you're getting a little of extra spice down the road.
Йен с Кальвейтом неплохо тоже сочетается, прямо скажем.
Or disruption cards on these low provision bronze cards. You want to sort of save those for bigger value pieces. I feel like the only problem there is that, I mean, Uprising is, especially with the Drog, you're very prone.
Ну, мечи, да, но они просто требуют...
So we're gonna see what he opts to play on the blue coin, but I mean...
Да, да, но они требуют именно подготовки грейвьярда, сброса, это раз. И во-вторых, оппонент все-таки имеет возможность как-то предотвратить это. То есть забанишить карту, которую ты хочешь в сбросе, или прям в сбросе ее уничтожить. Ну, это не часто происходит, но есть возможность. Как бы. То есть более длительной подготовки требует такая билка. Ну, в целом, да, как бы, без сомнения.
But what I do think is surprising, what I'm looking forward to, is that there's a pretty stark difference between the two wildcard lists right now as we just wait for these players to get ready. They're almost ready. We have Passiflora from Demarcation as opposed to Tailbot, who has opted to not take that. Opted to take more of a poison-based wildcard list. So I think that that's pretty interesting. And I also think that both players, while not playing Hidden Cache, are both still playing good old Saul de Navarrete. Better call Saul. He's still on call, it looks like, for both players.
Yeah, he's on call. He's ready to pick up the phone and answer the call on that one. I'm most curious to see is if there is an actual syndicate mirror. I want to see if there's a Philippa tug of war going on that Flying Redanian. I've seen it so many times where one steals it back, one steals the Flying Redanian, the other steals it back. You know, if that Philippa can actually connect with the Flying Redanian.
Ну, хотя не знаю, как вы там в чате, конечно, я же за себя говорю. Я ж не в чате.
There are better targets, but again, the chief difference here is the fact that Demarcation is bringing Passiflora and Tailbot is not bringing Passiflora. So perhaps Tailbot, again, even with his Deadeye Ambush, which was banned, is not running a Feign Death. Nothing really here is running a scenario other than his second win, which has Gettyneth, but I mean, we'll see how this pans out, opting rather for Tailbot to just say, screw it, I'm not bringing into those scenarios, because, you know, bomb heaver's a thing that we got to worry about as we go into...
Не, в натуре у всех китайцев отдельный аккаунт сделан для Open. Смотрите, Demarcation Open, Vangit Open было. Наверное, CDPR сделали, потому что у них же вообще, по сути, там чуть ли не отдельная игра. По китайским законам нельзя там это все спокойно так выпускать, у них же свой интернет, все свое, свой особый путь. И походу создали специальные аккаунты для них.
Live mulligans here in the spectator mode, here as Tailbot proudly representing Shoop on his windowsill. I see you.
Пламя славы.
Зигфриды?
Подожди, а что такое пламя славы?
Well, for a long time though, people were dying to be able to purchase it. Now you can just get one. Now it's a hot item, and here we go. Demarcation's going to lead this off. Magic Lamp has a stratagem here.
Не с телефона играет.
Have extra bodies on the ground for potential boosted effects.
Все-таки заставили компьютере запустить игру.
And Temple Guard, it's always beneficial just to have the extra bodies on the melee row.
Tailbot, prior to this match, saying that that is his good side for the camera, so he's opting for the angled approach, which gives him a little better, you know, visual for everybody to appreciate. Radovid's Royal Guards, again, on the back row with the formation ability, giving it the boost, and when it's boosted, it does have an inspired effect.
Absolutely it does. Oops, sorry, I got a little crackle on you there, Flake, but that's okay. As Tailbot is going to be making his first move. Radovid's Royal Guards, one of the most solid opening plays in the game, really threatens to make the next drop much more difficult to deal with, and in itself requires removal, but still represents a certain amount of points even when the boost is knocked off. So it's really low risk, high reward addition in Iron Judgment. And just a reminder, this is the first Gwent official tournament since Iron Judgment. And that includes Merchants of Ophir. So lots of new cards being played, and lots of old favorites like the N-Crate Longship leading off for Tailbot here in game one.
Yeah, that's such I mean, it's just a very simple play. Both players are not necessarily going ahead and committing much that is you know, over the top in terms of dropping cards onto the board. I mean, the N-Crate Longship is a solid opening play. You see it all the time. The Radovid's Royal Guard, same thing, usually followed by a Mauler or something along those lines, but nothing really, nobody's really dipping their toe into the pool all that deeply right now. It's just the standard procedure of 1 into 2 here. You know, also just letting everybody know, if you guys have thoughts on this tournament, hashtag Gwent Open, if you want to go ahead and share your thoughts about some reactions, some plays, what you'd like to see, etc. And don't forget that the drops are, if you are hanging around for 4 hours or so, over the course of the weekend, over the tournament, stick around. So it's not the standard procedure, but stick around, you will get those drops. It's you gotta stick around for about 4 hours or so hang tight, because they come.
They are coming indeed, as we are still getting off.
Они раскрыты. Вырубаем стрим, удаляем Gwent.
Parts of this game here, both players looking to play their bronzes, try to just get that extra little bit of value out of each and every.
Ну, значит, тогда получается... И, кстати, с чатом они не взаимодействуют, да? Ну, ведущие. То есть, я так понимаю, видимо, это записывалось все вместе с ведущими сразу, видимо. Хоть, конечно, они сами собрали эти колоды без моей помощи, грешник, мне нельзя просто, мне нельзя об этом говорить, пока турнир не закончится. Так-то понятно, дек-билдер по найму. Это, знаете, есть это в музыкальной индустрии сонграйтеры, да, люди, которые песни пишут за деньги. А я колоды за деньги собираю.
То есть
они, ну, это сонграйтеры, они сами не поют, а песни пишут просто и продают их. Вот так и я. Сам как бы не играю, просто колоды делаю и продаю.
So you do have to keep in mind that you don't want to cross that, you know, cross the Rubicon of cards where you're at a point where you're committing too much, and then you actually have to defend the round into, you know, without sacrificing too much card advantage.
Только не райдеры, нет, только играл не райдеры. Райдеры. Дикрайд это что-то немножко по-другому как-то. Райд это вообще ездить, кататься.
just holding court there on the melee row. That
Хотя, что-то, по-моему, это ты намеренно написал, да?
It's a tough cookie to stare down, right? I mean, every time you drop in, it's just a little
Дорого берешь, с знаком локдауна находит. Скидываться, да, решили меня перехитрить.
That would otherwise, you know, but it feels extra bad for a deck like Uprising, which likes to be in the green. So playing that Radhavid Royal Guard in the back row, you know, you just immediately negate that Inspire effect it would otherwise have the benefit of, you know, being being on with.
Yeah, both factions kind of deal with their own counterplay. Northern Realms being boosted tends to avoid Bloodthirst. Bloodthirst tends to be annoyed by boost. So usually in both situations it just gets a little less value. That's why it's going to be such a granular value game, I think, in this matchup. Every order, every ping counts, things being saved, Demarcation saying, I will keep this on the board and I will always threaten my reach with boosting and with damage. And if you're going to want to deal with this Ballista, you're going to have to remove it eventually.
Demarcation, я не знаю, я не понимаю, походу нет. То есть я сам удивился.
Always a threat.
Ну не факт, он там что-то шарудит руками. В принципе, он может вот так вот на стол телефон положить, да, и нажимать. Непонятно. А второй телефон еще у него отдельно так стоит. Это видеоразговор.
1, 2, 3, and another boost from the Royal Guard, which is suffering from a little bit of bleed, and the Ballista is still locked and loaded, but finally fires the shot, takes a shot on the Onchrite Longship straight away in the opposite melee row, and suddenly a 10-point lead, I guess 9 with the bleed effect, and Tailbot is still has some cards to commit.
Нет, только ну, такой, наверное, не забанят. Просто если ты после А уберешь, вот между R и A уберешь, тогда получится райдер. А сейчас какой-то рей, не знаю, наверное, не забанят. Хочешь поменять?
But again, oh, sorry about that.
No, go for it.
No, I was going to say he could also be. I was just about to say as he plays the Longship, he also could be looking to drop the Longship to be able to go for a long round with Wild Boar of the Sea, being able to bail him out, having that extra strength on Red Coin. He does have the ability to bring even these boosted units down to a state where Wild Boar would be able to probably take on any pass with the Royal Decree in hand. Now, should Tailbot at any point get ahead, this would be very scary for Demarcation, as we know Geddoneth is able to produce an explosive amount of points very quickly with or without.
Да, вложил с телефоном.
Yeah, that scenario
там Tailbot бухает.
Multiple times just by the fact that you can get that sort of 2-for-1 play with the leader ability of
Фетиш ники меняет, ну да, поменяй, конечно.
Not necessarily being susceptible to any removal of that scenario, you know. You don't need to be afraid of a bomb heaver.
В любом случае, игра теперь есть в Steam, если что.
But again, this could be a good pass for Demarcation, you know, sensing that he doesn't want to commit other big cards, but opting instead to go drop the Enchantress, which drops 2 points of vitality onto that Ballista. Again, that Ballista possibly could go back up to, you know, into the green at 4.
Интересно, как долго он
собирается? The back row is most likely going to take care of that. But an 8-point lead, effectively 9 with the vitality point, and Tailbot's got some work to do.
Просто Tailbot, по-моему, может спокойно еще и лот сыграть.
Just 5 cards left here now. It is probably one of the safer areas to pass in if you are going first, as you will at least have 1 card to play before going down to 7.
Потому что у него, по сути, лодка на 5 и друидка на 6, да, это 11 ему хватает.
Tends to commit in different. I mean, looking at this hand for Demarcation, he does have a fairly good hand to commit. He's able to create. He's able to create multiple units, no copied units for Voimir specifically, as in he doesn't have access to anything for that reason. But the reinforcements would help with that. Vizigurd could help take out any extra threats, or he could just look at the fact that he is ahead on even cards right now, and Tailbot would have to go down. But again, giving the game to Skellig a second win is very scary. It's a very scary decision to make.
No,
definitely. And that's you have to evaluate Demarcation.
Попросить что-нибудь понерфить, это популярно.
That potential long round, does you want to pass here, give toss Tailbot the keys and let him drive round 2 and see what happens, or does he want to continue to fight and maybe commit some of those big pieces? Opting rather,
gonna give it, gonna make Tailbot go down the card.
yeah, just pulls the shoot on the round and sort of takes his pass where he can, and you know, opting to just hang on to some big pieces. I guess he still had reinforcements he could have played if he wanted to, but there are probably better options in there. Looking at Demarcation's.
Ну он типа до 4 карт опустил, да, Demarcation, чтобы сейчас попробовать Тейлбота, если он начнет бридить, он скорее всего начнет бридить. Сразу минус карту попробовать опустить.
And in the case of Bloody Baron, again, these are just big important pieces that not necessary to commit here. Tealbot now in complete control of the game. The decision to bleed will be here. Wild Boar of the Sea is still available on Royal Decree. Ermion in hand as well. Yeah, there's the complete scenario. Should Ermion be played here, but that would require Tealbot to go into the round specifically as he gets rid of the Freyas. You always want to make sure you have a Freya in the deck for Ermion later on.
And still no caravan. And that might be concerning for Demarcation because, you know,
ну, людей, всех людей. Ну,
duplication effect of those cards and just flooding the board with units that you can later on flip with Drog it's an important factor, especially if you have Voimir and get a lot more value off Voimir. But unfortunately, he's just not finding them, and that reinforcements is oftentimes the best place for that reinforcements to connect with is that, you know, that caravan on the back row, getting the bonded ability, the boost, the extra body. It's a good thing, right? And unfortunately, he's just not finding that. Oftentimes, it's just you never want to really hunt for bronzes, but that's such an important piece.
So in this situation, Demarcation can potentially use Scytheman later and reinforcements to have a somewhat decent Voimir, as Tealbot is deciding to push into this round, which means that it could be the best possible way to get value from Voimir. We don't know how far Tealbot is going to push, but we do know that he does have excellent access to really annoying cards. He does have a Freya for the ship, and he has Ermion as well to play. Well, he has the extra Freya in his hand right now, so his Ermion play specifically might be looking for. It would just find a Golden Froth, I imagine, or the Giga Scorpion. We didn't see that either. So Ermion's definitely playing.
Так подожди, были это.
Playing for big value here.
Картишка была. Она сейчас есть нейтральная. Блин, я забыл, как его звать. Короче, он наносит сейчас, по-моему.
Question is how much is Tailbot going to be
driving
this round here? And
короче. Была карта, которая наносила всем одинаковым юнитам по 3 урона. Так и контрили. Просто этой картой. Забыл, как его зовут. Он и сейчас есть, его тоже понерфили, он там нейтральный. Блин, я забыл, как его зовут. Если честно, даже сейчас ее нерфили, сократили количество урона, потом сокращали скольким, типа, юнитам он может наносить урон. Так постепенно сокращали. Вместе с Драугом.
Oh, I certainly agree with you that you had to do it because you don't want to. It's a matter of when you're being bled, you don't want to sit on cards that would otherwise get value over time and be problematic for you. So I think that getting that card out and then having an option with your reinforcements later to make it, you know, to connect with the caravan, get those cards rolling as well. You don't want those cards to just haunt you later on, as again the longship in the front row is just crushing these points and just shaving them off. And as the Crow Mother comes in, drops the 2 birdie birds, and suddenly, you know, the bleed is still on. But the good news here is that Demarcation did get ahead by a point, so that's where you want to be.
That's twice now you use the term bleed, and if you are not familiar with the term bleed, Flake is not talking about the status effect. He's talking about in the fact that Tailbot is in a position and control of the game, forcing Demarcation to continue to play cards whether he likes it or not. It's essentially bleeding out his resources. So it's a term I've heard the question a lot, and just in case there's no confusion here, we're talking about Tailbot bleeding Demarcation out of resources, and that's what he has to do now. As Demarcation takes the lead with the Vanguards, which forces Tailbot in a position to he will have to take a lead or lose last say, which is not often worth it. But when you can play the full Geddoneth combo,
То есть вот сейчас он дамажит юниты на 3 и все его копии на 1. А раньше он все копии юнитов дамажил на 3.
Freya into a druid. That's the whole combo. If you've never seen it before,
it's a filthy prospect to just have to think about where it's just in that one foul burst. You're just staring down a 33-point gap like that. But the pressure is still on, and like you mentioned, the bleed of round 2 is a matter of. That's why round 1 is so important in many cases, because you want to protect your assets for a round that matters, for that deciding round 3 in most cases. And if you're giving your opponent round 1, you're also giving him the option to just
Звучит балансно? Ну да, ну просто, то есть как? По сути, всегда было, то есть 2 копии бронзы, да, то есть оно не выглядело так сильно. Но и конкретно против Драуга просто контра Драугу, да. То есть, по сути, если против 2 копий обычных ты каких-то играешь, то ничего особенного не было. Но его брали специально, чтобы контрить драугов и вот такие различные колоды, где за спамом одинаковые юниты, там бывали еще, сейчас так не вспомню сходу, было что-то еще, по-моему.
Seems fairly simple to go ahead and convert on.
Well, I feel like
Demarcation молодчага.
Остается
по-прежнему плюс карте. Конечно, 2 лидера отдал, но сейчас ему уже проще будет. Уже без лидера, я думаю, он сможет.
You'll notice that he just wanted to get that 1 point ahead, but actually sacrificed part of his leader. Now, this is the kind of thing Tailbot might be happy to see, in that the leader is being used. As he just continues to play cards here, now allowing demarcation, as you said, to pick off Hermione and get a lot of extra value.
Теперь можно бронзой
value
просто.
from Voimir, because now that the Vanguard's been played, reinforcements have been played, and Drog has been played, there's not a lot of other options to get that good value out of Voimir, and this might be the best time to do it. Ping off Hermione, get another Revenant, and then protect.
Yeah, this is again a scenario where Tailbot can perhaps convert some of those bronze cards in his hand, like that stunning blow, into bigger pieces out of Demarcation's hand. There are still some bronze pieces that Demarcation could commit just to stay ahead by a little smidge there, but eventually he might have to commit bigger pieces should Tailbot want to continue to throttle down and continue to squeeze some of those pieces out of Demarcation. But you still have a Scytheman, you still have a Mauler, so plus a Voimir here feels really good as well if you just really want to nail it shut. But there's still some small pieces that Demarcation can commit, and it's not going to really feel that bad.
По идее, плюс карту откидывать бронзу,
even though it took a
замечательно.
1-point clip there, there's still a 5-point benefit to Demarcation in this case.
Дальше уже, наверное, Voimir придется играть, да?
It's a difficult spot that Tailbot has found himself in, because he will have
Ну,
to
вообще, Tailbot тут
either
никак
see
себе
the last say,
карты
which
advantage.
again, because of
Ну,
getting
даже не карты advantage,
could be enough.
просто
He may
не
be happy with what
вернет
he's seen.
себе эту карту.
He has seen Drog,
Карты advantage,
but he
что
hasn't
Demarcation
seen
сейчас.
bigger cards such as Vesemir.
То есть минус карты он отлетает. Но если только будет играть сценарий. В принципе, он может, кстати, сыграть сценарий. Блин, я опять хотел сброс посмотреть. То есть у него там в сбросе друидка и мышавур, точно. Вопрос Фрей, он играл уже или нет? Есть в колоде Фрея? Если в колоде Фрея есть, он может сыграть, но не будет. Да, окей. Что правильно.
And big pieces still left in the deck, I believe, for Demarcation. I don't think we've seen Philippa yet. I don't think we've seen Falibor yet. Big
Definitely
pieces.
Falibor.
I might have missed it. Did I miss that? No, there's Falibor.
I definitely haven't seen Falibor, is what I meant to say. Sorry, what I was thinking was the Royal Decree when it was used. I immediately went looking to see what the opportunity cost.
Филиппа надо, наверное, да?
I mean, Falibor seemed like it was the biggest one, but grabbing Philippa would have been nice.
Ой, а что это там у Tailbot? За Фрея с приказом такая. Новые карты показывают, вон. Это из дополнения следующего. Ты же хотела инфу про дополнение?
Well, I don't think it's going to matter, because Tailbot's going to
Вот
make that
новое.
scenario just happen.
Блин, все.
This is what we're
Всё,
talking about
быстро,
earlier,
надо
right?
было
It's like
смотреть,
having
сейчас
the
уже
advantage of
всё.
having a scenario that can just go ahead and complete its entire journey in one turn. Cards like Bomb Heaver are just dead weight in your hand, and in this case, I mean, a Dahlia onto a
У неё, видимо,
Mauler
обилка
isn't all
такая,
that fantastic
она
either, not really
замешивается.
connecting with much. There's still the Philippa in the deck, there's still the Anseus in the deck as well. Those are massive control elements.
Не, ну бомбер
that
это,
are
конечно,
now
кошмар,
just
что зашел.
swimming in those remaining 8 cards that Demarcation essentially has no access to.
Yeah, the draws hurt him, and he had like we talked about before. I don't think either of us think that the Royal Decree was bad.
Надо было бомбера
Bad
копировать.
decision there. But that Royal Decree cost him his best card later, and it looks like there were a couple of them in there that would have made this a little bit easier for him. It's not over yet, of course. Tailbot does not have last say, but he does have a lot of points. And of course, there's going to be a lot of stuff for the Maulers to maul. They're definitely protected here.
Ну, да, здесь она была просто, наверное,
the silver lining of having those maulers doubled up versus the caravans, I suppose, is the fact that
на
you can
диванчике
set up
где-нибудь
with the
чилит,
Falibor to maximize
тейлботом
the value, bring
любуется.
that Falibor to a full 13.
Смотри, какие тут
Also have,
3
I
парня
suppose,
собрались.
Premier can go ahead and boost them on the front row. There's not. This is obviously not your ideal scenario for Adalia, Queen Adalia, but I mean, you gotta make do with what you have and hopefully clean up the problems here. There's the Ironcrate Longship again.
Going to keep on making the board more and more attractive for Wild Boar of the Sea, which will be probably not the final play. It's really going to be Tailbot can choose to play Gedonith at any time right now if he wants to be using his leader for that. With Bomb Heaver in Demarcation's list, he will have to choose to do that or lose points.
So as we see here, the Mauler, again, protected by the shield, but that's a little bit late to the party because the next Mauler that hits the board is going to be getting tickled by that boat. But I think that Demarcation just wants it gone as the Falibor comes through.
Да, это хорошо.
Not the full value, you're losing 1 point off
Это
of it,
очень
but
хорошо.
I think that over the long run, leaving that boat there is even better. If you get rid of it, than to have it there and just continue to rob you of points, and not just points of the damage that it's doing, but points that you might otherwise be getting with your final your Visigurd or your leader ability into the Scytheman. But there is a light longship coming through that comes as a bonus piece to those 4 points of bleed.
Барона под конец можно будет Фалибора сыграть, да?
More damage, more Wild Boar, extra points.
Или можно тейлботу вот этот лонгшип восстановить.
But otherwise, I think that Tailbot definitely won't be hurting for points. And what Demarcation is going to have to do is get the absolute most points possible out of his combination of cards here through maximizing Visigurd's boost, maximizing the reset on Baron, and hopefully getting Voimir to trigger on at least the Maulers. But, for having card advantages, this is going to be very close, if at all, for Demarcation, because we know Gedonith is just a sheer cliff of points.
There might be a scenario where that Baron will have to connect with his own Falibor. If the Falibor takes all the bleed plus the double swipe from the Wild Boar of the Sea, it's going to go down to 1. And as long as it survives, that Baron could actually reset it to 7, representing a 12-point Baron, which is, that's not that bad, honestly, assuming that boost value from the rest of his cards, but we shall see.
Под Гиденет сетап есть, я не знаю, если у него Фрей, я пропустил этот момент. Фрея в колоде еще есть или нет? А Мышавур и Друидка есть точно в сбросе. Но если просто одну Фрею он сыграл с руки в этом раунде, я точно видел. Я не помню, играл ли он до этого. То есть в колоде, если нет Фреи, тогда у него не получится.
So unfortunately now the Mauler is
Ну, одну главу
he's
может
got
разыграть.
2 points of bleed that he's going to have to deal with, so that Hammond is probably the best you're going to get out of that.
Не, ну сейчас надо, да.
So I had a thought in my mind and I was just trying to hold on to it.
Мне кажется, надо сейчас лидера, может быть, сыграть, нет?
But I was going to be talking about, yes, it was the fact the Mardrome is a decent target for the reset. So, however, depending on what the Mardrome hits, because it does damage and boost, it's possible that resetting Falibor ends up being more points, but definitely Bloody Baron held on.
Ну, про вас я сказать не могу, а вот про меня можно предположить что-то.
Yeah, we're going to see how this shakes
Но
out.
опять же таки вам виднее будет.
Problem for Demarcation now is that his Bomb
Я
Heaver,
свои стримы как-то уже сейчас не пересматриваю.
given the fact that Gedineth comes through with, you know, an appendix of other additional plays that have followed it, you know, firepower. And then the Bloody Baron is your final say to maybe just equalize one of the cards, but it doesn't look too great. Now, Demarcation does have a 9-point lead, but 3 of those points are negated from the bleed. Here comes more bleed, and it's just making it so nasty for that Wild Boar of the Sea now, as at the end of Demarcation's turn, that's going to be 4 out of 5 units plus, I guess.
He's taking a leader now. I think he's probably going to use the boost on the Mauler and take the Scytheman, so he has a chance of getting some bullets in the chamber for Visigurd. I think it's the only chance, but I mean, we're looking at that choice to do that or to play the Bomb Heaver and just give another bomb.
Не, мне кажется, здесь не надо действительно сейчас уже играть Висигерда бафать.
No, you have to do it. I think you absolutely have
Бафать
to do it just from the perspective
сюда или
of
сюда, неважно, ставить это и играть.
Next turn you're going to have the Mauler or Voimir are going to be in the red. You can't really bring them into the blue with the boost, so you have to use it now.
Ну блин, ну он сюда
There's
полетит.
another boost from the Bloody Baron in the back row. I don't think he's afraid of really all that much in terms of getting it deleted.
С другой стороны, да, один урон сюда, он все равно забафает. А, он вот так решил.
Boosting the Voimir, dropping the 6-point Scytheman, and the bleeds come through, and unfortunately for Visigurd, it's not going to look too pretty, because I believe this might be the Wild
Тогда да, может быть он и прав. Если лидера все равно сыграл, да, наверное, прав. Но я не очень понимаю, ну, на что держать. То есть можно было убить лодку вот эту.
Oh, I'm also not counting.
С другой стороны, может быть и фиг с ней. Типа, ну куда он будет стрелять? Ну хотя подожди, он 2 раза может теперь вот сюда, да, пульнуть.
But there, I guess there's no reason to play Gedineth last. If you could get any more points with Wild Boar, you go for it. So it looks like Tailbot is going to be playing Wild Boar last.
What world do we live in where a scenario is like your big finish play, right?
This world. And we've been in this world for a while.
Да,
Gedineth has only ever dropped in popularity because of people.
Он сейчас не успеет.
It just feels like, well, you got an Osroll. Well, I have a 3-turn chapter play that I can do in one big sweep. As you can see there, the birds come by, the murder of crows, followed by the Crow Master. There's a boost on the boat, and it might actually come down to it, maybe, where, as we can say, remember that. So the long ship is only 4 above its natural ability, but he chose to actually reset.
I mean, it's probably the most value you're going to get from.
Не понял, а зачем?
Visigurd going all the way, trying to get, again, we're playing the granular value game.
Так вот, блин, я не понял. Вот это, по-моему, ошибка. Зачем он ресетнул корабль? Просто сюда. Фалибура играл барон на 6.
The giant finisher, so 2 finishers back to back for Skellige. What? Sweeping.
Ну, хотя, будем честны, без разницы. Без разницы.
Yeah. But this is what we're talking about now. See, as you see, the Falibor there is at a 1-point play. The Baron could have represented the 6-point reset versus the 4 points that it reset the long ship on. So again, 2 points. At the end of the day, they don't matter clearly. But again, sometimes we've already seen matches today that have been decided by the smallest, slimmest of margins of 1 point, 2 points, etc. So. That's just a decision that he had to make, and in this case, it didn't really factor into the final tally. But
да, по-любому. Я, кажется, теперь понял, почему комментаторы меняются по 2, да? Короче, это шло. Сейчас спать пойду уже, ну да, сейчас посмотрим это. Они записывали это в любом случае параллельно с играми. Просто получается, играли по 2 пары. 2 пары игроков играют, на каждую пару работают по 2 комментатора, они это параллельно записывали. Потом 2 другие пары играют и продолжают эти же комментаторы с 2 другими парами. Поэтому так и комменты меняются от пары к паре. Да-да-да, все, мы разгадали их коварный замысел.
We're going to be getting into game 2 in just a moment. But I think I think
Так,
it
сейчас
was
приду.
probably round 2 where that was the best, where the best decisions were made.
Well, again, it's a 3-round game, right? And you want to be able to be strong in all the games. Round 1, you want to pressure, make sure that you're not committing too much to that round 3 strategy of that's usually the round that matters. Is when you get to round 3, that's the one that counts, man. So everything else that happens prior to that is out the window. It doesn't matter. Having an effective bleed is such a underrated skill that a lot of new players just completely forget about. I know some people were discussing it. Most recently, newer players was like, what's this whole thing about not dry passing round 2? Dry passing seemed to be just the way to go for a long time, but bleeding these decks is such an art. It's such a underrated skill that really separates the advanced players to the elite players, to know exactly that, finding that spot, finding that slim margin to slip through and hit that pass button when you just got enough out of them, and the cards that you have remaining, even potentially without that last say, will carry you to victory. As we saw there, it wasn't even close in that case, even though Tailbot was down a card and was in control of round 2.
I think something else that Tailbot has a lot of skill in doing is hand reading as well. And this is the first quarterfinals where the players have agreed to go in with open deck lists against their opponents, as opposed to just doing that on the semifinals day. So being able to read the situation, it's not hard to read the situation when a decree is used on a Vanguard, but I think that the two big things there, draws and the round 2 bleed, kind of telling a story that Tailbot definitely liked the
Я еще не ушла. Не ушла, конечно.
I mean, even reviewing that past round, even if you were to, have an ideal hand, if your demarcation in that case have an ideal hand, if one of those maulers, let's say, was a Philippa...
Я, наверное, досмотрю Демаркейшена и Тейлбота, а Энди уже не буду стримить. Энди уже с телефончика буду засыпать, посмотрю.
If we look at what happened, a lot of those points that occurred were off of just the massive sweep of that Wild Boar of the Sea, followed by, the massive point generation of a three-tick Ganyneth in one turn, followed by the massive sweep of the Wild Boar of the Sea, and there's just nothing that could happen over there because you have a Visagurd that's essentially shooting blanks, you have a Bloody Baron that's not really doing a whole lot, and you're kind of playing not from a panic perspective, but from a controls perspective, where you're not necessarily affecting your own strategy. You're just trying to deal with
сидеть на стуле 7 часов, это на самом деле трудно.
Absolutely, and I know some start buttons
Уже
are being pressed,
хочется,
so around the
уже хочется
world,
лечь.
one revolution around the world, and we'll be getting started in
Это
game
как
2
это.
here. Demarcation versus Tailbot. This time Tailbot will have to face going first, and we'll see if Demarcation will bully him in the same way. So that will be coming up soon. We'll get to see what the players have decided to be bringing in. Tailbot does need to get a win with Northern Realms of his
Ой,
own.
забыл, блин, как звали этого
Still needs to give
премьер-министра-то Великобритании во Второй мировой. Черчилль, вот, Черчилль, да, точно, Черчилль.
Getting some syndicate,
У него фразочка такая была, что типа я никогда не стою там, где можно... Нет, даже не так. Никогда не иду там, где можно стоять, или что такое. Никогда не стою там, где можно сидеть. И никогда не сижу там, где можно лежать. Я хочу уже полежать.
We just call the action. We just tell it like it is and see what we see. But for the players themselves, making sure that they're taking care of that extra little, that pocket change, and making sure that it's going to the right spots. You want to invest that money properly, ladies and gentlemen, especially in this economy. So what are your thought processes going in here? Now we have Demarcation on red coin. What do you feel he will be using to perhaps take advantage of that red coin? I suspect perhaps an Imperial formation in this case, but I don't know what you're thinking going forward.
Well, I mean, I was just thinking it could be an opportunity for Syndicate to go for it because of how Syndicate can.
Но они сейчас пытаются понять, какую возьмет
колоду
под красную монетку.
And I think I was just wondering why it's been so long since I've cast a Syndicate game, and that was actually because Hidden Cash was banned, I think, in every other opportunity of me casting this year. So this would be the first time in a while. But Wildcard being kind of an old site. I believe last time we got together in Warsaw, Wildcard was pretty popular. So this will be a return to form, I think, for Syndicate when we get a chance to see that.
Yeah, well, that's the thing, right? I mean, we've had opportunities in small community tournaments over the past few months, and it was the same thing. This was prior to the actual revision to Hidden Cash. But Wildcard seems to be on top of the heap there. It's what's being taken into the tournaments from a perspective of Syndicate, but it's nice to cast those Syndicate games. There's a lot of levels to think about. There's a lot of layers to digest in this as we are kind of getting locked and loaded for the next matchup. Demarcation will be on red coin. He did lose the first match to Tailbot. Tailbot managed to get through with a very, very convincing win with second wind, and that was over Demarcation's Uprising list. So the Demarcation still has all of his tools ready at his disposal. Tailbot's sort of packed away his Skellige weapons and going to be going forth with Wildcard and Uprising. Again, both lists of Uprising are running Drog.
That's interesting, I find.
Yeah, and that's perfectly fine. There's usually, the Drog list, it usually comes at a cost of another massive card. In this case, Drog, Demarcation's got has Philippa, whereas Tailbot doesn't. But he's bringing in other big cards to the party as well, and it's very, very unique when big pieces are there. The same lists are so similar yet so different in how they're executed. But Drogs, as we saw earlier, are very susceptible to bleeding. Once that major piece is off the board, it's a little bit more smooth sailing, and Tailbot really took advantage of that, put the screws to Demarcation in round 2.
Интересно, они играли несколько дней вообще этот турнир? Или нет? Или прям в один? Нет, наверное, несколько. Я не думаю, что не в один.
And I get the chance, this time around, I get the chance to talk to the winner, so I was trying to think of all the things we could talk about, and being able to talk about each game at length in between will make it very easy for me to take those notes. And I probably, the first thing I would ask about is when did you know Demarcation's hand was not very good? I want to if it came down to Tailbot winning, and if it came down to Demarcation winning, I would say, how did you de-tilt after missing all those draws?
Well, that's the problem, right? Is that there's the hand reading is so good, but I don't think Tailbot would have suspected that maybe the last card was a bomb heaver. I mean, it's really a good feeling when there's a 4-point do nothing card that comes out and really doesn't change the dynamic. But you got your questions set up for you, man. Like these are great matchups so far, and I mean, you could always ask him about Tailbot about how he feels being part of my wardrobe, which is nice. He did. We spent like 60 hours.
If he loses, he'll probably say it was a curse. You got to be careful. You gotta be careful. You've started something here. You've started.
Они сейчас шутят, что если Tailbot проиграет, то он скажет ему, что он его проклял этой футболкой.
I have that power over Tailbot. He does call me for Gwent advice all the time, and says, what's a bomb heaver? And I said, oh, it's a finisher card in round in the first game of the tournament.
Ну нет, Tailbot, говорит, периодически звонит, постоянно звонит за советами по игре. Говорит, мне как-то звонил и спрашивал, а Bomb Heaver что делает? И я им, говорит, подсказал, это финишер в игре.
Tweet at hashtag Gwent Open and send us a picture of your face doing this. Perfect. Do that as well, and we'll go ahead and see your reactions as to what's going on.
Нас просят вот такую фотографию отправить.
Talking about matchups, of course, deck selection, lots of other stuff to talk about as well. But of course, as Flake said, if you have nothing better to add, definitely positivity is always good to see, which I believe thumbs up represents some sort of positivity. I don't. I've never used it, so.
You've never used a thumbs up in your entire life. You're telling me right now that you've never used a thumbs up.
To indicate my mood.
Yeah, well,
The only time I've ever used it is if it was like a signal that was required for a specific job or something.
А MacBird откуда?
Give the signal and the signal was a thumbs up. I think that's the only time where
Почему у него
I think
SH?
I've ever actually non-ironically done it. But I don't know. I've been alive for a while, so I'm sure sometime in high school I gave somebody a thumbs up, and
Dane MacBird.
Just getting hate mail. Hey man, December 5th. 1996, we were hanging out, you gave me a thumbs up and you don't even remember. Total garbage.
Okay. I hear this McBeard guy is he didn't give me a thumbs up once, or he did, and that makes him a certain kind of person.
There you go. Tweet at McBeardCH with a thumbs up of you guys giving him a thumbs up. That's the new thing. All right, friends. Again, we are getting things settled over here. It's a different situation because we're all plugged in all over the world. All this these crazy things going on, and the internet's a thing that is not always the best thing. It's not always the cleanest thing. It's not always the most stable thing. But in the most cases, again, it's such a wonderful thing because we get to connect from where we are and given these circumstances in this tournament.
Я понимаю, что, наверное, имелся в виду Скакун, но Сакун тоже сойдет.
There's probably
Или
like
ирландец, или ирландец, да.
CDPR employees in a small bunker somewhere. Responsibly handling this.
Я не очень понимаю CH вот это на конце. Можно было бы подумать, что какая-нибудь Чехия, я не знаю. Но что-то сомневаюсь.
They're followed closely by some type of drone.
Что он там под CH, он что угодно мог иметь в виду.
Connected to the government to make sure that they're all,
свои умники.
But we do have.
You know what I think would have been a great idea, though? You know how in Gwent Challenger 2, they had the drone that flew over. They flew over like the castle. I think it would have been great if they each sent us a drone, and then we could take a flyover video of our shabby houses, and that would be the way to tantalize and excite people about Gwent Open. Be like, live from this thing.
Yeah, exactly. It would honestly take about 7 seconds for that drone to cover the like 400 square feet of this Toronto apartment. So it would just do like one loop and then it would just land. It would be the most unspectacular thing possible. You'd see a hell of a lot of comic books in Han Solo.
Белорусский акцент?
But man, oh man, would it not take a lot of time. And,
на самом деле он Данила.
Super important as we're still waiting for
Данила.
the pie in the sky to tell us what is going on
Данила Пивко.
in terms of what the matchups are looking like. I believe that Tailbot might actually be blow drying his hair again. He's going ahead and just sculpting and shaping it into the most perfect aerodynamic way to just cruise through this second game with most efficiency and
шотландскими корнями, да, что-то такое, да. Хотя, кстати, Чехии, по-моему, CZ.
Who knows, man? Tailbot's an enigma. He's got various strategies.
Такой символик-то.
The truth of the matter is, we are actually not waiting for Tailbot.
А CH, кстати, вроде бы Швейцария обычно обозначается CH, но я сейчас так не вспомню, но по-моему.
There's going to be a rehosting of the game. We have a little bit of time to speak once again, Flake. And I think, I mean,
everybody loves it.
Короче, человек мира, но белорус.
It looked like a hair was not even disturbed, so I don't know if he needs to.
Потому что что? Потому что белорусы это сверхлюди.
Players are playing from a comfortable spot in their house, and I find it interesting. Like you and I, we both have streamed a couple of games of Gwent in our time, and we know that streaming Gwent and playing Gwent at home, they're two different things. The players may have the pressure of the tournament, but they are very much in a space that no other tournament player to date for Gwent has been in for these kinds of stakes. So I think that that's going to be like the unspoken thing, like why maybe some things were unexpected because the player had just a different level of confidence or was not affected by what affects so many players coming into this tournament for the first time. You know, it's a little nerve-wracking. You're traveling for the first time. You're sitting in the big throne, the hot seat. You're meeting people. You have a lot of instructions, and.
Но они опять перешли к разговору о том, что каково это было в офлайне, как это было великолепно и как это иначе сейчас.
Obviously, it's very different for us as well, but I feel like
что все не так. Короче, раньше трава была зеленее, девушки моложе.
The other casters are literally just a couple meters away from the actual competitors, and I don't know if Tailbot.
А Demarcation еще в школу ходил.
Whether he knows I know it or not, but usually when Tailbot's playing, he's making direct eye contact with me the entire time, which is very unnerving and weird. But as you can see there, the hair he looks like he just got out of bed and directly in the wind tunnel to make sure that he's got that perfect swoop going on. As on the other side, Demarcation is looking like he's ready to go. He's got the earpieces in, locking out all of the outside distractions. Clearly, perhaps some art on that wall. That wall looks a little bit needing a little bit of artistic love. Unfortunately, it's a little barren, but sometimes simplicity is good. A little basic reductionism. That's not bad. But Tailbot's got his shoop on the side there, looking at him rather fondly.
Блин, у всех шуб, у всех лап, у Tailbot'а вон тоже лап.
We always have some strong troll representation in all of our streams. I think it's gone on too long. I think that the trolls have been helping the humans for a really long time, and I think that goes underappreciated. I think I know of a couple people that have gotten, found missing mates of trolls. This is Geralt, I believe. I think he provided provided another troll.
А это интересно мне. Игрокам, вот кто участвовал, им какой-то отдельный клиент игры дали? Типа, или доступ, наверное, какого-то. А, там, наверное, как-то через GOG, типа PTR, все вот эти вот доступы им там открыли какие-то, они, наверное, установили отдельный какой-то клиент игры. Потому что, по идее, этот режим Spectator Mode, он же... Его же нет в клиенте игры, которым мы все пользуемся. Я не думаю, что технически возможно...
Yeah, there's a shoop up there as well. It's sitting on a keg.
Вот в этом клиенте, который у нас всех установлен, как-то разрабам зайти и смотреть чуть-чуть девайс. В любом случае должен быть как-то этот уже режим встроенным быть каким-то, так или иначе.
There's a portrait of Kramer right over there. Just a brutish oaf. That's my portrait of Kramer that's on that wall as well. So
it's the portrait, right, from the actual Seinfeld episode in which he has the portrait painted of him, right?
Oh yes. In my youth, I didn't exactly spend my money on important things like, you know.
Вот у него тут куча постеров, портретов, плакатов. Можно сидеть и весь день рассказывать просто.
And repel women, but it's okay. We're good, ladies and gentlemen. We're good. So. As the,
I mean, I don't really see it. Every person I know, everybody I've ever dated, really appreciates an organized and well-hung frame on the wall, and it's just you have so much to offer in that space. I mean, it looks all very even. You know, that has to count for something.
We call this room the deal breaker room. It's like, oh hey, nice to meet you.
The make or break room, yeah, the make or break room.
Right. Is this okay? All right, yeah. Perfect. Let's proceed. So. Like we mentioned earlier, we're still waiting on some connection
Not
issues.
Not much longer, though, I think.
No,
Там проблемы с соединением.
The best part of this is that they're sorting it out just for you, and just because of that, you know, the Twitch drops.
Мы не начинаем, потому что там проблемы с соединением.
Well, hey man, that's why we got you this extra long, super awesome stream where you get to see cool things like my Spider-Man mug and my Canadian flag and.
Also, nice touch, Tailbot, drinking out of the red mug wall on red coin. I think that was deliberate, and I think that was strategic. And I want to know what's in there: coffee, water, other.
Do you think that he'll have a blue? If he busts out a blue mug on blue coin, that'd be phenomenal.
Well, things are happening, my friends, but it's definitely a game. We are finally in. Here we go. Game 2, my friends. This is quarterfinals number 3. Game 2, Tailbot versus Demarcation. Tailbot now on the blue side. Nilfgaard taking on Syndicate.
And there we have it. So there is the Imperial formation that I suspected would be played on the red coin, and it's showing up. That's a good pressure faction right there, because you can go ahead and use those leader abilities to just reach a little bit further into that round. Seeing what we got there, I mean, mulliganing away some of those cards that you don't necessarily want to see. The Tortoise is a decent card. It represents a lot of just vanilla points on the board, though you can potentially, you know, give some of those points back in terms of the boost when the armor is exposed. Again, exposed mechanics means that when a unit that has an exposed mechanic loses all of its armor, then that exposed will, effect will trigger. In this case, it's if he loses his armor, he goes naked. It's going to be a little boosty boost to the opposing player's tallest unit. So that would be the Tortoise. But lots of good cards there. Looking at
всю задницу отсидел себе уже на этом стуле, блин.
Red coin, you have some of those bronzes that you can just sort of shoo away. Unfortunately, that crossbowman is, usually you want to pair that up with a card like Razor Ramon, but in this case, it's not really many good targets to toss out there really quickly.
Yeah, the missing Ramon Tirconel here without the ability to amp up the Arcane Tortoise.
Ну, блин, Калиб это, конечно, интересное решение, честно скажу.
It's a little bad again for Demarcation, kind of missing that draw, but it's not so bad. He does at least have a good selection of control options on red coin. But the hand is missing. It's missing something. It doesn't have a huge lineup for poison. It doesn't have huge lineups for soldiers. And Damien being the threat to push, answer this, or lose the round. It may come down to demarcation actually.
Причем самое интересное, что, скорее всего, у большинства из них даже и есть эти скины и прочее. Даже, возможно, куплено что-то там все подряд. Но как-то типа не используют. Не до этого.
From Tailbot here without him, so he will have to actually put in the effort to gain money. He's gonna have to go to work.
He's gonna have to, you know, strap his boots on and get the lunch pail out and get there and get to work. But
возьми табурет и большинственного ощущения, да у меня стул не сильно от табурета отличается. Прямо скажем. Только что спинка есть, а в целом только табурет.
If you are a non-syndicate class using the obviously it's that where you're playing
Хотя это, собственно, то, что и отличает стул от табурета, да. В общем.
Coins to really operate the Saul, the Street Urchins, the Philippa. These are all great cards if you're syndicate. So I think that potentially using that Yen's Invocation on the MK means that if you're, you know, when you have finally bust out that bribery, maybe that MK will have coins in the bank for you to convert on that bribery play.
Now, we were talking earlier about a tug of war if there is a syndicate mirror, but I did notice in that moment that Demarcation does not run Swears in his Nilfgaard list, which if he was expecting syndicate, although given the amount of syndicate in this tournament, maybe you wouldn't be expecting syndicate. But it would have been an interesting inclusion to go up against here, being able to take away that the flying Redanian, because we know that that boat will keep coming back every time Tailbot hits 9 coins. The boat will recur from the graveyard, giving a lot of extra points in all rounds. And here comes Saul with the max boost, hitting his Horde trigger of 9. He does have 3 levels, and he's in his final form, Flake. He's going for a good amount of boost here, and he's forcing Demarcation to have an answer because Saul just grows out of control.
I'm telling you, man, how good do you feel on a Friday night when you just got paid the day before, right? When you got a bank account with some money to spend, you feel.
Я даже не помню, Калеб, наведите на Калеба, пожалуйста. Он дает, у него профит есть, он дает монетки. Ну, наверное, дает, да? Мейкинги говорит, 3 монетки, да, он, наверное, дает? То есть ровно на себя он дает. По идее, за 8, он 8 провизий или сколько?
What do you got? You got no poison really.
Блин, ну он вообще сейчас не... Я вообще не понимаю, зачем он, честно. Типа поставить что-то ядами убить. Так это работает? Ловить монетки? Тут либо ядами закидывать теперь.
If you're close enough to make it interesting, but at this point, with that Saul just rocking and rolling, you know, for 3 points every turn,
либо пасовать, но пасовать очень обидно. Он отдал.
A lot of these cards that you're playing are going to have profitability. So you have to, if you're Tailbot, also you're limited in terms of cards that you want to play without spending some of those coins or profiting above and beyond the 9-point max.
I think in the most case, Tailbot's got a pretty good hand. He's not going to be playing the Fist Tech, but he is very happily playing.
Была очень сильная колода с баунти, с вот этими наградами за голову, когда их еще не понерфили, и Менги там был. Зачастую.
Again, 9 coins on that Saul just feels really good. Something, especially when you haven't seen a poison on it immediately.
Потом, когда понерфили баунти, тогда стало попроще. Но вообще доставало баунти, играли везде. Да, они были имбой, да. Они были имбой. Но они работали по-другому раньше просто немножко. Чуть-чуть по-другому, но этого хватало. Горожане, да. Играла вот эта картишечка с баунти, колода, и играла там вот 6, я не помню, как они зовут, 6 провизий, которые наносят урон юниту с баунти. Бронза вот эта. Их 2 лежало обычно. То есть это просто имбище было. Можно было весь стол зачистить, просто... Да, палач, просто точно стерли.
Does mean that Tailbot will have the advantage of defending with a card up in the situation. Here comes the Arcane Tortoise. You get the Magni Tick. Saul's going to say hello.
He's got to drop the boost here. And then with the extra tick there, so like you were saying there, you know, it did work out, but just by a hair. And
I was missing the tick on pass tick of the Magni. So my apologies. Demarcation. Right, that's why he's in the tournament.
And there's a card like MK, like we said, and if we can find, so MK is going to go back to the deck. I don't think that's really going to be more than 5 points, especially without a bribery in hand to really.
Мне даже интересно, как у него сейчас этот Калипс играет, честно, я не знаю.
Morale, which would have been really nice to put some pressure early on.
Просто на него какой-то контроль собрать, но
switch up on
за 8 провизии.
That's going to become, there's some more poison. So finally, getting access to that nasty green vial of goo that just makes your enemies disappear, and both hands look okay. I mean, you have Fist Tech, you've got the hounds there that can drop some poison. You
got допустим, у тебя стоит этот Калиб, хорошо, если...
Lots of steel, got a defender. We're just missing,
никак его не законтролят, ну ты с лидера тогда можешь сыграть банк, например, да?
Yeah, it looks like Tailbot has a pretty good hand for defense, demarcation on the decision on how, if and how he wants to bleed. At six cards, he's enticed to play at least one, unless he wants the extra mulligan. His hand looks much better now, being able to turn poisons around with morale. Royal Decree now makes everything better for him, and of course he does have fangs as well. So this will be an evening of pure unfiltered Nilfgaardian poison, no doubt, as Damien coming down as the 8th card played here. Definitely telling Tailbot, you need a solution immediately for this card, because I'm going to make things very painful for you this round if you don't.
Well, he's got the perfect solution, right? In his hand right now, he has the option of just using Hammond to slide it to the back.
Ну, по сути, Demarcation, я так понимаю, просто Хаммонда сейчас вытаскивает, да? То есть 7 карт он по-прежнему, если что, может и пасануть.
Hammond to move the Damien back. I guess you got to figure out what's the value. Is the value in, you know, disrupting the Damien, or is it in disrupting the Skellen potentially? But Damien, obviously, I feel is it's a guaranteed 8-point, you know, recursion of your leader ability, which also makes it so that it also forces a demarcation to, rather, it eliminates the option for demarcation to use those leader abilities in this round to pressure Tailbot further. So you got to get rid of Damien now.
Bad on a number of levels. So this disable is probably the best.
Я не знаю, не лучше ли было Стефану пожертвовать? То есть лучше бы он Стефана законтролил, чем Дэмин, или нет? Я не знаю. Ну, Брайбери он может, да, 2 раза сыграть? Или, скорее всего, Указ он будет играть. Он, наверное, сейчас с Указа достанет... Блин, я не знаю. Что за какой план? Но в любом случае Указ переигрывать, я так понимаю, план. С Указа достать, например, можно Хельгу, да?
Well, that is one option. You can go ahead and just you know, dig out one of those cards to drop the poison.
А у Demarcation я не помню.
To steal Skellen, not that it would really be a giant help to you.
Дамьен вроде бы лучше против, чем Стефан, но мне тоже так кажется. Я просто не знаю, какой у него план. Может быть, у него план с Указа 2 каких-то юнита достать? Я не помню, что у него в колоде. Скорее всего, Хельга, а вторая карта защитник, что ли?
The Royal Decree, if he wants to, can go get Menno, which gets bribery.
У него нет же, да? Я чуть не успел, ну, не заметил ничего, что передвинуть юнит может.
Bribery against Syndicate is not always, you know, it's not always a good thing. There's always, you know, issues where you're getting cards that really only get the true value off of them if you have some money in the bank to spend to increase them. So I think what he's going to opt to do rather is to double up on the Royal Decree, maybe get Fion to back up that hefty Helga.
So here comes Stefan Skellen doing Stefan Skellen things, doubling up on the Royal Decree in this situation to set up a very dangerous hefty Helga and then immediately protect it.
Ну, надо защитника бафать в любом
случае,
потому что...
This is going to be difficult to fight against. There is only one tactic in hand, but that the threat alone here does pose, it makes Tailbot consider what he's actually able to play and keep alive in this situation. there is an option to steal the Helga.
Ну, защитников он уже убирает.
There's also the option of gaining coins with the leader ability and then using
Раз,
Philippa on. Sorry,
два,
can't
три
steal,
выстрела,
can't
да,
steal
на Хельге
Helga,
сейчас? 6
can
урона.
steal Fion.
Correct.
Got to remove the defender first, but that is the option there.
О,
Yeah, so you can go ahead
собирается воровать
and you
защитника.
can use your wild card, let's say, to go ahead and get some coins, steal the
Лидера
defender,
играть? Нет?
or you can just
Нет,
go
не
ahead and double
собирает. Ой,
poison
господи,
it,
это же...
to get rid of it, but then at that point,
Я опять смотрю на эту
you
мышку,
have
что она
got,
наводится на лидера и думаю, что это Тейлбот делает. А Тейлбот там вообще что-то свое делает. А это этот спектатор мода, блин.
To all the poison that Demarcation has in hand with the morale, the cupbearer, the fangs of the empire as well, and as we see, that hefty Helga is just it's got a lot of charges in there, and each one of those
The extra charge. Yeah, the extra charge from the it was the copied royal decree and then the Fion.
Морала можно сыграть сейчас.
That's right. I'm talking about just only having one joust, but it's already loaded.
Он типа, ну он точно сыграет. Вот сейчас Морал точно сыграет. Пока.
From poison, so obviously then the Fion would probably just eat the poison anyways, because it would be a taller target. It's really a tough scenario for Tailbot here because Demarcation's he's got points, he's got removal, he's got a small engine piece there with the hefty Helga that's looking real nice. And
следующий ход можно сыграть турнир и расчехлить Хельгу полностью, сыграть Морал, сыграть турнир. Нормально. И это будет очень большой отрыв. И там уже можно будет даже, в принципе, пасовать. Можно еще ядами, в принципе, и добить дальше двумя. И подсказать. Я же заметил, грешник, ты же заметил, я специально по-китайски не повторяю это все.
The Philippa that can go ahead and convert 4 of those coins into a yoink of the hefty Helga, but I think that Demarcation is going to probably expend those before anything really occurs. I don't think that he's.
Не, ну если играть сейчас турнир, ну блин, ему надо по-любому сейчас играть турнир, потому что дальше Хельга воруется просто. Ну либо, турнир в Хельгу можно сыграть, вариант. Ну типа такое. Нет, нельзя, там 8 монет. 8 монет, нельзя турнир в Хельгу играть. Если только лидера отдавать. Еще при этом. Ну это стрёмно, потому что один Граден сразу...
By virtue of being in the deck, as you can see there, there's the Affen that has the ability of when that card is purposely moved to the top of the deck, not by virtue of shuffling or anything random, but if you have a card that puts a card to the top of the deck, if that card is Affen, he will immediately summon to the melee row.
Да, турнир в себя тут был лучше по-любому, но стрёмно просто, что Граден.
This 20-point lead in reality is a 29-point lead.
Tourney Joust, Demarcation choosing to hang in here and put a little bit more pressure on Tailbot, just keeping the Tourney Joust in, turning it into 6 points with the charge. Tailbot deciding, at this point, he is able to at least use poison.
Но он забафал, забафал Стефана, чтобы Филиппа послабее была, если что.
But especially with the double poison still available, but it may be, if Tailbot is patient, he may be able to get out of this without expending the bigger pieces, because Demarcation's final hand here may not be...
Ну вот вопрос, я не знаю, стоит ли играть здесь дальше яда или нет. Потому что вот теперь стрёмно за Градена. Вот реально. Я на месте Demarcation дальше боялся бы Градена. Потому что Спендер на столе. Граден пойдет вот сюда. Граден сыграет на 11 плюс 8, да, 19 статов и еще 5 монет вот сюда улетят. Но очень сильно. Это сразу просто минус карта. Это мы знаем, что нет Градена, а Demarcation-то не знает.
maybe now's the time to just go ahead and test the waters with, there it is, there's the recruit. Test the waters with the recruit, right? Just toss it out there, see what happens. It's not exactly a massive commitment, and you have enough of a lead where it's going to still take a massive play out of Tailbot to catch up here.
He does have 6 coins in the bank. That does represent not great value for Philippa right here. Using Caleb and then poison later. Demarcation has enough control over the game at this point that he'll just be able to pass out of a bad situation with a lead like this. So it's going to be tough. He's going to have to go ahead and go for a huge point swing when he's able to. But that will be the cue for Demarcation to be pretty happy with how this is going. The Imperial formation represents, an additional 9 points due to Athen coming out of the deck if chosen. There's poison on Skellen. And he is going to go ahead and use the Fistek with leader for the swing.
And the 3 points that come out back into the graveyard. No, he's opting to spend the points rather than just letting the Flying Redanian come out of the deck. And the reason he's doing that is because he wants to stay ahead. By that, he wants to protect that card advantage here.
Сейчас я отсюда
Had he
полетел.
not spent those 4 coins off the
Скорее
Sea
всего.
Jackal,
То есть теперь Demarcation-то понимает, что там нет.
the Flying Redanian would have tied him.
Я так понимаю, вот именно вот на такие случаи у Тейлбота Калеб здесь лежит.
Fangs of the Empire comes in. This is a real nasty.
Чтобы можно было сыграть лидера какой-нибудь яд, и при этом у тебя остался Калеб.
Tailbot's going to have a really hard time getting out of this. He doesn't have, I mean, anything the Demarcation will be playing around, I don't think is something that threatens this round. Stuff like Graydon or Triss.
And I mean, if you're Demarcation, I feel like you have to do it. I mean, you've got a 20-point swing with the Cupbearer plus 9. You have a 29-point.
По-моему, это 2-0. По-моему, это 2-0.
Puts you up by 28 points. I don't think there's anything that Tailbot can really do.
То есть он отдаст лидера сейчас, наверное.
That's a 16-point swing.
Да не надо монетки тратить, мне кажется.
3, that's 19 points of recovery by just the Philippa on by stealing the Damien in the back row.
Urchins did drop. Cupbearer is going to finish the job. Van Mullerhelms have...
Что будет отдавать лидера?
Now, would you actually just perhaps... I don't want to pass.
20 поинтов.
Complete the bleed.
Ну, Филиппа играет на 19.
I mean, because well, there's an
his last card. It's or are you talking about
То есть двумя картами он добирает. Тейлбот добирает.
There is an argument to be made here because it's 9 points that you can bring into the next round.
Если Demarcation идет full, блин, он бы выиграл 2-0.
And as he does, okay, so
19 points though. He has the points to cover it, and you can go in with Caleb and potentially draw Graydon. This is probably
19 points though.
19 points. Yes, Philippa for the steal. Oh, he's playing. Okay, he's playing it like this. He had Philippa for the steal with he would use 8 points on the steal for.
Но он максимально сейчас пойдет carry-over, да? То есть ему надо своровать четверку. Четверку надо своровать.
The remaining coin on the Urchin. Am I wrong? Could he have done that in the one card?
He would have had. Philippa doesn't provide profit, right? So what you have.
But he had 9 coins and then 1 left over for the Urchin. That would have been.
But Philippa does not provide profit, right?
He had 9 coins. He doesn't need profit. He uses it, 8 coins, steals Damien, and then the last coin he spends on the Urchin. That's enough, right? I don't know. I could be wrong. I could be wrong. I'm counting that quickly, but I don't know. We'll see.
No, because if he did have 9 coins, you're correct. He would have spent the last coin on the Urchin. He would have gotten ahead. I thought he had 8 coins. I might have just, again, I have terrible eyesight, and so it's I
Да нет, все правильно. Ведущие там сейчас спорят.
Philippa play there would have spent all the coins. That would have been a 19-point
Подскажите
leading to a
кто-нибудь.
tie. If it was 9 coins, rather, you steal the 8 and you spend the last coin on the Urchin.
Макберт неправильно считает. Он думал, что у него 9 монет, а у него 8 монет.
It all happened so fast, you know. I just thought that maybe.
Он сейчас оправдывается, мол, так быстро произошло.
Tailbot having to go. Oh, it said opponent goes first here, but it is Tailbot acting first. Yeah, Tailbot now losing last say here. He will be able to. He will be able to push some poison out potentially with Vivaldi Bank. He does have a little bit of money to check it out. Vivaldi Bank does have a lot of good pulls, as you can see. He
Ну, не
did
знаю,
this
хватало.
for
По-моему, это было бы
Sony,
2-0,
Triss
то есть...
Telekinesis, and Graydon. These are all very important cards.
Филиппа играла на 19, еще одного бы не хватало поинта. И Калеб играл на 8, по сути, да? А лидер у Demarcation играл на 9. Ну, хотя он и так сейчас выиграет, типа, наверняка.
You might be able to, if he has a poison left over, but looking
yeah,
at
I think he can bank something. I think there's something in the bank there for Tailbot to grab. Well, there's bribery demarcations right there.
А, плюс 3, да, еще плюс 3.
But I mean, I feel like this is it's not looking too good.
Ну да, по-моему, 1 поинт он выиграл, да.
Кстати, да. And Spearman. I mean, we got to see. It's gonna. I don't know.
Он на 1 поинт выиграл бы Tailbot все равно. Ну, тогда правильно все. Корабль я забыл посчитать.
Oh, yes, of course. The leader that was not played yet. Yes, that is going to definitely tip the scales.
Yeah,
that is going to tip the scales.
That's a big, and that, again, when we were talking earlier about the
Не, ну там опять же таки можно было забафать восьмерку, и тогда у Tailbot на 19 статов уже не сыграла бы Филиппа. Тогда там вообще другой расклад.
Yeah, it could. He could get a poison here, but it's just for the 3 points. It is still probably the best thing.
Well, Fistech also gets you the coins, plus completes the poison, and then you can convert those coins into points on the Sea Jackal.
Gotta find them. Gotta find those points.
16.
There it is. I mean, 60 points. That's not bad considering the difficult circumstances.
А что Мэн-то куда? А, в Брайбере? Мэн в Брайбере, да?
That Menno
has to get at least 4 points, though. Bribery has to roll. Basically, Bribery could brick. It is possible that it is not enough.
Let's find out right now. I mean, Bribery versus...
5?
I think this is I think even the 5 of Urchins is enough. Yeah, I think even the 5 of Imka is just enough.
Ровненько.
9 points plus the 7.
Ничьи.
Oh my goodness.
Офигеть. Короче, что выигрывало? Хаммонд. Только Хаммонд. Да? Только Хаммонд, по-моему.
I mean, I'm gonna have to check.
Нет, я говорю, Tailbot Demarcation это очень интересный матч. Это реально самый интересный, мне кажется, матч. Да, переигровка.
При ничьей, мы узнали. Теперь
я верю, что Брайбери исправит. 5 поинтов. Нет, так реально, а что больше-то в деке у Tailbot? А, Трис. Получается. И то Трис могла предложить, например, яд.
That's correct. I mean, you could have actually paired that up with right next to the Menno, but in that case...
Нет, все равно третье что-то хорошее было бы в любом случае, да? Ну да. Трис выигрывала, Хаммонд выигрывал.
By leading in with the Spearman on that play ahead of the Menno, you're losing the value because Menno is a soldier, so he would have gotten that extra bonus by having them adjacent to each other. However, again, like you're saying in that second round, I gotta...
И куча карт, которые проигрывали, кстати. И Сауль проигрывал, и Си Джекл проигрывал, Спылы там какие-то проигрывали, что там еще было?
When you're playing Bribery against a faction like Syndicate, if you don't have coins...
You can miss a lot. You can miss a lot, yeah.
Absolutely, and that's what I was mentioning earlier about using...
А, вот еще Барсоди выигрывал. А, подожди, Защитник выигрывал. Не-не-не, слушай, больше. Защитник выигрывал, Барсоди выигрывал. Трис. А вот это все проигрывало, вот это.
But in this case, you know, when you're playing against a faction that
ну что, еще один посмотрим.
Bribery is not as nasty.
А почему теперь Demarcation? При переигровке меняется? Я думал, типа, точно так же переигрывают.
I believe it should be opposite, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Nope. This is the remake. This is a remake, right? No. This is the way it should be, right?
Am I doing this right or wrong?
Because
No,
this was a remake of the last game. Tailbot started on red coin, so this is a remake of the second game in which he would be on blue coin, so he'd be on blue again. This is right, isn't it?
I think it was the aspects.
По-моему, наоборот. По-моему, Demarcation ходил вторым.
No, he should have been. He should. Oh, he is. Oh, was he not blue? He should have been blue. Was he not blue?
Correct. Yeah, they were reversed.
Вот они тоже
it's all good,
пытаются.
though. Don't worry about it. We're figuring it out. Basically, when we're learning things, ABCs, shapes, then colors. So blue coin, red coin. We're figuring that stuff up as we go. Don't worry about it, friends, because we are just muscling through this. We're feeling good. Gwent is back. I'm back, you're back, everyone's back, everyone feels great. So, again, my name is Flake, this is McBeard. This is the open #1 of Season 2. It's really interesting how these are going to sort of be weaving into each other. The Grandmaster, the Gwent Masters for Season 1 has been postponed, but that doesn't mean that we can't bring you the first steps towards the Master Season 2. So we're going to be let's on with the show kind of scenario, and this is a new setting, a new environment for all of us. So bear with us again. This is we're doing this for the right reasons. We're doing this because we know that you guys want competitive Gwent. We want that to work out, and I mean, so far that game, again, it comes down to like just the smallest minutia of plays and decisions. And even though it was a tie, I feel like sometimes you're just like, do I pass here? Do I play this? Do I spend this coin? And that's the intricacy of playing as or against Syndicate.
For sure. You said a mouthful there. I'm trying to think of where I want to get, where I wanted to hop in there. I had a couple of things I wanted to say, but the main thing is that, yeah, the fact that we have Gwent Open getting started now, this is going to be, it feels like we've been waiting a long time for this to get to this point, but really this is a beginning. We have leaks planned a little bit later this weekend, and there's going to be lots of things to talk about, I'm very sure, in between this open and the next open, which will be hot on the tails of this open, because Gwent needs to move forward. Now that we have a format that is it is working for this purpose, and it will be working even smoother with each and every game we play, and then we will have an online opportunity to bring games for as long as we need to, for as long as we have to. And I think that this is a pretty good alternative. I think that at this point it's an expectation that the world continues online when it can, from home when it can, and I think that this is probably for all of its ups and downs, I think that this is still telling a really big story, as the length and the people that are involved to put together something like this, where we are all in remote locations. Flake, you've been there with me in the studio when we were all there, and that is still a lot of moving parts. So I think that I just want to give a shout out to everybody in the production team who is doing such a great job out there, and hopefully we'll be getting to this game, which will be a remake from Game 2 here in the third quarterfinals of Gwent Open #1.
Absolutely. I want to give a massive shout out also to Coffee. Coffee, thank you for this wonderful gift that you have bestowed upon me. Cheers, Coffee. Wonderful invention. Internet also aces for the most part. We're figuring this out, but again, like McBee said, there's so many moving parts involved because it's not just the 8 players that are involved from a myriad of different locations around the world. It's not just the casting team, again, who are just coming over from various continents all over the place, but there's just the intricacy of the production team and the massive amounts of connections. I mean, joining into the various servers necessary to get this working and going, and the massive amounts of efforts is a big deal. And so again, massive respect to them. And I know that you guys have been super patient, and I know this isn't easy for you guys as well to have to endure some of the delays.
Ой, как они там все это, блин, сложно. Что им там не запустить-то,
necessarily the funnest thing to do to listen to McBee and I sort of banter on for as long as we are sometimes, because you guys want to get into what you're here for, which, well, okay, me.
I am a delight. Thank you very much.
Agreed. All right. Well, I mean, all of the wonderfulness is going to come from that side of the screen. Now's a good time, McBeat, if you want to try like the air high five. That we could probably do that like right over.
Okay, hold on. This is the thing though. I have to lift the hand. I have to lift the hand that I know is going to appear on the screen to hit yours, but I have to do it without thinking about it, and I'm probably going to lift the wrong one. So here we go. 3,
no shame.
2, 1.
Не угадал.
That's it. Next time, what we'll try to do is we'll perfect the pen pass.
And then mirror it again, and then mirror it again. It's it's crazy.
Perfect the pen pass through the magic.
Не угадал. Он хотел дать 5
It's true. Yeah,
по красоте, но не попал.
We haven't rehearsed, unlike all these players for Gwent Open who have been spending hours and hours, games upon games getting to this point. Flake and I haven't even rehearsed passing the pen through the imaginary wall that is. It's on the side here.
Yeah, you messed up. It's okay. Don't worry about it. But we're doing our best here, and that's the fun part of it, guys, is the fact that there's a good opportunity for us to just chat with you guys. So thank you so much for being patient. I know you guys are not here to hear me specifically yap on and on about comic books and nonsense. You guys want to see the best players in the world play Gwent, and we're gonna get to that very shortly. They,
Не, но все равно я не понимаю, зачем было делать столько трёпа. То есть мы теперь понимаем, что это все было записано, типа параллельно с тем, как играли игроки. То есть это идет запись. Ну зачем было так надолго? Можно же было потом каким-то монтажом убрать типа, большую часть трёпа между играми. Или даже просто они немного поговорили и все, и перестали бы это делать, и перестали бы записывать. Ну или записывали бы, но молча потом обрезали просто.
Because usually when we go into the studio, we've got the shirts and the ties, the stylist can make us look super sharp, but here we were asked to keep it as casual as we could. I just love blazers, but no ties. No ties right here. We got a tie in the game, but we don't have ties for the casters.
Well, part of it is
to look like a weatherman without a tie, but he does somehow.
So like right outside that window there's a very busy road, and if I have the windows open, it could sometimes be really distracting, the noise and this and that.
Ну потому что, блин, ну реально, вот он сейчас рассказывает, что у меня тут улица шумная. Я сейчас окно открою, тут будет там много машинок ездит. Вот к чему нам вот эта вся информация? Я не понимаю. Ну блин.
But yeah, in this case, if the windows were open, it would honestly sound like a
Сейчас в итоге все дойдет до того, как он расскажет, как он с утра чудно покакал, блин.
I mean, I don't live in a war zone or anything, but sometimes when like the garbage man comes, it sounds like a TLC match. But there it is. There's a very, very close.
Ну, ты Tailbot уже темно.
Tailbot at his glasses. We could probably
спать хочет.
His prescription. Yeah, his glasses. He's got a little myopia going on. It's all good. I feel you. Same thing with
we've met him. We know that there's nothing in those glasses. Those are fake.
Is he doing one of those?
Like they're just frames. They're just frames.
The absolute fraud that is Tailbot.
As the sun starts to set in Warsaw, you can see. Or sorry, in Poland. I actually don't know if Damien. He's not in Warsaw. Actually, he's not in Warsaw.
Нас уже сидел, не почему? Ты имеешь в виду у комментаторов?
I believe Demarcation is playing from the US, so I believe
не, ну у этого-то ладно, он из Канады. Когда стрим начинался, у него 11 утра было или 10 утра. Это-то ладно. А второй без понятия, откуда и чего.
I mean, if we look back at what his room looks like, I would imagine it might be tomorrow over there. It's completely possible depending on where he is.
То есть, опять же таки, когда игры проходили, понятно, что это нам не онлайн сейчас показывают, но когда игры проходили, у него, у этого канадца по-любому было прям раннее утро.
Interesting tidbits of what's going on over here, but
well, I'm going to tell a funny story because I think that it is no illusion that we are waiting for things to happen here. So I'm going to tell a funny story that happened to me the other day. So check this out. I ordered something new that I'm very excited about, and I was waiting for it in the mail. But this new thing that I ordered that I'm very excited about also came with like a small like other thing that was sent with it. I'm trying to keep this very simple because it doesn't matter what it is. But it's like, well, it's a peripheral, this small little thing that came with it, right? So okay, well, I think it's part.
Да, какие-то интересные истории жизни нам рассказывают.
Okay, so when the delivery for this thing that I'm very excited about to come is going to come, I'm going to get a text, and it's going to say, "Today's the day." And I got that text, and I was very excited. And I thought, "Today's the day." That's pretty cool. It's pretty cool they text you. It's kind of, it's kind of dramatic, but hey, I'm happy to get my thing. And it said, "Your order has been delivered." And I went out 10 minutes later, and I couldn't.
Не надоело? Не надоело.
I'm like, did they deliver something? It's kind of a big deal. I really don't want to lose it. I don't
Раннее утро, раз вспомнить, как происходило, ну да. Вообще надоело, трёх этот надоел реально, я уже даже их не слушаю. Если сначала я их еще слушал, сейчас уже даже не слушаю, реально задолбали. Я, блин, если честно, я думаю даже уже заканчивать стрим, реально, он идет 7 часов, офигеть. 7 часов идет стрим. При том, что я начал его, по сути, за час до их стрима, то есть 6 часов они стримят. А мы, блин, по сути, еще третью пару только начали. Я, наверное, буду заканчивать, не знаю, дальше там, кто хочет, досмотреть. Я-то досмотрю, вот Tailbot Demarcation я точно досмотрю. Но уже просто лягу с телефончика, уже хоть залипаю. Мне хотя бы не надо будет вот это все слушать. Тем более завтра мне надо будет все равно рано вставать на работу тоже. Так что все, тогда спасибо за просмотр. Завтра опять смотрим, кстати, потому что завтра будут полуфиналы и финалы. Надеюсь, они уже будут поопытнее, чем сегодня, и будет как-то это быстрее все происходить, потому что это пипец. Все, тогда всем хорошего просмотра дальше. Болеем за Tailbot, да, Иван, я так понимаю. 2 тычка машет руками, да. Все, спокойной ночи.
Absolutely. They're both